Volatile, complex, complex. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex. But your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Good morning, traders, and welcome to Hola Prime TV, infotainment at its best. And this, of course, is pre-market pulse, your all access pass to the biggest moves in stocks, Forex, and crypto. James, how are we doing today? Good to see you.
Good morning, Paul. Yeah, excellent. I'm great, man. Had a great evening. Markets are still up. Everything's going well, swimmingly. Not for long, of course. Markets never stay sane for too long. So we'll see how we go, but everything moving in our favor and pretty good night and end of day yesterday. How about you?
Yeah, just paying attention to what the altcoins are doing essentially, and just watching for those sort of moves. But at the moment, of course, you know, it's just a waiting game for some good entries. It's really what happens next is really what is everyone's mind, and we'll have to see what's in store for the day. What's happening in stocks, do you think? What can we expect?
Well, if you can get my charts up, guys, in the back office there, Paul, if you remember, I made a prediction. Let's go through that for a start. So switch the charts, guys. That's Paul's charts. You can switch to mine.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. We're going to do that a bit later.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Okay. You want to talk about that later. Yeah, just a good day overall. Stocks moving up. A little bit of hesitation on at the top there, of course, but I did say yesterday that I predicted we'd see a higher high on the Nasdaq and the S&P. I was half right. The S&P made a new high, and crypto held up pretty well. All of these markets you can see on your screen. These are just different names, but if we focus on the S&P, the Nasdaq, all moving up. Now, here's an interesting thing that happened. Actually, the biggest news, two big news items yesterday, was obviously the Japan trade deal with Donald Trump and his crew, Besant et al. And they seem to have made a deal. It hasn't been accepted by Japan just yet, but it seems to be that instead of 25% tariffs, there's a 15% tariff on imports into the US from Japan. On top of that, there's a $500 billion investment fund, which is a little bit strange. I don't know quite what that's all about, but apparently being run by Donald J. Trump, an investment fund with Japanese money in US equities. Very strange. But it's part of the deal. Wow. And if you've got to do weird things to get a deal done, you've got to do it, right?
Yeah, if you have to hold the purse strings when you get a deal done, sure, let's go for it.
Yeah. So a bit of tit for tat. And as a result, we've just moved up. Did we make a new all-time high? I think we may have just tipped it. Let's zoom in.
Yeah, looks like it.
I think.
Oh no, yeah,
fractionally. Yeah, fractionally. Right there. Only a couple of pennies, really, a couple of dollars. So that's the S&P. And if you remember, we were short. I've now, since early this morning, I've hedged that short position just over there. So more or less where we got in. I'm not convinced that this is moving down. We're actually moving up towards the trend line, not away from it. And the 20-period moving average here on the S&P is holding us up. So my view hasn't changed, and I've had to change my position because of that. So I'm now hedged on the S&P, but I am long on the Nasdaq. Now, Nasdaq was a cool day yesterday, and a lot of traders struggled with this, including some of the folks I saw in the live stream yesterday through some of the other sessions, including the futures session. But if we zoom into a very short-term chart here on the Nasdaq, you're going to see that this was pretty difficult to trade unless you're a swing trader. The opening move of the day was like that, setting the scene, breaking down through all of the support, and everyone, of course, got short. Many people got short on the breakdown through that level there. I was watching it. It's absolutely perfect. Break down through support. First of all, that one, then the next one, slightly bigger support, right through it, right below it, but only to the bottom 200-period Bollinger Band, after which the market has recovered and bounced back up again. We were fortunate on the Nasdaq, because I'm a swing trader, not a day trader. As a day trader, you'd be looking for reversals here, which we sort of got. We got that tweezer bottom, and I did notice with great glee that the traders in the futures section here at Hola Prime had got long. So well done to those guys, and quite a lot of the viewers and followers also got long. So well done to everyone who managed to get in on that long trade. You could have been short or you could have been long. Tricky to get into the short yesterday, but the long was pretty well signaled at the Bollinger Band, tweezer bottom, and although it didn't really go rollicking higher, it's trying, and we're holding support and trying to move up. So going back to the day chart, that looks like it might roll over actually under the 200-period moving average on the 5-minute chart. But yeah, so it looks a bit scary. But on the day chart, it actually looks pretty damn good. We've got that spike low into the 20-period moving average. The 20-period moving average is always my go-to in a bull market. I'll look to buy at the 20, I'll look to buy at the 50, look to buy at the 100 and the 200, any one of them. But I'd like to see a reaction first before initiating a trade. Well, we got a very sharp reaction there. And on the 5-minute chart, right at that green arrow where I got long, is that tweezer bottom. So we managed to grab it on the tweezer bottom on the 5-minute chart and swing that into a longer-term swing trade, which is a little bit optimistic, but it seems like it could work. We've got to see some further upward momentum. But the news out of Japan, this stuff here, has propelled us to new all-time highs. We should be long. And I think that's where we're going. There's also some other news, and I'll quickly read this out to you. And this is from Market Watch, which is I think it's part of the Wall Street Journal's financial news team. But this is what they've written. And I have to bring this closer because my old eyes are getting a little dim. So the S&P just did something that it's only done 4 times in the last 50 years, and this is what happened. And I'll read the stats very quickly. The S&P on Monday, so that was 2 days ago, it's Wednesday today, closed above its 20-period moving average for 60 days, consecutive days in a row. There was a near violation on June the 20th, but the index closed high enough to keep the streak alive. And going back 50 years ago, a run of that long has only happened 4 times since 1950, and the average result a year later was a 20 to 25% gain in the stock markets. So whether you like those sort of stats or not, they're pretty interesting.
I like those kind of stats for sure, but I think the next bit is, what does this mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What do you reckon?
Yeah, so I think we're going to carry on melting up. We talked about targets. So I like to look at the most optimistic and unrealistic targets and then dial it back a little bit, like I suppose Donald Trump. You could call me what's his nickname? There's a meme about him.
I'm not saying it.
Okay. All right, we won't say it. Anyway, so look. So I had to look for the extremities in the Donald Trump way, and that's up here, top of the channel, and the full 100% extension of the move from the bottom. Let me just grab these charts. So it's the full 100% extension from there upwards to the next level. So I think I sort of believe that we could be heading up to a much higher level. That's about 20% more growth, and also, according to this statistic that we just read out, that's kind of the target as well, which is all sort of quite interesting. Top of the channel, 100% extension on the fibs. This weird stat that we've just seen after such a big rally, 60 days was it over the 20-period moving average. The 20-period moving average you can see on this chart, that's the green line. So for more than 60 days, we've been above the 20-period moving average. That's very, very unusual and a little bit scary, actually. So it does indicate that, although that stat seems to mean that we could go a lot higher, It's probably a little bit worn out by now, a bit overextended. And that's it. So, Paul, I'm going to call it again today. I'm saying we're going long again today, and we've got some news coming out, and not a lot. If you get your tweet deck up or your economic calendar, you'll see that, well, there's crude oil stocks. We can talk about crude oil just now if you want to. And then there's existing home sales coming out in an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes.
Oh,
That's expected
it's
to
busy.
be a damp squib, really. Yeah. So, and then the oil stock
Well,
levels.
why don't we just touch base with Forex if first, and then you can be critical, James, of my analysis, which is fine because I do need to improve. And but before we do, if we could just get my charts at the back end, we just a reminder, of course, that we are at the moment here at Hola Prime giving away some epic prizes at the moment. And today, I believe we have a couple of prizes for Hola Prime Futures, 50K, 25K. And we also have three
Wow.
prizes for Hola Prime Forex CFDs for 50K, 25, and 10K. So a pretty decent spread for those. So that's really exciting. We've been doing this all week, and we're
Awesome.
going to continue to do it for a while. We had some, I mean, great. We had a really good winner yesterday, I think, didn't we, James? Is that right?
Yeah. Actually, so well done to the winner. Cryptow 3B, I think is the correct name.
Yeah.
And Cryptow is someone that we've known for quite a long time, a friend of ours. So well done. Not that we rigged it for you, Cryptow, at all.
Yeah.
Of course, we didn't
I
do
just
that,
want to point
but
out,
just
right?
so happened that you
I
won.
didn't know that. I didn't know that, right? So it was independently chosen, right? I did not know that until after the
Yeah.
fact. So let's just underscore that. We're all very we're very transparent here. Everything's fine. Yes, it's a wonderful, happy coincidence.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. I didn't
Right.
choose the name.
Let's,
Someone else did. And no one else
the
knew
more we
that
say
we'd been acquainted.
the more we say it, the
Yeah.
more people don't
So
believe
well
us.
done,
But whatever, it's
Cryptow.
fine.
And here's the thing. So Cryptow is part of a different trading community, which I'm part of as well. And we had about 10 pages of excitement in our private group talking about how we're going to trade this 25K account. And the amount of excitement is astounding, and it's really, really awesome stuff. So here's a man with a $25,000 Forex account. It was a Forex account, right, Paul? Was it a futures account? Can't
Yeah,
remember.
it's Forex. It's Forex. Yeah, it's Forex. Yeah.
Forex account,
It's
yeah.
Forex.
So a $25,000 Forex account, and I think Crypto took his first trade on the Euro CAD last night at about 12 hours ago. So I don't know how
Oh,
that
he's got
worked out. We'll have a look
stuff.
later. So well done.
Oh,
Yeah.
very good. And just a reminder, of course, with these giveaways, in order to be eligible, of course, you need to be commenting on this live stream. But it's not just that. You need to, of course, make sure you are subscribed to YouTube and Instagram handles for Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime TV Global. So that's YouTube and Instagram with 2 Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime TV Global channels. And of course, comment during this live session, which so many people are. And of course, this is the most important thing, people. Make sure your email is in your YouTube bio so we can contact you, because if you win the prize, we need to be able to give it to you. So
Yeah.
make sure you do that. And we'll touch base a little bit later in some of the later sessions with some more about that. But let's have a look at Forex very briefly.
Welcome to Pluvio Man. Sorry, Paul. Welcome to Pluvio Man in the chat. Been watching for too long. Oh, that's someone else. And a couple of folks already waiting to win, Paul. So GSA is in the house. Pluvio Man.
Yeah.
Nice, cool name. Waiting for their prizes to be announced. So, yeah, as Paul said, just chat away, folks. Let us know your comments, your questions.
You're only name checking Pluvio Man because he's complimenting you. That's the only reason why you're doing it, James. He's complimenting you. That's why it is.
True.
But where are my compliments,
you're right,
people?
You're right.
Right, all right. So, right, I figured we might
Yeah.
do this a little bit different today with these Forex pairs, right? So I am in a little bit of a playful mood. So I think maybe we're going to approach this slightly differently. Now, instead of just talking about specific levels, I'm going to assign something to these charts. This is GBP USD, pound US dollar, and we're going to let emojis do the talking right now. So for me, I'm loving this move. I'm loving it. It looks like potentially we could have a move up from here. So this is good. A little bit of love, loving it. Okay, what's the Aussie dollar doing? I'm not 100% certain. Well, we're breaking higher. Okay, so I love that too. I love this. It's breaking higher. Let's put it on. No, not on there. Let's put it on the wrong chart.
We're on the same page so far.
Here we go. Yeah, same page. And tell me if you don't agree with these emojis, right? And then we have the New Zealand.
I like them.
Okay, I'm going with a little bit silly price action here, so we need a bit of a tongue. I think this is what we're looking at. This is looking a little bit crazy, not quite sure what it wants to do. Okay, and the Euro USD, honestly, that's looking pretty cool. It's looking like it might be trying to find its feet for a move up, so let's give it that. Yeah, that's fine. The Japanese yen, pound, okay, that's not looking so good. Let's just have a quick look. What do we reckon? No, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying it. I'm going to go with this. I think it's probably closer to that, potentially. USD, Japanese yen, trying to find its feet for a move higher. Let's see what that should be. It's looking pretty strong. Okay, I like this. This is looking pretty strong. This is good. And here's the tape measure, which we've been talking about. So I don't think we're going to give that. We need to give that something a little bit negative. So maybe I'm looking at this, not looking great here. Probably going to roll over. We've got these lower lows. And this one, this is an interesting one. James, what would you go with for this one? For CHF, what would you go with this one?
I think that's the most difficult one. I'm kind of bearish on the dollar, but bullish on that pair. So I guess it's a stand aside for me. Yeah.
It's this one. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's it. We nailed it.
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah.
That is how you do
That's
a roundup. Okay, now we need your critique.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I think you've covered it all, Paul. We can move on to crypto now. That's pretty good. No, okay. Well, let's put my charts up. I'll just comment on one or two of them, and I think I'm more or less in line with you. It looks like you're dollar short and yen long in general, which is kind of what I am. So let's have a wee look. If we can just get, hang on, are we on the right page? If we can just get my charts up back in, that would be great. Yeah, so my belief, Paul, is that the dollar has 3 or 4% still to the downside to go, and that so therefore we'll see a rally in the majors. So I've got a few little funny words on here as well, just to match your emojis. This is the roo, the roo. This is cable, and so I'm long. I got long. I've been long on 2 occasions. One at the bottom there, and one yesterday. In fact, I don't know if we were trading live when I went long there, but anyway, we got long at the just basically at the channel line or the trend line. On the dip down there, as everything dipped down, the pound and everything have dripped, the euro and the pound and all the majors dropped down against the dollar as well, as at the same time as the stock market's dropped off, and everything has rebounded, including the pound and the euro and the yen, etc., against the dollar. So we got long on that dip, like we did on the Nasdaq, and we did on Bitcoin, and we did on Ethereum and on XRP. So it was a buy the dip day yesterday, and if you were just fortunate enough to be at your charts or around when these dips occurred, you could have grabbed hold of them. So we're long on the pound, and I have this little saying up here because I think we might struggle to get through these 2 moving averages above us. That's the 100, the white one, and the purple one is the 200 period moving average. So because it's cable and we're being held down, and I wanted a pun, I went with the Aussie saying, tie me down, cable-roo. I think that'll do it. That'll work. So can we get through there? I think we could, and I think we will. And the target for the pound, if we don't get tied down, is much, much higher. And in fact, I've even drawn a little trade block on here, and you won't be able to see it unless I highlight it. So that's the trade structure precisely. Target is 1.38, I think. And we're long from there. Big stop loss, but roughly, I suppose, 3-4 to 1. In terms of risk reward. Not that I really care about that much. I never look at risk reward ratios. They don't make any sense statistically or scientifically. I understand why they make sense mathematically, but they don't make sense in reality. But anyway, that's for another day. And I don't want to upset many other traders, including maybe Paul. I don't think Paul would have that approach there either. Hang on. I think you might be a bit more.
This is fine. We should lean into the controversy. Right? What's the controversy here? Right? Tell me. Let's just dig in just for a little bit. What's your bugbear?
All right. So if you have if your target is conventionally double the size of your stop loss, I don't use stop losses, so we've got a problem to start off with. I'm a hedge swing trader. So it's meaningless within that context. But if you're a regular trader and you're aiming for 100 pips on the pound up, let's say you're long like I am, and you've got a 50 pip stop loss, that would be the conventional way to do things. And that means you could lose more than half of your trades and still make a profit, because every time you win, you make twice the amount that you lose. But that creates a difficult situation for you unless you wait for trades that are specifically designed, or a trade setup that is perfectly aligned with that idea. So you have to make sure that you can only risk, or risking 50 pips in this example, and your target is exactly 100 pips. You might be flexible on that somewhat, but it still kind of boxes you into a trade structure and a chart structure that may not work in that case. Sometimes you might get an example where you want an enormous stop loss, like let's say 100 pips, but you only want a 50 pip target. And I don't want to take too much time here today, and we could talk about it another time, but it may be that the trade structure with that thing flipped around on its head is so potentially profitable, or the probability of winning is so high, like a dead cert, that it doesn't really matter what the stop loss is or what the target is, because it's going to go there, with a 90% probability or 95% probability. So there are many occasions when the 2-to-1 just doesn't work. In this case, I think I've got 4-to-1, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm in here, my target's up here. The reason for that is, thanks, Paul. The reason for that target being about 3 or 4, where are we, 1.3, that's 500 pips. The reason for that is very, very simply because on the dollar index, and I'll pull this up quickly, this is my base case scenario, or base hypothesis rather. And as I said yesterday, if you are ever in doubt about how you trade your major currency pairs against the dollar, find out what the dollar is doing against the major currency pairs, and that is the dollar index. So this is the dollar measured against a basket of 6 currencies, the euro being the biggest, the yen being the next one, and then we go into Canadian dollar, Australian dollar, the SNOC, and so on. But the direction of the dollar index should define the direction that you play the major currencies in. And I believe the dollar index is going down, and I think we've got a long way to go down still. And I think we're going down to the bottom of this megaphone pattern and the next fib level, which is all the way down at about 95, 93. We're currently trading at 98. So 500 pips below us is where the dollar is currently heading. And I think it's pretty clear that we are going there. It's not guaranteed, but I think we've got a 60 to 70% chance of reaching that level, which means that the euro will go up, the pound will go up, the Canadian dollar, Aussie dollar, Swiss franc, Japanese yen will all go up against the US dollar. And for that reason, I'm long on the pound, I'm short on the Aussie dollar, and because of the way the yen carry trade is rolling down and unwinding, we're also going to see pressure on the euro yen and the pound yen and the worm, as Paul mentioned earlier. So euro yen and pound yen, and I'm short on both of those too. You can see where I got short on the euro yen there, and the pound yen we got short literally at the Bollinger Band. I don't know where my my red arrow is, but anyway, at the Bollinger Band right there we got short on the pound yen. Let me just quickly put that in. I don't know where it went to. So there we go. So short on the euro yen, short on the pound yen, long on the pound, and short on the dollar yen. And yen rising is my comment here. I think this is a general proposition which is going to carry on for the rest of this year, is yen strength against the other majors, including the dollar. And my target for the dollar yen, we got short yesterday, is all the way down at about 124, and then below that down into about 120. This is 128, this last swing low, 127. That's only the next stop, I think. And then we've got below there. All right, well, it's a long way down. It's been a long time since we traded in the normal
Yep. Okay. So just a couple of connection issues at the moment. Firstly, just want to read a few comments off. Firstly, Gigawood has said, "Hi everyone. Hi Paul and James. I have come to like your show while having my post-workout meal. That's really great to hear. Thank you so much. And also, I appreciate the fact that Pluvia Man has come to my rescue to tell me that I am also liked, and it's not just James, which makes me feel very good. So thank you for that. Let's back end. If we could put my charts up, we can jump into a little bit of crypto while we wait for James to refill his coffee. So if you could put my charts at back end, that would be fantastic. And just a reminder, of course, we have a competition at the moment, and if you want to be eligible to win some of those prizes, and let me just remind you what they are. We've got 50k and 25k free accounts for Hola Prime Futures, and we also have a 50k, 25k and 10k. Wow, 50k, 25k and 10k for Hola Prime Forex CFDs. And in order to be eligible, you need to make sure, of course, that you are subscribed to Hola Prime Global, Hola Prime TV, both YouTube and Instagram handles, and of course, make sure you're commenting on the live stream, and you are absolutely need to make sure you've got your email in your YouTube bio so we can find you to give you these amazing free accounts which are on offer. We've had so many ecstatic winners over the last few days, and you could be one of them. But let's have a look at crypto while we wait for James to get a little refill of his Red Bull, and we'll see what's happening in the crypto market. So very straightforward. We're going to have a quick look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin 2-hour chart. Now, as you can see, this is the all-time high, so there's resistance here, and then we've got this low liquidity area, and we have, of course, support below, and we've got this potential double bottom, and the price range is essentially just ranging. But let's see if we can make sense of this a little bit more with a triangle. Now, Bitcoin has been whipsawing around the last few days. Yeah, I'm just seeing someone in the comments saying he wouldn't mind to win one of those accounts. Yes, you're not the only one. So make sure, of course, you've got all of those things sorted to make sure you're eligible, because you are commenting gigawatt. So that would be great if you could win that. But again, we'd have to wait and see. But this is a triangle pattern we've got with Bitcoin. As you can see, we've broken out to the upside, and now we're retesting it. Where we go from here, well, you would expect it to have a move up from here because we've had a higher high and a higher low. But as we know with Bitcoin, it likes to mess around with these patterns. So be very cautious to confirm the move, of course, before it happens. So you could think this is a great opportunity to buy, but ask yourself, is this enough confirmation for you to enter? Because essentially the price action, what if it does this? What if it gets stuck in a pattern and does this? So be very cautious and made this level here as the breakout area for bullish continuation, not this particular move at the moment. And of course, we've got local support. So if the price action does descend below here, you know that's a warning sign that this is probably going to be the next area to join for a long. So that is Bitcoin 2-hour chart. Again, just ranging a little bit, which is perfectly healthy. But let's just have a look at some altcoin setups. This is BNB. This is quite exciting for BNB, which we, of course, offer here at Hola Prime X. This is Binance token, and it is now putting in all new highs of about, let's have a quick look, about $760, $810, which is fantastic. I remember buying this when it was 20. No, I remember buying it was when it's 12. I bought this when it was $12 and made a ton of money off this, but this is very exciting for Binance coin now. And of course, it's having a little bit of a breakout, but bear in mind, if Bitcoin does pull back, we may not necessarily have an ideal retest like this. So be very cautious. You probably want to be looking about this area, but exciting for BNB. And James, I think James is back. Oh, I've got an alert already. Good to see you, James. I'm glad you're back. Dogecoin, which is obviously a very high trending meme token in the space. We've got a nice double bottom. This is a 12-hour chart. And if you're thinking of trading something over the next 2 days this week, we've got a few setups for Doge. We've got a breakout, of course, of the double top neckline, and watch for a retest for entry.
That looks good.
Pretty right. Yeah, absolutely, it does. I think the issue is, of course, we need to make sure, if Bitcoin moves up from here, this will play out. But if it heads downwards, then this is just going to come back down to around this area. So again, remember, if you're trading crypto, you need to think about where's Bitcoin dominance, and where's Dogecoin as your setup, and then get all of those three lined up, and you have a winning strategy. So be very cautious here. And just finally, I wanted to talk about this just for a minute. This is Bitcoin dominance 3-month chart, right? And we have this is a high time frame, ridiculous time frame, right? Now, this is not good for the altcoin market. This has been a period of stagnation for the altcoin market. And of course, this is what we want to see. But we have some huge hidden bearish divergence appearing. Now, bearish divergence for Bitcoin dominance is actually bullish divergence for the altcoin market. So if this does start to play out, which we've of course started to see some of those signals on the lower time frames. I mean, James, you've been talking about Bitcoin dominance as well, right? You think it's the start of altcoin season already? Is that right?
I'm not, yeah, I think so, Paul, but I'm not 100% convinced about that chart that you've got on there. I haven't seen it. This is the first time I've seen it. But what if we break out through the top? What if we're just getting going? What if that's a double bottom and Bitcoin dominance is going to stay at like 70 or 65 or something forever?
And it could. No, you're right, because this is I have this suspicion too, because it's happened before and we haven't yet seen the moves we need to confirm a proper move to a trend, right? Every now, because if you think of an uptrend with Bitcoin dominance has been in, which is not great for alts, what do you need to see for that trend to switch? You need to see a lower low and a lower high. And we've seen that on 2 occasions and it's just faked out and gone in the wrong direction. So we need to see the third part. We need to see the breakdown, the lower low, the lower high, and then another lower low. And if we see that, those 3 things on the lower time frames, that will probably allow this hidden bearish divergence to play out in altcoins' favor. But as James quite rightly said, this hidden bearish divergence, even though it is close to a crystal ball as you can get and it's a higher time frame, it can be invalidated, and a move higher from here across that line would do that potentially. So this, of course, this is why we were talking about multi-time frame analysis earlier, and this is obviously you need to pay attention to. But you look at this chart, we've got one good signal for altcoins. We look at another chart, we see the signals adding up, and then that's the play. But we don't all jump in based on that. So very good point, James, for sure. But yeah, that's essentially it, really. It's just a waiting game for Bitcoin. Binance tokens are doing really well, and we just need to see. But just get all that synced up. I mean, what are your thoughts on Bitcoin at the moment based on this chart?
Yeah, no, I think I agree with everything. If we can just switch over to, are you finished there, Paul, or do you want to have a look at?
Yeah, please.
Let's carry on. I think you've got some more charts. Yeah.
No.
Okay, let's go to my charts. All right. So I think your wish may be coming true. So here's my Bitcoin chart, and what I think is a couple of things here. We did break out of that triangle. I've redrawn the triangle, so it was kind of skinnier and smaller, and we had broken out yesterday like that, okay? So there's the breakout of the original triangle, which kind of made sense. It was a neatly drawn triangle. The problem with triangles, you can keep on redrawing them forever, so let's do that. So we'll just say we're still inside a triangle, but more like, I'm going to move that to that side for now, and let's just move it across. I want to keep it. Don't want to lose my triangle, but it's more like we're now into a flag, not a triangle, right? So we're now going square and not triangle. And I made this little note here. Yesterday's candle, I think for the bulls, can only be very encouraging and might suggest that that's a local bottom, because that's an outside candle off the 20-period moving average, very similar to what we saw on the Nasdaq. Let's go to there. It wasn't an outside candle, but it was a dip down to the 20. And if you remember, I said we bought the dips to the 20 on the Nasdaq. We also bought in a couple of the Forex pairs on the dips to the 20, including the pound. We also bought, let's go back here. I bought a little bit more there, but not much, because we already had some from that previous dip to the same level. So I've just cut off the bottom wicks and I've cut off the top wicks, and we have quite a nice little parcel there that we can work with. And we have an outside candle yesterday, which was a bullish candle. It's a reversal. It's a full-on bullish candle. It's also an engulfing candle. Yeah. So it's an outside bullish engulfing candle, which means that yesterday's candle is a real tradable structure. It's a full candle. So what we can do is just draw a little fib on here. This is kind of what I'm thinking. I haven't changed any positions, by the way. This is I'm still 70% long on Bitcoin, and so I've drawn a little fib study on there, and let's now zoom in. So remember, this fib study that I've got on is simply drawn from yesterday's candle, the entirety of yesterday's candle, and we've come down. Have I drawn it incorrectly? I have. I wanted to draw it from the top to the bottom. Just give me a... Yeah, but it's upside down. I mean, I could do it, but it's just confusing. So, yeah. No, I did. That's the way I did it. Right. What am I doing? Come on, James. All right, let's do from the bottom to the top. It's just that
No,
it's
this is
because
good.
my
People
lines
need
aren't the
to
right
see,
color. Yeah, I can't see the top
people need to
line.
see how
So
you work.
anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah,
It's all
yeah.
good. This is very exciting.
So now
Watching
we've
you work.
got so this is the yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all a bit messy watching me work, but it's kind of fun. But this is what we got, folks. This is the Fibonacci study encompassing the entirety of yesterday's candle. We've come down. Now, here are the levels. There's the 38. We've dipped down below the 38. We tried to hold there, actually. Little order block there. We came down through the 50. That's the red line. We came down to the 61.8% retracement level. That's the blue line and this order block. And we tried to bounce up. We got back into the order block underneath the 50, and we're moving down still. This is Bitcoin. So where should we find support if yesterday's candle, the outside candle, the bullish engulfing candle, the reversal candle, if that's going to be valid and hold, we really want to hold above the 61.8% Fibonacci level. That's where we are right now at the current time. Actually, we just bounced a little bit. Tiny bounce off there, right? That's the 618.
Yeah.
And we've maybe forming a little double bottom there. But that's the level that we really want to hold. Now, if we dip down below these levels, then we're entering into the pullback territory that we've been looking for. That should take us down to the next support level, down into these levels, and particularly the orange line at 112.5. So, Paul, my call on this is that it's another bullish day, and we're going to make another high today, and we're going to keep moving up. But and I've hung my hat on that idea because I'm still holding a large chunk of my Bitcoin longs, but I will hedge the entire lot if we close beneath 116-ish at any time. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
And I think that kind of aligns with you. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've talked about it this week, how skeptical I always am of these kind of moves around patterns with Bitcoin and all that kind of stuff. It really likes to trick the market and play games with people. And really, genuinely in this moment, stepping back and just waiting to see a confirmed direction. Now, what a confirmed direction means depends on your trading style and depends on your strategy and approach. But at the moment, if you see Bitcoin make a move and you're acting on just like a candle body close outside of a pattern, not really sufficient for Bitcoin, which is an asset which loves to fake out every other minute and cause problems. And I was talking to some people in the Hola Prime X Discord channel as well, and they were commenting on the fact that they find it very challenging to trade. And I just say to them, look, this is me right now. This is me right now with Bitcoin, right? I need to see what happens next. Are we have bullish continuation or are we going to have a reset? And that's what we need to see. And sometimes the best strategy is to just put your hands up and wait, right? And then let everyone else get burnt trying to chase the direction and then just sit. It's like the lion in the long grass. It's like the lion cubs. They're learning to hunt. They're running around chasing their prey, exhausting all of their energy, wasting their capital, and they're not really catching anything for dinner. Whereas the mother, the lioness, she's sitting in the long grass for days on end, and then she just waits for it to come to her, and then she pounces. And we, in crypto, sometimes that strategy from wild can be very helpful. So that would be my tip for now. But yeah, I agree with you, James. I think probably with that breakout, we could see a move upwards, but are we going to be able to get above previous all-time highs as resistance? Of course, there will be a lot of sellers there, but it's going to be quite an interesting week potentially. So yeah, I agree.
And so target 136. We're about halfway up. Do we have to dribble down and move up? This is not a trend line, folks, so don't expect the price to stay on one side or the other. It's a gradient line, simply drawn from the previous one, the run up into the bull flag. So it's just a duplication. And the target at the 100% extension is at 136. So yeah, I don't know. Altcoins are dipping a bit. Ethereum's coming back in a little bit. We need this to come back in because I don't have enough size on this at all. We've been left behind because I got out of this trade at the top of that big candle, more or less, a little bit higher than that. I had quite a lot of longs on this, quite a packet of longs. But so we've missed out on that little bit. I wouldn't mind getting some more and a dip back to where we got out, but maybe back down to the trend line and the 20-period moving average, and even just below there, and at the extreme, back down to about 3,000, 2,900 on Ethereum. So we'll see if we can get some more on that. I'm hoping that we'll get a better dip, a bigger dip, and the same on XRP. Taken most of the size off here. I've got 5. Yeah.
This is the game for sure. This is the game for sure. It's because look, if you look at it like the November election, which was the last kind of where the bullish fervor really picked up, right? And a lot of people got trapped. Again, it resulted in the biggest liquidation event in crypto history. So, you know, you need to be a bit grumpy about things. And like James, you said, you know, we need Ethereum to come back down, and you're not going to enter it until it does. And you've also got to be mindful that, you know, when's the best time, right? The best time is when the market crashes, right? That's the best time. And these crashes happen every month or so, every couple of months. There's a little bit of a black swan event, and those are your opportunities. Now, I'm not suggesting, you know, if you're a swing trader that you should be that patient. Of course, I prefer to do some short-term trades when the market's like this, but you really have to be very mindful that it's very, very, very minimal chance that you won't have an opportunity in the future to enter at the price point you want. So don't chase it. We've got a there's a comment about can we have a look at gold, James? Do you think we've got someone who would like to have a look at gold? Can we do that?
Sure. Yeah, gold. So I've called it the gold rush. So I've got a little moniker on each. Yeah, carry on, Paul.
No, that's fine. Please, I thought you had to get your chart up. I was going to do some more promo, but please, gold rush. Let's go.
All right, so gold rush is on. We got long. Again, you know, a really simple pattern or picture here. We got an ascending triangle, and we broke out through the top, so we got long. Trading isn't complicated. It's getting into a trade is really easy. Of course it is. You just got to click a button. But choosing a place to get into a trade is also pretty easy. But managing the trade thereafter is the most difficult part, obviously. So it's easy to get into a trade. There's obviously a breakout there. We got long. That's the easy part. But now what happens next? So we're above all the moving averages and we're heading higher. We're long at 3333. I think we got long, if I remember, 3335. We're currently trading at 3413. So we have some profit on here, not a lot. And I'd like to see us pushing up higher. Now, we do have an ascending triangle here too. And we spoke about this yesterday. There are just triangles and channels and bull flags and, you know, all the normal technical stuff just appearing all over the show, which is quite unusual. So what I think is here is we've got another ascending triangle. Let me just make these lines thicker and greener so that you can see them, and maybe just fill in the background a little. No, I'm not going to bother with that. All right, so let's just make this triangle a little bit sexier and neater.
Sexy triangle.
And this is kind of what sexy triangle. Shall I use the top? No, I won't use the top. I'll just use the top of these. Bear with me. I'll be another 2 minutes, and then there we go. Something like that. So an ascending triangle, it's not perfect because I've got to draw this further back, lower down. It's not on, we've missed out about most of the candles there, but something like that. We've got a flat top and a rising bottom with a trend line and moving averages moving up underneath us. It'll break out through the top. We've broken out. So there's a big ascending triangle. We will break out through the top of there. And I think the target will be closer to $4,000 right up here, just using, once again, a pure technical pattern. There's the base of the triangle. Take that distance, add it on to the end of the triangle. That's about 450. So $150. Add that on to the end here, and we go from 450 to 36. Is that right? 150. Anyway, roughly that length. About 39. In any case, so we've broken out of a very small ascending triangle, and we've got that large one, which I'm going to now remove because it's cluttering up my charts. There's the smaller one that we broke out of. Let me make this thicker and greener quickly for you so that you can see. I don't think you can actually see this on your charts at all. Can you see that? Is that visible, Paul?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the very small ascending triangle that we've broken out. That's where we got long at the breakout. And then if you zoom out, we've got a very large ascending triangle that I pointed out just now. So the breakout through the top there should take us pretty close to $4,000. 3.9. Let's go with 3.9. We could even go with 3.8. Let's go with 3.8.
We've got a question about triangles. I was hoping it was the question would be what makes a triangle sexy, but no one asked that question. So honestly, comments, you need to do harder. You need to work harder. But the question was, can you tell me about this? Was Pluvia Man again? Thank you. Can you tell us more about the triangle thing? So look, a triangle is, you got to think of the psychology, right, behind it, and what it's doing with the price action. Essentially, when it's an ascending triangle, you have obviously a series of higher lows, meaning, of course, that the bullish momentum is building, but then you have essentially, you're running into sellers consistently across the horizontal on the top. And the idea is that an ascending channel essentially breaks or exhausts all of those sellers every time it touches the horizontal plane of the triangle, with, of course, the buyers getting closer and closer to that point, and then the sellers get exhausted, the buyers win, and we have a breakout. And it's the same with the descending triangle, right? I mean, is that a pretty good summation, James, do you think?
Yeah. It's just, I mean, it looks exactly like it is. We're trying to get through the top, don't manage to do it. And we try to get through the bottom, don't manage to do it. But every time we try to get through the bottom, we do a little worse off. So not quite as
Yeah.
low every time, but the top's holding, and it's not the top's not gaining ground in the triangle. So, with a symmetrical triangle, they're both gaining ground into the corner. Top's
Yeah.
moving lower, the bottom's moving up. But here, the bottom is gaining ground, but the top is not. It's actually losing ground, pattern-wise. And so all the pressure's to the top side. And about 65% of the time, markets will break out through the top end of a ascending triangle and down through the bottom of a descending triangle, which is just the upside down version of this one. So it's a very,
Yeah.
very good pattern, actually. And it's a good question because you'll see these often, and they really do have like a 65% win rate. And there are not
Yeah.
many chart patterns that have such a high win rate, and therefore they can be used to your advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, and look, it's very
So
important
that's
to
gold.
a
And
lot of
then,
people. A lot of people, they don't. Some people focus more on patterns than others. I definitely would put myself in the category of a pattern trader. But I think the most important thing is you have to understand the patterns. You have to understand the psychology behind it, because then that can really inform your trading decisions. And like with a symmetrical triangle, which is essentially 50-50, it's not quite as simple as that, because it depends on which way you enter the triangle. You enter it from the top, then it has a bearish slant, right? Even though, it could reverse. It's essentially, you could see it as a bear pennant, right? And then if you come at it from the bottom, it's got
yeah,
more of a bullish slant. So, it can be very helpful, because ultimately trading is a game, at least for me, probabilities, and you want to get the probabilities on your side. So no one's saying enter a trade just
sure.
based on a triangle. But if you combine the triangle with multiple other confluences, then you got something to trade. And that's why it's important to learn about patterns. So yeah, that was really good with gold.
Cool. And we're also long on silver and copper. Um, yeah. So I put clean bill of health here on copper. Dr. Copper, they call it. And when copper's moving up, generally it's a good sign for the economy. Copper's now this where you can see my positions. I've got three entry points here. And that entry point, the last one, this little green arrow at the top here at the breakout level, was placed when copper had closed at its highest monthly close in history. So all of this is fresh monthly close territory. It's never closed in this region before, not once.
Really?
For how old's the planet? I don't know, 4 billion years. Copper has never closed at that price. So that's where we are. We have reached that
What
price.
is
We've
going
got
on with
into this
copper?
region, but
I don't
we've not
understand.
closed there.
What I don't understand. Copper's had what, 4 billion years or something to do something, and it's. I mean, how much time do you need, copper? I mean, come on, you formed this planet. Honestly, sometimes just these assets,
Yeah.
they just annoy me. They just annoy me. Come on,
Yeah,
have
it's a
patience.
sleepy old one, and because of that, its price is still pretty low. So copper could have been a lot more valuable if it had, been a little bit more active over the last 5 billion years, I suppose. But there you go. So this is all new. This is quite exciting, folks. This is fresh space. We've not closed and traded in this region ever on copper. I don't think many people actually realize that. So
Yeah, I mean,
very
it's the
long
same,
on
it's the
copper.
same with Binance token today. Same with Binance in crypto. Price discovery. You know, it's a very powerful thing for sure.
Yeah.
Copper is a shiny.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Pluvio man. I'd be interested to know where your name comes from, Pluvio man. I kind of think I know what it means, but I can't remember, so I'm not going to embarrass myself. But lots of questions coming out, and folks, keep posting your questions and comments. That'd be great. We'll try to get to them as soon as we can, or as often as we can. But regardless of that, if you put your comments or questions up in the chat and you subscribe to this channel, you may win a very big prize coming up any minute. I think Paul's about to announce it.
Hang on. James, I'm going to drop my pen because we do have a new winner. I wish I had a microphone. I'm not going to drop my microphone because it's my MacBook.
Wow.
Right, but that would be very devastating.
Wow.
I'm not going to drop my MacBook. That would be. But
okay.
We can
Here we
announce.
go.
We can announce. Are we going to announce? Yes, we are going to announce. So I need to.
Yes.
Okay, so this is 25K account winner, and this is 25K account winner is Tom Daniels. Thank you for your comments, Tom Daniels. Congratulations! I'm going to give you a clap. That's fantastic. Yes.
Well done, Tom.
25K.
Excellent work. Excellent. 25,000. Well done, mate. Tom Daniels. Wow. Are you in the chat, Tom? If you are, say hi to us and we can give you a shout out. Wow, another 25. How many? Oh, well, he may have stepped out for a second, but wow. And Tanil, better luck next time, mate. And Eric, I think Eric's already won one, but folks, this keeps on going. It's not stopping. Another 25,000 for Tom Daniels. Well done, Tom.
I can't believe we're doing this.
That's a Forex account, right?
Forex.
Yeah, that's a Forex account. Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I think before we go,
Fantastic.
Pluvio Man has said that the meaning of his name means someone who loves rain. So basically, Pluvio Man is someone who loves rain. And what a very nice thing to end on. Congratulations to Tom Daniels for that. We, of course, got many more prizes to go. So keep following the live streams and commenting, and make sure, of course, you are making sure you're meeting all the criteria for that. And we've got plenty more prizes to give away. But for now, James, I think we need to hand it off to the next team. Am I right? Is that the time? Yes, it is. So next up, Futures Takeoff. James and me will be back tomorrow, same time, for some more fun and games and some prize giveaways, and we'd look forward to seeing you all there. But for now, take care.
Have a good one. Bye.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight. But it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Paul, trading coach at Hola Prime, and this is a peek behind the scenes of who I am beyond the screens. I've been a trader for 6 years now, spanning from agricultural commodities to equity indices. My philosophy in life is to keep things simple, but not simplistic, and to seek clarity, not certainty. In the trading world, these concepts help me embrace a mindset of valuing action over doubt, staying disciplined, evolving with the markets, and maintaining self-awareness. The road to becoming a successful trader is a winding one, but with each twist is an opportunity to reflect and grow. There are no shortcuts in trading, and as a coach, it is my mission to help guide traders down a clearer path to sustainable trading. As a new trader, sometimes the thought of earnings potential can outweigh focus on what truly matters. Long-term success stems from a system of patience, resiliency, and consistency. Two books I highly recommend that profoundly display these qualities are Mind Over Markets and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Outside of trading, I love going to the local beaches and golfing. They allow me to clear my head and have some fun too. Golf is a funny parallel to trade. It requires total concentration, adaptability to changing environments, and the majority of the battle is between your ears. You must have a plan to tackle each hole of the course, combined with sound mechanics to execute each shot. Comparably in trading, plans and strategies are important to build and refine, but precise execution matters equally. That's a brief bit about me. I look forward to seeing you in a live trading session soon and expanding our trading horizons together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Daryl, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. Join me as I unwind after a long day of trading and coaching. So, like I was describing, I like to get out on the trails, take a break from trading, kind of relax my mind, get some fresh air, get some sunshine. It's not bad that I have a number of trails right in my backyard. This one's about a 3-mile trail, and just over that hill right there is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes I'll take a drive through the canyons and unwind my mind, but oftentimes grab the dog, come up here on a trail, just sit here, and it's beautiful, you know, beautiful out here. Every trader sees the market differently. And if you've been trading for a number of years and haven't had much success, instead of continuing to learn and research and add more, I would suggest maybe trying to unlearn some of the bad habits and removing some things that hold you back. Oftentimes, being simple in the markets is best, and it's only until we can remove and take away the things that we keep repeating that cause us the errors and the mistakes. Once we remove that, we can start to move forward, build some structure, and get profitable. I find that successful traders trade within themselves. They know their boundaries, they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at. Just kind of finally forged away and had the discipline to stick with it. It's not trading the markets that's the key. It's truly trading ourselves. And once we can do that, then we can find success. Anyway, it's been nice to get to share a little bit about what I do in my off time and how I unwind from the markets. I look forward to seeing you on our Hola Prime TV channels. live streaming every day. And here's to your success. Thank you.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Coach Troy and Coach Paul. Hope you're having a great day.
Yes. I got to tell you, I am like absolutely floored at watching those get to know your coach videos. I mean, Sam, Paul, now Daryl is gone here yet, but man, you guys are like, wow. I don't even know how to say anything else, but wow, those are like amazing. You know, I'm just like, I was sitting here watching
golfing.
Paul, I didn't know Paul was a golfer, man. We've got to get together and do some golf for sure. We'll find a halfway place like,
oh,
I can't hear Paul.
Can't hear you, Paul.
We'll have to get a halfway place like maybe Hilton Head or something that's halfway between Florida and Tennessee and meet to do some golfing. That would be awesome.
For sure, man. I mean, golf is my favorite sport, so I'm a big golfer. So we'll definitely do that. I'm actually up that way every so often. I usually visit like North Carolina and stuff like once a year-ish for family stuff. So maybe we'll have to, make some trip out of that and visit and get a day of golf going for sure.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Very good.
I just want to give a shout out to all the people in the chat. We have all the usual names: Eric, Robert, Pluvio Man. We have SP King FX. Great to see you. We have Stace Trades as well. Oh wow! Eric Lake says, he goes, coaches, I'm up 2,400. And it's 7:39 a.m. Eric, that is phenomenal stuff. Hang on to that profit, bag it, and stop trading. That's what that would be my advice. When you're up a good amount, call it a day and enjoy.
I agree.
Excellent stuff.
That's great.
Congratulations.
It's not even 9:45 a.m. Eastern time, and the guy is up to almost $2,500. I mean, yeah, take that as a win.
Hell yeah! What kind of size account is that, Eric? You got? Rick says, "Hey guys, hey Rick, good to see you. Good to see you."
Hey Rick. Yeah, and Pluvio Man saying that he didn't see any Diet Mountain Dew on my desk during the video. I know, disappointing. Maybe I'll get some Diet Mountain Dew, and me and Troy are both going to be the Dew guys on this show, so I'll get some for another show. There it is.
Well, hey, I don't drink coffee, so you guys who drink coffee and have 25 cups, I'm right there with you for the caffeine, but I do the Diet Dew. Keep me going here.
Love it.
I
Absolutely
just want
love
to mention as well to all the people watching in this stream, so in this trading session, we are giving away a $25,000 Futures Challenge account. Okay, really good stuff. All you have to do to enter, it's very, very simple. You need to make sure you're subscribed to Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global, both on YouTube and Instagram. Okay, YouTube and Instagram. Comment on this live session. And lastly, very importantly, make sure your email is in your YouTube bio or YouTube description. Okay, so you have to have your email in your YouTube description. If your email's not there, you cannot enter. Okay, so right now, double check on your YouTube profile, your channel. If it has your email in your description, where most people would, say a little introduction like, "Hi guys, welcome to my channel," blah 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 blah. In that area, make sure your email is there, and then you will be entered. So good luck to everyone. We will announce the winner later on in this session, and then do join us for the later session where we will be giving away a $50,000 challenge account. So exciting stuff.
Awesome. Heck yeah. We gave away a 50K challenge account last night on the quiet market session too. So that was pretty sweet. Love to see it.
We absolutely did. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Pluvio Man goes, "The Aura Gang is back. Let's go." Awesome stuff. So let's look at the markets. The US Open was very dramatic. Had a really nice push down. I actually did manage to get a trade before we were live.
Nice.
So I'm actually up $380 right now.
Ooh, nice.
But yeah, sadly, we were playing the coaches' videos and stuff as it happened. So, but it's all good. It's all good. There will be many more trades in this session. I don't doubt it. So stick around
For sure.
I
will say for me, yeah, for me on the ES, what I'm seeing, like we opened up essentially outside of yesterday's value end range, so it definitely would be a more bullish day. But this pullback that we're seeing down to the previous day's high makes sense. I'd be looking for a pullback closer to 63.50 on the ES to then try to see some sort of order flow confirmation for a reversal and to get long, to then try and hopefully revisit the overnight high or break all-time highs. So that's what I'm looking for really at the moment.
Nice. I'm potentially seeing a long position. In fact, we haven't got any charts up. Silly us. Let's get some charts up. Let's do this. Go to Zoom. Can one of you guys pull your charts up actually? Because I really need to stare at the order flow right now.
No, I was on it. I was on it for you. I knew exactly what you were doing. I was like, let me get this sucker up real quick.
Thank you, Paul. So if the back end can pull up Paul's charts, that'll be great. I will share my screen in a second, as soon as the market gives me a couple of seconds to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like all is fine. Yeah, I missed the opportunity. Didn't miss it. It just didn't hit in the area I wanted, and it's already bouncing back up.
Yeah.
So a little annoying, but it's all good.
I would entertain a
it is
potential short at VWAP.
Okay.
If it sneaks back up there about 63, 65.
Yeah. And I actually wouldn't be too stingy on getting long if it does go lower. I would be look at 63.52 to 63.54. I think honestly, I would be also fine if I see some sort of reversal kind of confirmations coming about. So I won't be too stingy to get down to 63.50 here. I'll definitely get longer, a couple points higher.
Nice.
Maybe look at it's NQ is still basically the same thing. All right, NQ's following suit.
So to the viewers, Daryl should be joining. I think he might have some issues or some technical issue. Maybe we're not entirely sure why he isn't here yet, but don't worry, I'm sure he will. What day is Wednesday today? Yeah. We will contact him, make sure everything's fine. He's usually bang on time, so this is unlike him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Things happen sometimes.
Yeah, I just hope everything's fine and nothing terrible's happened.
Yeah. Definitely. Man, now that you're saying that, Troy, with getting short at VWAP, I was just looking at the Nasdaq and it like touched my 21 period EMA and then immediately reversed. I was like, son of a gun.
But it just touched the POC too. POC was right there at 208. It went right just a little bit through it and turned around. I'm not ready to short again on the Nasdaq yet. I want to see if it'll go up just a little bit more. I do not share your optimism about getting long. Yesterday, it felt like there was some negativism that came into the market, and we saw for the first time in weeks, we saw some almost panic selling there. And that made me my antennas went up there and went, ooh, some negative. This is the first time we've seen maybe a little bit of aggressive selling come in. And of course, then they, bounced it and went sideways to up the rest of the day. But it was the first time I felt like I really saw some negatory selling. And that may be the first chink in the armor of this market. We might. I'm really worried about Tesla's earnings this afternoon. I think that if it's as bad as they think it might be, we could see a gap down and some ugliness tomorrow.
That will be an interesting one, the Tesla earnings, for sure. You're right, actually, and I'm definitely gonna be keeping an eye on those later today. There's no doubt about that. Tesla's an odd one too, though. Like Tesla is just those earnings, like they used to, I mean, geez, like 2-3 years ago. Remember when the earnings were like crazy and it would just rocket up like 25%. The whole market would be in a frenzy. I don't know if it holds as much of that weight anymore, but it's still obviously one of the big guys. So definitely interesting.
Just wanna read out a comment from Pluvio Man. He goes, Sam, is that a green screen or just your premium mansion? Pluvio Man, of course, this is completely legit. Definitely not a green screen. So yeah, I can kind of reach out. See,
touch the
completely
wall.
Real. Completely real. I wonder if I hold my bottle, will it go? It's kind of green. Where's the camera?
It would be.
Do we have an emoji?
Yeah, it's definitely not. This is just a new futuristic bottle. It's basically half invisible. It's very cool. You should get these. They sell them on Amazon. Amazing stuff.
I'm looking for an emoji.
It'd be so funny.
A big slab of bologna.
Yeah.
Have you seen this amazing plant? Which
the invisible
plant.
Too good. Oh my gosh. It would be
I'm
so
just trying to
funny if
find
you
things
had
like green.
somebody doing like a puppet, like a bird, like a puppet bird above your screen, like drop it down, like look at this real bird, and it's like a puppet.
I want
Oh
to see
my
what happens
gosh.
here, because one of the buttons are green. Oh yeah, look. Watch this remote. You can see my face through. Oh no, you won't be able to see my face, but you can see the background through it. just on that one right there. Look at that.
That's
It's nice and invisible.
That's too good.
Incredible. Amazing.
Oh boy. Too funny.
I should just wear a green outfit, like right to the neck, and then I'll just be a floating head, wouldn't I?
Like a green robe, yeah. Oh man.
Luckily, there's no green in the Hola Prime logo. We'd be screwed.
Yes. Rebranding would be required immediately. I love our colors. I love the old colors. Actually, I love them.
Oh, absolutely. It's nice and crisp. Eric Lake
Yeah.
says, guess what, coaches? I'm going to be on Hola Prime TV July 31st as a guest. That is incredible. I can't wait. Eric. Well done. Well
That's
done.
awesome.
I think we mentioned that yesterday in the
watching that.
chat. We mentioned that yesterday in the chat of potentially getting Eric on, Eric, Robert, some of the regulars on as a guest. That would be awesome. So I'm so glad the team reached out and have actually confirmed it. So amazing stuff. Can't wait.
The man, the myth, the legend is back. He's here. Coach
I
Eric.
apologize,
There he
gentlemen,
is.
but you guys have been doing great. You don't need to wait for me. You don't need to wait. But
No.
yes. I've been listening to a little bit. Yeah, everything's fine. Just
Good.
had an alarm issue this morning.
No worries.
No
Yeah,
worries.
but anyway, we're here. We are here. Eric Lake is going to be a guest. I think that's fantastic. Fantastic. Good for our users, our viewers. He's up 2,400.
All right.
I know.
In less than 10 minutes.
Eric is smashing it.
He must be. He's pulling the Coach Troy, strategy.
Shorting it.
They're working out this morning. It looks like. Yeah. I don't know what was mentioned before I got on here, but man, Coach Sam, you and I were talking about what could happen in the overnight, and I said, could we see another melt up to retest the all-time high, right? And then, oh my God, it did almost what I thought. I put a thing in the Discord, a screenshot at 8:03 my time last night, which is 11:03 Eastern, and I had a little diagram, and it went almost, within 2 points of where I predicted, just a little over, and now it's just selling off again.
Yeah.
These overnight sessions have been quite active. Our U.S. sessions have been as well, but it's just amazing.
It is pretty cool to see the moves that occur in the overnight. The only part that stinks sometimes when the overnight session is a large move or there is a nice move is sometimes it can mute our New York session, because everybody's just like, all of a sudden you found this area where it's like, okay, now everybody's just comfortable, and then all of a sudden there's a boring session. But it doesn't happen often, but usually it's still fine. But yeah.
Exactly. You either get activity in one or the other, but it's rare for both.
I always think of the overnight session as the thief in the night.
That's a good way to look at it.
Let's face it. I'm not. And I'm sure you guys are not going to stay up all night trading. I just don't. I did that in my 30s, but I don't do that now. Now I got that golden 2.5 hours from 9:30 to noon, and if maybe I'll trade some in the late afternoon session, but and if there's a giant move overnight or a giant either way, up or down, I always kind of feel pissed off because the thief took it was the thief in the night that took the move. Right.
Right. Yeah.
So true. I will
And
say
we've had not really much
the overnight.
I mean, we haven't much news.
No.
Sorry, Coach Paul.
And the overnight was a thief.
Just...
Was a thief to me last night, Troy. I was in the quiet market session when I was trading. I got long in the ES at at 63. Here, I'm going to pull up the ES actually real quick. But I got long in the ES at like 63.56 or 56.75 or something, and then it was up. I was in the money like 6 or so points. I moved my stop up to break even because based on the trend, if it had gotten back to break even, the trend would have been broken, and I just wanted to be out at that point. Guess what? That happens. Reversal for the rest of the night up to to the all-time highs and the overnight highs. So literally I got like stopped out with like maybe 2 ticks, and I was within 2 ticks of not being stopped out, and then I would have made 20 points in the overnight session. But it happens, and just looking forward. That's why you see this 50 cent green in my P&L here. That's the scratch trade from last night. So
you got to round it up.
Yeah, it's hilarious for me.
Existing home sales from the U.S. is just coming out, and yeah, not much to write home about. Just slightly under consensus. Wow, 3.93 million.
Yeah. Well, here we go.
Jumped in for a quick long. So if they want to pull up my screen, by all means. But I've jumped in really quick for a quick long. I'm just looking. The stop has to be super tight. It kind of went in my favor for a bit. Still, the buyers are struggling. Come on, push that up, push that up.
It came right to yesterday's pop of distribution. Unbelievable.
Come on, buyers. Come on. I'm getting out. They're getting absorbed. All right, not too bad. Little quick scalp in that area. So again, I'm looking at these gaps. I should have, yeah, but at this time and right by market open, where the market's so crazy and the amount of sellers in the market going against them, I'm a bit. I'd rather be shorting the market, but I didn't. I mean, I did short the market earlier up here. I shorted it again. I didn't really hold it, but but this was before we were playing. Like we started a little late, so it was off screen. But then I shorted it here on this area. And now for it to come back into this gap, which is great for a quick long. And yeah, I'll just keep monitoring the market for potential. Oh, those buyers are coming in nicely now. Yeah. But
it's good scalp,
any
though.
other opportunity? Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a great scalp.
Yeah, agree.
I would love for the market to come back up again here, just around the point of control, and this gap here. I feel we could have a really nice short trade potential here. I prefer, out of the trades, the ones I prefer, I actually don't prefer the ones where you reject, because as I mentioned before for the viewers, there's 2 ways you can trade these kind of areas, these gaps. One, like how I just did now, like the market comes into it and then you buy into it, you basically like a rejection. Or the one I prefer is if it comes through, comes back into the other side and then continues. Those ones generally I prefer, because then you're going with the momentum of the trade. These ones you kind of have to go against the momentum of the current trend, which always makes it just a little bit more, you know, you can get a quick scalp, but it's hard to hold a trade like that, because there's going to be a lot of kind of stuff happening, you know, a lot of buyers, sellers aren't going to be that quick just to give up, only because a few buyers came in. You know, it's going to be a bit of a battle, and if it does go up, you know, you're going to see a bit of you know, movement. Like this, it might wick a little bit, and then eventually all the way up. And I really don't want to sit through all that kind of up and down, and it's not nice. It's not good for my heart, so it's not good for my blood pressure. So that's why I trade this, where we had a gap and it broke through it, came back into it. This is the trade I like. That's the ideal setup. The only reason I didn't really hold that too well is just because we literally just opened and the market was crazy. I mean, it was just like the numbers coming through. I got cold feet and I jumped out. It's very hard to hold such a hectic market with so much volume rushing in. It's quite scary. So potentially, though, if it breaks this area, I would definitely be looking at this setup. If we come through, I'm looking for a test on the other side, and then I can short the market, and I'll be much more comfortable doing that than buying into all this sell momentum at this moment in time.
Yeah, and interesting. The Nasdaq opened up above yesterday's value at 23 above 23,250 and just traded completely through the value low of 23,170. So not sure if I like that. Kind of like Troy was saying, maybe today is not a bullish day. We might have tech lead lower a little bit today. I mean, I guess my downside target in the Nasdaq would be roughly 23,110, which is the low of that's the low of yesterday, as well as the low of the initial balance of yesterday, or the low of the initial balance. So that would be interesting to see.
It's almost like
before you.
Go on, carry on, guys.
Before
I
Daryl,
was just going to read out a comment.
I was just going to say, before Daryl came in, Daryl, I was saying yesterday morning, it was the first time in a long time I felt like there was some aggressive selling, and it felt like the tone of the market was starting to change in a negative way. And of course, I made a lot of money on the down move, but then I held it too long and it bounced, and I gave a good chunk of it back. But it was, like I said, it felt like there was a change in sentiment. At least I felt like the selling got aggressive to a level we hadn't seen before, or not in a while. And I'm wondering if that is, setting the stage for, a pullback here. Even though it didn't, it went down, and
I know what you're saying.
Later in the day, it bottomed out.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, we could share my screen if we get the back end to switch over to Daryl's screen. I'll just kind of give you my 2 cents here.
Really quick,
just like you were saying, Troy.
I just really quickly want to answer a question from Pluvio Man. He asks, but it would be nice if you explained to us why you closed that early. What's the technical reasoning behind the decision? So Pluvio Man, the reason I closed that trade early was, I'm going against the momentum, right? It's clearly the sellers have got the market right now. They're really, quite aggressive. So that's number one. I'm going to be a lot more on heightened alert on any potential, selling happening. And then using order flow in the footprint, I saw absorption. I saw heavy buying come in right at the tip of this candle here. We had 110 contracts and then another 107 on the price above it, which is quite a large amount. But the market didn't really pop up, right? It kind of just sort of stayed there. And that was telling me there was absorption happening, right? So instantly kind of want to get out. Don't really want to be hanging around in a trade when you see absorption happening. So yeah, that's why I got out. Sorry about that, Daryl.
No, you're fine. No, totally fine.
Before the chat goes all crazy.
I think it's a very good point which you mentioned, Sam, and I really am impressed that the viewers are asking more, questions of why we're doing one thing or the other. That's how you're going to adopt your own style, figure things out, see what others are doing. It's crucial. So fantastic that Pluvio Man asked that. So what you were saying, Coach Troy, you're right. I mean, it was, to me, I looked at yesterday's sell-off. It was a rough day. Obviously, I lived through it and traded through it, but it brought back more normal market behavior, I guess you'd say. And after we made, this was Monday's session, we double topped the all-time high, but we touched it like 3 or 4 times, if I recall. And then we sold off, right? And then yesterday we sold off further, only to kind of claw back. So as I was mentioning earlier, we kind of just grinded all the way up in the overnight to the all-time high, which is this green line here. And we pierced through it a few points. Now, when the U.S. Open, we've just been selling off. We come all the way down to the top of yesterday's range. And I'm not trying to get ahead of myself or read into this, but it's just interesting. It's almost like, the overnight is having their fun because they missed out on the sell-off. They're like, no, we're going to get back in, and we're either going to take our profit and get out near the top where we were trapped, and then it's like U.S. opens up and says, oh, that's cool. We're back up here, but we're going to go ahead now. We're going to sell off and, take profit as well. So it's just from a bigger auction standpoint, I just look at what happened in the last 16 hours here of just, an up and down. It's like it's just basically it was an up and a down. And now we'll see what we're going to do. It's just boom, and it was boom. I mean, that's what it was. And now we're coming back a little bit here. So that's about as macro as I get, as you guys know. I mean, I will look at the distributions that go out several weeks, maybe a month or two, just to get a flavor of where we are trend-wise. But I'm looking at intraday and just this really, really rip. I mean, and one more thing before I get into most likely taking a trade here is what do we see for the last several sessions? We have seen yesterday we opened up. We didn't have much of a swing high. I think we had a point on the swing high, and it was just all swing low action going down. Today, we opened up at all-time highs again. We come up just a bit, and we come all the way down. So it's just this almost, it's just 180-degree behavior, these open sessions. It's been interesting to watch. I don't know what to make of it, but I'm just observing at this point.
Yeah.
And so we're coming up here, like how Sam, you were saying, it may be more of a sell-off. VWAP, we almost came up to VWAP, but we're kind of rolling down, and now are we going to stay around the bottom and form a distribution? I don't know, but man, that was a lot of a flurry of profit taking for a while.
Yeah, and then the Nasdaq is really trying to defend this 23,150 area. It has been for the last 12, 13 minutes. It is just trying to flat bottom this 23,150 area, and it looks like sellers are trying to push through, but I don't know if they're going to be successful. It looks like everything is starting to turn down. The Dow has just kind of curled over. Obviously, the S&P is following suit.
Yeah. Again, we got this consolidation. We always have that. After market open, you get the craziness where the market just does what it does. and then it kind of calms down a bit, consolidates as everyone tries to regroup, figure out what the hell is going on. It's a bit of a battle goes on, a bit of accumulation, and then eventually another move presents itself. But it's the same cycle every day, and that's the beauty of it as well.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of know what to expect, you know, every trading day, unless there's like scheduled news around this time that could affect it. Otherwise, it's the same thing every day.
So I'm just marking up the IBs now. I didn't want to put too many lines on the screen. And, yeah, so because in 15 minutes we'll have the initial balances set, and then we've got a bit of a range though if we're going to get back up to the top, and we're obviously closer to the downside, so we'll see if the initial balance low gets taken out or not. It took a while yesterday for both, but they both got taken. That's kind of what I'm seeing. We're just coming back down though.
Yeah.
Dang it. Oops. Put the wrong one. I may make these lines a little thicker so that you guys can see it better.
I did just quickly get short one. I'm going to probably get short 2 contracts on the Dow, the micro Dow, if I get the opportunity.
Go ahead and take
here.
it while I mess with mine.
Yeah.
Because I'm not ready to get in yet.
See if we can't curl over down to the bottom, just like we were seeing with the Nasdaq and the S&P 500. But
back end, can you pull up Paul's screen, please? There we go. Go on, Paul.
No, yeah, this is simply just trying to play momentum here. We broke down below VWAP on my continuous VWAP that I have on a different chart here, which is at 884. So essentially where we're about to be testing. So I might get short one more contract here. And my stop is pretty close here. I'm only like, I'm not even, I'm not many ticks away. I'm like 20 ticks away essentially. So nothing crazy. But yeah, let's see what happens.
Nice.
It was a relatively like an engulfing candle of sorts that occurred on the 5-minute in the Dow. So might get me here though. I think I might get into one more, and then I'm going to get into, one more here and keep the same stop that I had at 44,896 with an average of 44,875. That's my average of two micros here, and see if we can't get down into the 44,840 area. That's what I'm going to be targeting.
You know, Coach Paul, Sam and I were chatting yesterday at the in the end of this day about how he was considering going in and trading the YM as well. He was interested in the Dow.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Right? I don't know if today's a good day, but yeah, I was surprised you said that, but it's pretty cool.
You know what?
Hey,
it's something I've never traded before.
Me neither.
Yeah.
We thought we were.
I don't know if I'll like it. I might fall in love with it. I might actually really like the Dow. I've never truly traded it, so it's well worth actually having a look. Because I've always been ES, and then NQ I dabbled with, and I actually really like the NQ lately. Why not give the Dow a shot? You know, might surprise me.
You never know. Yeah. It was during the wrap-up
Looks
session
like
we were going over it.
yeah, no, it looks like the Dow wants to reverse here, but the Nasdaq
Yeah,
the Nasdaq and the S&P are trying to curl back over after that little jump that they both had. So I might get stopped out here. We're a few ticks away. Is it going to happen? Yeah, I just got stopped out. That's fine. I'm going to look for. I'm looking the MES again.
Shifted again.
Which is strange because the NQ, I would say, is definitely more bearish. I mean, it's pushed down quite a bit in the last 3 minutes. So,
yeah.
Talking about the Dow, there's a index or a market statistic. I think it's called a ticky, which is the net tick of the Dow 30, and that if you're going to trade the index, you want to watch that ticky number because it's sort of like the New York tick. When you see it go to an extreme of 1,000, you know that you're getting close to a reversal. It gets that extreme selling or extreme plus or minus 1,000 is kind of the generally accepted area of possible overbought or oversold. But the ticky is very interesting because the Dow goes more extreme quicker than some of the other, the Nasdaq, the S&P, because there's only 30 stocks, right? So whenever that thing gets to 28 or 29, man, you're like 28 out of 30 are down or up. It's extreme. And so it's actually kind of fun to trade because you can kind of use the ticky as okay, I need to get out because I'm maxing out all 30 or plus, or all 30 or negative, and it's really, really going down, right? It's kind of interesting because you don't have that aggregation of the 100 stocks in the Nasdaq or the 500 in the S&P, and the S&P, it's got airlines, healthcare, technology. It's got every imaginable sector, so it gets more of this kind of diversification effect. Whereas the Dow is so small with only 30 companies in it that ticky can really help you with momentum, showing momentum. So that would be my tip if you are going to trade the Dow, because I think the tick is more important on the smaller the universe is versus like the tick of the S&P. S&P you have to really, really get extreme. Would you agree, Daryl?
Yeah, no, I do completely agree with you on that. There's more room for error, if you will, in a NASDAQ or an S&P, right? Because that's why I don't care about getting such precision on my entries. I just want to get in an area, and then I keep a wider stop and I let it develop, because when I used to get very, very, try to get exact, and it hurt me. It wasn't the way I liked it to be in generally, just, as a person. So when it's like, I got to trade more like that. And that's kind of how I can sit and relax through these trades, because I don't have to get the exact entry. What is an exact entry anyway? It's such an arbitrary thing. There's too many random factors at play in any of these markets for anyone to say, I know exactly where I need to be precisely, and this is an exact entry. To me, there's no such thing. But like you said, Coach Troy, yes, the less, in the Dow, you got 30 components really moving that thing. So the less you get more whipsaw, right, when there's a reaction.
I do follow the tick for the NYSE, but the ticky I need to look into because I was not aware of the ticky, and I need to see if my other platform offers that. Thank you, Troy. I appreciate that.
The other thing that I just want to mention, I think everything works at some point in every market. So like, how Coach Paul, you've been kind of looking at gold lately. You've been looking at the Dow. Maybe, these peaky all-time high markets, it's been kind of good for you. but what's it going to be in 3 months or 6 months or something, right? If the market changes a little, we may find that it's not something you want to trade, right? It's just, it is good for you for whatever reason right now. But it doesn't mean it's always going to be that way. Just like the S&P is not always going to be a certain way. We've been having a lot of activity in the overnight, which does happen. I've seen it in many instances where we'll go through big phases where the crazy thing right now is we're having a lot of range in the overnight and the US session, but I've seen it where it's either one or the other. We can have a lot of range in an overnight, and it's almost like, boy, I wish I traded the overnight. You get to the US session in the ES, and it just sits and rotates around 10 or 12 points the entire day. Right. So, markets do change, and just like different times of the day, there's different market behavior at play during parts of the year, parts of what's going on in the economy.
I agree.
Just to expand on the tick idea for the viewers out there, what is the New York tick? Paul mentioned it a minute ago. It's really a fascinating tool because it's giving us when the bid or the offer go up or down on a given stock. But here's the key: the bid can go up or the offer can go up, and the tick or the ticky will change, but a price hasn't printed yet. So it's actually a leading indicator. When the bid or the offer go up, it adds one. So, every stock gets a +1 or a -1. It's either adding or subtracting at any given time. And if it pops up to a +1, but the trade hasn't happened yet, you're getting a very slight advantage that you're seeing. Oh, the offers are lifting. The offers are lifting. And then price comes in and you see the price bounce on the chart. So it's actually a leading indicator before price even happens. So it's really a cool indicator. The problem is I don't know how. I mean, it's the entire New York stock. So you wonder how good the data actually is. That being said, the concept is really good because it's a true leading index. The offer has to move up before price can hit it, right? So it is one of the true leading indicators.
Yeah.
Well said.
It's
I like
what
that.
we call.
I just got short.
It's what we. Okay. Nice.
Sorry. What? Yeah, I just got short the ES.
It's
it came up to VWAP. We could switch over. I'll explain my. Thank you.
Yeah. Can the back end?
Yeah, we're there. I gotta find my pointer. Where's my pointer? Where's my pointer at? I left it somewhere. Where is it? Sorry, guys. Now we're definitely in outer space here. There we go. Oh my God. Look at the size of that thing. It's the sun. It's the sun right now. Sorry, folks. Let me just get up here. Go back to automatic. Okay.
How do you get this point?
Yeah, I got in short.
No idea.
I just made a circle. And it doesn't always
drag that
cooperate.
around.
Yeah, I just drag it around. I think it's helpful for you guys too. It's hard to see the little crosshair, right?
Yeah.
It's hard. Okay, so nice. All right, let me go back out. I want to go back out to I'm moving my this is a 1 minute candle. Oh my God. Sorry, I apologize, guys. I'm having such a difficult time with this. What is going on? Let me go back over. So I just move into the open candle. Now I got to spread it out. Hold tight. Oh my Lord. What in the world is going on with me? I had it. And then the pointer changed everything. We'll get there. I don't know why. I'm having a hard time. Well, anyway. This is our low volume. And VWAP is right here. And obviously this is point of control is the pink. The yellow dash line right down where I'm at is the initial balance low or the low of the day. And this yellow is our initial balance high of the day. And in 2 minutes, they're both going to be set. But we had the sell off coming down. We came down obviously to where the IB low is because that defines the IB low currently. And we came up obviously a bit. I was looking for it to come up into low volume, and I was watching the energy behind it, but it looked like it was softening. So I thought, okay, we're going to come back down, maybe retest point of control. And if I'm lucky, we'll come down even here. So I've got my take profit below the low of day, and it hasn't done much. But I gotta open this up more. I don't know what the heck's going on with my cam. Why in the world is it doing this to me? Anyway, we're basically trading at my entry. So I just wanted to point out why I got in. That's why I got in. Short.
Nice.
It looked better than it is right here. I don't know why it looks so crappy.
I was going to mention earlier that when Troy's explaining tick very well, and anybody that like essentially just something that I think that is a very important tool to learn and get a grasp of in general is just market internal, like what we would call market internals. So tick being one of those, and then another being like advanced decline line analysis. I'm sure Troy is great at explaining these market internals. Basically, the advanced decline line summarizes for you in a way the breadth of the market, or like pressure to the upside or downside. So yeah, I would recommend kind of, doing some research on those, looking at the charts, like, maybe a 5 minute or I would say like 5 minute versions of those charts on a daily basis, and just to get an understanding, like Troy was saying, because a lot of them they're leading indicators, and they're quick moving, so you definitely have to keep your eye on them. But very, very important, and a lot of traders, a lot of very successful traders do keep their eyes on the market internals to just gauge sentiment in general for the day.
So now it's starting to come down a little bit here. If I go back, we'll get the point of control reflected. I don't know what I did wrong. I'm showing a 1 minute chart, so there's not much here from the open, but I had it where it was filled up most of this. You could see it. I don't know why I'm having such an issue. Wow.
Eric Lake asks, now I have to decide, do I do the beard or the goatee? Help anyone. I'm more of a beard guy than a goatee guy, I would say. But I don't know. I think
depends on your face shape.
Goatee. Yeah.
I used to have a goatee in the late 90s. I had a goatee. I mean, I had a mustache too.
Daryl goatee.
I was rocking.
Paul beard. Troy definitely goatee. I could see you. I can see you with a goatee, 100%.
I think what Eric needs to do is grow out a
6
beard.
6 months to grow one,
and we'll make it a yeared, so a full year, or you just don't shave it until you make, $100,000 in payouts or something. Just grow it. I could grow a beard quickly. I mean, but I look like Santa Claus. It's so white. But I could be a full beard in a week. Yeah.
Daryl, you're gonna have to do that for around Christmas time.
I've got pictures. I got pictures, man. I got pictures during COVID where I let it grow out for 6 months, and my wife hated it, but I grew it out. I mean, my ethnicity, my mother's got Irish, Scottish, and my father's got Polish on him, right? So I got that Eastern European, Northern European, and my mother, genetically, she was like full gray at like 20 years of age or something, she said. So she's been dyeing her hair ever since, like she was in nursing school and stuff. So I got that in me. It just go gray early.
Fair play. Around Christmas time, Daryl, you're gonna have to promise us that you'll grow the beard out. You'll wear a Santa hat.
I'll do
I
it.
mean,
I'll do
I
it.
have a Santa
I'll
hat.
do it.
Don't ask me
I'll
why.
definitely do it.
I literally have.
And then when my wife complains,
it's
I'll
not
say I'm
Christmas
doing it
time.
for the company. Look
And
at
then the
this.
big-
How did you
big
happen to
white
have that
beard.
right there?
You don't carry a Santa hat around you at all times. It's like a necessary thing. I don't leave the house
I
without
think
it.
I think you do double duty as elf on a shelf or something, Sam. You're ready to rock, man.
That is wild that you
pop
have that
into
just
different
so
houses.
near you.
I know.
Well, it's sitting there.
We
I
have to
did
do
a
some
video
elf references now.
For Ola. We had like a Christmas sale back in December, and I literally had to get a Santa hat, and it's still just sitting there. That's why. So.
Yeah, I guess that's the. I mean, I don't mind why you have one. It's just why you have it right there at your desk is funny. You pull it right out. It's like, where did that come from? That is so funny. So random.
It's in a box. It's in a box with other Ola Prime hats. And
Gotcha. That's
so
good.
back to trading. Paul was talking. Paul was talking about.
I'm still in my short.
the
My
market.
short's working out.
Good, that's good. The market internals, I wanted to kind of touch on his comment about market internals and why the market internals are important. And it may not be so much in futures trading, but it is definitely a key in stock trading. Remember that all boats rise with the tide. All boats
Correct.
rise and fall with the tide. So if you know the market internals, you can sort of gauge if the tide's going up or if the tide's going down. And remember that you can have a fantastic stock that might go to the moon, but it's going to rise and fall with the tide. So that's why the market internals are super important, is that you can sense and learn to read what the market's doing, because even if you have the best stock in the world, it may not go up if the market's going down.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Not to change
another
the
great
subject from Santa Claus hats, okay?
No, great explanation. Like seriously, that's such a good, easy thing to remember too for people. I think like just it's like the tide changing, learning how to see the tide changing while it's happening, and have a little bit of a bias because of those internals. Like that makes a ton of sense.
All right, here's my contribution to the Santa Claus, right?
oh wow,
There we go.
a jester.
It's like a jester
A
hat.
freaking court jester. Oh my lord.
All right, if we're playing the hat game, I'm just gonna say if we're playing the hat
Oh no. I don't want to know what else is in his box, guys. We may get a little personal.
guys,
We get ugly.
I'm off to work.
Ah,
I'm off to work. I've got a building site. I'm gonna be at.
Wreck-It
The hard
Ralph.
hat.
Dude, oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey,
If you could
Troy,
pull out
doesn't
a
he
more
remind
random hat than
you
a hard
of,
hat?
you could be in a Devo video, man, from dude. Oh my god, it's
Yeah,
hilarious.
oh yeah, perfect.
that-
Devo or YMCA.
basically
He could be
the-
the
Yes.
construction
I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Village people. The
That's
village
exactly.
people.
that's right.
That's the first thing
funny.
I thought.
My god.
I don't have a policeman hat.
Oh,
That's,
I
that's
don't-
love
Troy.
this.
Troy the sheriff.
All I have in my near vicinity is a financial calculator.
Yeah, I don't have
I
anything.
don't have
I have
any
stuff,
hats.
but I don't have it near me. All right. Anyway, there's my
I've
little
also got a
guy.
little ukulele here for some reason, just in case.
Hey, you know what? It's Christmas in July, so why not? We should talk about Santa.
Yes.
All right, so I'm finally going to move my stop, which was, for me, it was a pretty tight stop, like 3 points. I'm going to move it to break even or so. I'm still in the trade. I'm in a couple $100 so far. And again, I'm just kind of holding to see if we get down to, at this point, we tagged the initial balance low because we are beyond the first hour. And I have a statistic. I try to talk about this every day because it's just something that I've built an edge toward. I have a statistic that's definitely in the 90% probability range that during the US session, either one or both, the initial balance high or the initial balance low will get tagged or traded through. So we're below the mid. We're right at point of control, but we're obviously at the lower edge of this distribution. So it makes sense that I'm gunning for the initial balance low. Doesn't mean it'll get here. We get to rip up and we can do the initial balance high first, if anything, but anything's possible. But that's what I'm kind of holding my trade for. Not only am I holding it for the low of day, it just happens to coincide with the initial balance low where I've got a target statistic.
I'll tell you what, if Daryl bought Bitcoin back when it was like a couple of pennies, he'd still be holding it today. The man is a master at holding.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I would have sold about real estate and other stuff along the way. No, I would have. You know what I would have done? I would have wasted it. I would have wasted it all on a pizza from London. Wasn't that was the first transaction or something, right? I think it was a pizza and actually in London. Yeah.
That's painful. There's also a guy here. He's quite his story keeps hitting the news. He had an old hard drive worth about 300 million in Bitcoin or so in it, and he threw it away. And it's in a trash heap. It's in like a landfill basically. But the council own that landfill, and they're not giving him any permission to get in and search for it. And so there's basically 300 million sitting in that landfill somewhere in a hard drive. And he can't have any access to it. I mean, that must hurt knowing it's there, but you can't. Yeah,
there's a similar story to that here. I remember, I'm sure there's stories like this everywhere, but there was something in the news, I want to say a year or so ago, somewhere in Southern California. Some guy had his treasure wallet or something. It was on his hard wallet, but it accidentally got in the trash. He called the sanitation company to find where the trash truck went to which landfill, and they gave him I don't know, maybe access to it. He's in there trying to go through all this trash that these bulldozers and things are piling down. They're spraying it with water. They're getting it compacted. Finally, the police had to intervene and kick him out, and he was trying to. I mean, how are you going to find it? It's like a needle in a haystack at that point. But that's the downfall with decentralization, right? There's no backup for it. It's part of the anonymity of it. That's good, but
Eric read that story as well. He said he wants to buy the landfill. Yeah, he that's probably his next move, to be honest.
Could you imagine what you would find? Could you imagine, Eric, what we would find in just in general with just all kinds of stuff in these landfills?
Well, that landfill became $300 million more valuable, I guess. So, or however much $1 million more valuable.
Unrealized gains.
Like everybody knows that there's a hard drive sitting in that landfill somewhere with 300 million of Bitcoin in it. Okay, anyone who finds it might be useless to them because they don't have the passkeys. He does. But
right.
I'm surprised people just haven't broken in and just started searching. Because if you find that, and you go back to the owner, you say, look, okay, I'll give you the hard drive, but you're gonna have to give me 100 million. He's of course he's gonna be like, yeah, you found his hard drive. So I'm surprised more people just haven't completely disregarded a fence essentially blocking people from entering and just started digging with shovels and trying to find this damn hard drive.
I agree, man.
So I got just taken out right there. My stop got hit for a $22 profit.
Nice.
So this is the risk I take by waiting, because I could have. I think in my trade, I think I got down here maybe 58-ish. somewhere below point of control, and I could have closed out, but I was at that point I was already, at least a scratch locked in. So I moved my stop, and I was just willing to let it play out. Because to me, we're only past the first hour. There's going to be a lot of trading left today. I know how I trade, so the move didn't work out exactly, but I didn't get hurt either. So
no harm, no foul.
Stace Trade says he worked for a miner company, and they gave away Bitcoin when it was 11 cents. But sadly, he did not get any because he was a new hire. Oh, that reminds me of actually. I remember when I was like in college. We say college here in the UK, not university, but it's like the 2 years before you go to university. We call it college. So I was like 16, 17. I remember I used to like building websites and doing stuff like that, and I was part of all these like random forums for like other geeks who like to build websites. And I don't know, there was this hosting company or something, and they were doing something with Bitcoin, and they were basically kind of giving away Bitcoin because it was worth like nothing. And I thought it was a complete gimmick. And I remember having a few. I don't know where it was stored. It was stored like in this account. It wasn't like a wallet or anything like that at the time. So God knows whatever happened to it. I mean, I can't even remember the website. I can't remember anything. But yeah, technically I had a few Bitcoin. I'm pretty sure though, whenever it hit a certain value, that website just stole everyone's Bitcoins they gave away in their little little site. They probably just took it all back. So I don't think I ever truly owned it. But
that's crazy. That is crazy. I think what Stace Trades is. I think he means maybe a Bitcoin mining company. I would think. I don't know if he means Bitcoin physical mine. Right, a Bitcoin miner, right, where you have all the.
That would make more sense.
All the servers, yeah. That is nuts.
Yeah. That's a cool story. I mean, it's just like it's cool to have the people in this community that are like, have unique stories like that too. It's like, it's just cool to be able to meet anybody that's like, yeah, I worked for a mining company. It's like, that's never met anybody that has worked for a mining company. That's really cool. So
no, definitely not.
Where's my Santa? What did I do with my Santa? I had it. I got it stretched. I got the charts stretched out where it you could see more. But where the heck? There we go. Oh my God, way over here.
Oh, there he is.
Talk about outer space. Talk about the far right edge. My God, the
North
bleeding
Pole.
edge. Yeah. The East Pole in this case. It was far east. Holy hell. Holy hell. Now, if I do that, I know it's going to happen. I'm going to lose it. I got to keep it. I figured it out. Growing pains. Okay. Get back to auto. Ah, nice. And then what I can do is I'm talking to myself. I feel like I'm Sam in a trade. I'm just talking to myself. It's like,
well,
come on, buyers, go. Buyers are coming in, sellers are coming in. Let me put on my hat. Let me put my Santa hat on.
It's the right way to do it.
All right. 6:30. The only reason I'm trying to get right to where the U.S. opened because I want to be able to show the developing profile in RTH in U.S. session right now, right? I don't want any of the overnight volume noise. I want we'll put Sand up here, North Pole for sure. So yeah, we're still kind of trading in this area. I could have, if I didn't move my stop into break even, at least I could have still been in this trade. But we're rotating, right? We're mean reverting. Point of control is the mean. Yeah. And these are the outer edges, right? We're just mean reverting around this lower distribution. We've got, I'll go back to my pointer here. The pointer sisters. There we go. Go back here. This is low volume. Here's another distribution. Here's another former point of control that was formed on the way down, but this is a high volume node. This is, oh, my chart's moving out on me. 630. Yeah. And this, oh my God. Same freaking problems. So just waiting and watching. I don't have a trade right now because I want to see if we get back up into, if we get back up here to where this right over VWAP, I will probably get short unless we're ripping with some energy through here, because I'll kind of wait for confirmation. I won't just jump in. If it gets up in here to low volume and kind of slows down a bit, I'll go short and ride this thing back down. Try keep coming back down. That's my current play. Yeah. That would make the most sense for me to get in.
At the top of the markets right now, at the top of the S&P 500 right now, healthcare sector, industrials, energy, materials, the boring ones.
Again, healthcare.
FYI.
Yeah. Exactly.
Financials and technology at the bottom. So that's kind of, I think, why we're seeing such a muted market. Not so fun. It's, you know, when you've got like energy and materials and industrials at the top. Not the most fun.
I think it was last Friday we were trading. It was pretty slow, and Paul, you had said the same thing. It was industrials. It was healthcare as the sectors that were moving the most. It's just interesting.
Yeah,
the correlation.
It kind of goes a little bit. It might go a little bit into what Troy was mentioning earlier, where he felt like sentiment was getting a little bit more bearish, maybe at these tops, and you know, you could just be see people rotating into a little bit safer sectors these last like couple weeks or so, and going into today. People maybe take a little bit of money out of financials that have had a nice run, a little bit of money out of techs, which have just run up, and put it into some dividend stocks, maybe stuff like that. So that's wouldn't be terribly surprised.
Yeah, I totally agree. There we go. That's better. Now we can see more. 630. Yeah. There's our distribution on the day. Cool. Anyone else in a trade currently?
I am not. I'm looking, but I'm not in anything at the moment.
Any viewers in a trade? Curious if anyone's actually taking a trade in something right now.
Hello, Mr. Peeps. He says, afternoon all. Nice to see you, Mr. Peeps. Robert's off to work, so welcome, Robert, we'll see you later. So funny. For some reason, I have Paul and Troy on my screen. It's very weird. I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, if the back end wanted to pull up my screen.
Oh, here we go.
I don't know why they're on my screen. You know.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
I'm holding my breath. This is gonna be good.
Can the back end pull up my charts, please?
Yeah. Idle minds. When Sam is quiet, you got to worry what he's doing.
Back end.
They don't want to show it.
Back end, can you pull up my charts?
I think they're sleeping.
Goodness. Oh no, the sensor is
just
kicking
killing
in.
the joke now, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're laughing. They're laughing at what you did. They're probably cracking up.
They're killing the joke. Is the back end there? Back end, are you alive?
Hey, they have to go to the
Hello?
bathroom too once in a while.
Back end, if you can hear me, please pull up my charts.
Man,
Sam's
they're
getting
ignoring.
frustrated.
There's a good reason for
They're definitely not.
there's
We've
got to
been
be a good
abandoned.
reason.
We have been abandoned. We're all alone. The back end doesn't exist.
Let's get up here. If we get up a little higher,
Maybe
I
they're
may go
getting-
short again.
Keep waiting for them to get tired of being called the back end.
Are you sharing your screen, Sam?
I am. Oh, science happened. There we go.
There it
There's
is.
a call on Troy. Playing
Why are they
golf.
hitting baseballs? We can't find a golf ball.
Apparently not.
They're hitting.
I mean, it's the closest thing.
They're hitting
to-
baseballs.
I'm the one wearing
Yeah.
pants.
That's it.
Yeah.
No. You should be Troy. You need to be in shorts because you're the shorter. You go short, man. This is you. You got to be.
I'm
in
not
shorts.
standing
Come
up.
on.
You're not going to see me stand up. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do
Well, no. I will never. I will never ask you to stand up live on TV. That would be too disturbing.
it.
I can't handle that. So what are they hitting to, Sam? What are they doing? They just going to the moon?
Just
They're launching?
on a range. Just hitting it as far as they can.
Oh, I
That's
like
what
that.
that's what golfers do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
No idea.
Yeah. Sure, Sam. Yeah, that's exactly what we do.
We go to the
Just
range
hit the
and hit
ball.
They're on the
baseballs.
range. Home on the range. Home on the range.
There's a hole somewhere.
I'm back in
Just
short in
kinda
the
get it in
ES,
the hole.
by the way.
Back in a short. All
Let's
right.
You
switch
guys,
over
you
to
can
you
stay. You could stay on there. No, you could stay. I mean, I'm in the same trade. I'm in the same exact play, right?
Okay.
I think we talked about this yesterday.
I mean, we might as
or
well
the
share.
day. That's fine. We could share mine.
I'm not in a trade, and I doubt I will be in one potentially, maybe soon I might get in a trade, but I doubt it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just back in the same, basically the same entry at 62 quarter. I'm short, but now it's going against me. So, why did I get back in the same place? Because oftentimes we re-enter, right? If it looks like it's going to continue to play out, I'm not afraid to get back in the same trade. And maybe it'll give me more this time where I can actually take it.
Yeah, we essentially did like a double bottom in the Nasdaq on the 5-minute chart when I'm looking at it. Under if
I can see that.
it's gonna. Yeah.
I mean, if the back end want to pull up
Slipping away.
Daryl's screen, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, so I just it's going against me right now a little bit, but I just got in right
have a new
here.
name
Like I
in
said,
the chat.
62 and a quarter. Yes, we do. Welcome.
Ever best.
Ever best.
Olayemi. I hope I said that correct.
Olayemi.
How are you doing today, Ever best? Nice to see you. Oh my god, that's
So I
close
just got
enough
in
to Hola
here,
Prime.
outside edge.
Olayemi, Hola Prime.
I like that.
Oh yeah.
I like
Love
that. That's good. That's very good.
You're made for this stream, Olayemi.
He's made for the stream. This is starting
Guys,
to
I'm gonna have a quick-
move away from volume.
Quick toilet break.
Yeah, we're
My
moving
bladder's full
away.
again.
Okay.
I'll be back in 2
Yeah,
seconds.
no worries.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it hold here. This is a place where I would flatten just to save face because we're kind of back right up here where we were. And if it continues to go up, then it's telling me I'm wrong. So I will get out, but now it's coming back down a little bit. So I'll continue to hold.
Yeah.
Again, I'm playing playing the low volume, the outer edge, and I'm just trying to see what kind of a rotation we get. Where is...
We're also at point of control, I think, on the day for the ES, which is an odd place.
I don't like to get it. I still have point of control in the ES down at like 60. What I show, not on this chart. Yeah, no, right here. A little, well, maybe a couple ticks higher than where I'm showing right here at 59.75.
Interesting.
I don't see volume point of control shifting yet.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going off of the U.S. session, right? At 9:30 your time.
Yeah, exactly. I think our platforms might just have like different...
maybe a little off. Yeah,
exactly.
But even if we just use what I'm showing on screen here with Project X, where's 6:30? Keeps moving. I need to lock. It keeps migrating back. Let me see if I go auto. Maybe that'll hold it. No, it doesn't hold it. I just have to keep pulling it back. Yeah, it's showing point of control right here about 63.60.
Yeah.
But you're saying it's up here somewhere, like around 64-ish?
Well, mine shows 63, like 62 to 63, 63. So close enough.
Okay.
Relatively.
Yeah. I don't like this. It started to roll over.
Yeah.
Let me check. We're above with VWAP. See, look, now it's going.
Man, I want to get into a trade. I just there's nothing setting up at the moment for me, like at all. Between the ES, Nasdaq, Dow.
I'll let it take me out. I've only got one contract on today, by the way. I'm probably not going to be as aggressive as I've been because I can't quite scale like I want to with this. If I'm going in excuse me, if I'm going in with multiple contracts, I can't split them out. Because ideally I'd like to have two contracts on and I could take one off, keep a runner, and I still haven't figured out how to separate. I don't even know if we can. I right click this all the time. I do. Doesn't do it. I don't know. Have you had any luck with kind of separating multiple positions in the same price? Because I can't.
Well, no. So if you were to for stop losses and stuff, you can separate stop losses. But in terms of and then essentially if you just hit the market button, if you were to get out on a market sell or whatever, that shouldn't be an issue for your general orders. So you can split the losses up, though, I believe. Is that what you're talking about, or no?
It is. Well, yeah.
Because you'd have to do it manually, I think. Though the stop losses,
I'd like to do it manually. I'd like to do it manually. I can't do it. So if I added another contract right here, it would put it. I mean, it'll move my theoretical average, right? It'll average it out, but it'll put my stop. So I already have a stop in place. It'll just go to 2 instead of 1, and then my take profit will go to
Right.
2. Now I can drag and move these around the stops and the take profits, but if I'm in multiple positions, it just
Yeah.
it doesn't let me.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
And
I
I
don't
think
know.
that is like where you would have to like cancel the stops, and then you'd have to
You see,
manually
like
put them in.
yeah, I'm gonna add one right here. I'm gonna add a contract right here. I just added 2, order filled, boom.
Right.
So it added 2, and it keeps the stop and the take profit in the same place. And
Yeah.
But
I'm kind of glad I sat.
when
I
you
kinda glad I let it
right-click
ride
on
out
the
my
stop
back
loss,
position.
does it?
Yeah,
If you right-click
yeah.
on the stop loss,
Nothing happens.
does it give you nothing
No.
happens at all?
It only gives me cancel order on the X. See how it says cancel order right there? Otherwise, I'm right clicking everywhere and close position. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It may just be
You just have to
the way the features are on
You'd
this.
have to cancel out the stop losses and then just manually right click on your price levels that you want the separate stop losses. I think that's probably
I guess I could do that.
the way
I guess,
would go.
yeah, I guess that's true. That's the only way. But then I'm getting out of my stop and my bracket, if you will, right? My OCO.
Yeah,
Can
it
you
is.
click
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
number on the number of contracts and click just on the left click just on the right there?
I'm left clicking on it.
Does anything?
I'm left clicking. I'm right clicking.
Nothing.
Same thing. Nothing. It's not doing
Nothing
anything.
happens. Okay.
No. Correct. Nothing happens. Yeah. No, I've tried playing around with this. You know, I don't know if it's a support issue. I think it's just a platform issue. It's just a.
Okay.
I think it's just a.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Gotcha.
Anyway, but now I've got 2 contracts on short at an average of 62.38. No, we'll call it 62 half. Back to
Gotcha.
VWAP. It came down though. It rotated back, which is nice to see. It wasn't just going to keep going. And I'm still playing for the south side here for the initial balance low, or wherever. It may not make it, but and I still have one control.
Big indecision candle on the 5-minute of the ES, pure doji candle that formed on very high volume, relatively speaking, for at 11 to 11:05, so, or 11:04. So
there we go.
Could be a good thing for you. Yeah.
Pluvio says that Sam made an excuse to go to the bathroom. He's taking a nap. Yeah, probably. He's been working a ton, man. He's been working like 15, 16 hours doing everything right now.
Yeah. Working like a dog.
Yes, for sure.
Need the little like puppy or dog emoji or something put on the screen for him.
Find a Sandman or something, little sleepy guy. We can do it. Let's find something.
A puppy looks like the.
I'm gonna ask Troy. I'm gonna ask Troy this question. Troy, Iris put this up yesterday. We were talking about Sam doing his break. Do you know what that means? You know what WC stands for, like in Europe or other places around the world?
Oh yeah, it's a water closet.
See,
son of a gun.
See, Paul, you're too young. Paul never heard that term until yesterday.
I'm an uncultured swine. That's what I am.
I got it right. Wow, I can't believe I got it right.
You got it right, of course. Yeah, you got it right. Water closet, man. Yeah. Pluvio says maybe
I'm right dance.
Taco
I
Bell.
only get to do an I'm right dance like once in a while.
Just don't stand up. You can dance, just don't stand up, right? That'd be perfect.
right.
Oh man,
he's probably making coffee. I'll be jealous if he is. I should make coffee.
Probably.
I'll wait.
It would be hilarious if we could
I was
see
late getting
in his
on,
back
so I have
window.
I can't go make coffee.
You see him walking by in the back window. That would be funny.
It's like it really is real.
Yeah, right.
Oh my god. Oh my
Dang,
gosh.
Sam.
You see him laying on the couch in the back, right? Just hanging out there.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah.
What have I missed?
You missed a lot, man.
Abuse. A lot of
Pluvio,
abuse.
Pluvio man thought you had too much Taco Bell and you were on the can. For too long.
Sam made an excuse with the bladder just to take a nap.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I feel refreshed.
And then Troy thought he saw you walking in your backyard there through the windows. He thought he saw you cruising around your yard.
Oh dear.
Could you imagine? We're like, wait, he's in the set. Whoa.
Oh, man.
On a serious note, though,
hilarious.
Sam, we were talking among the coaches about, is there a way to separate out these multiple contracts? So I got in short on another contract, so I've got two positions on. But in this platform, I can't figure out how to separate these. It would be nice for me to separate, like where my stop is here. I'd love to be able to pull one out and maybe, like let's say I'd go into break even with it or kind of like scale out and then keep a runner on. I can't do that.
I think you can if you double click the trade where it has your current P&L.
Okay.
You should be able to edit the trade, and then you can usually like sell. I think you can sell like one. Oh, you mean actually split it?
Double clicking that,
so you can set different TPs.
I want to split it. But I'm double clicking. It's not doing it.
Maybe under the actual
right-clicking and
trades
left it.
part at the bottom, or under positions, and then you can edit. I've never actually tried it out, but you see at the bottom where it says positions, right at the bottom on the little where it says accounts, positions, orders,
I can't move my
quotes.
pointer there. You're talking about below my dome.
Below the chart.
No. Below the chart. Don't worry about moving the pointer for now. Let's just see if it's works.
Okay.
Below the chart, there's
in here.
Now
in here, positions.
You should be able to maybe edit the position, and I think you can split under risk or to make. You can probably click edit, and then you might be able to split it in half, like one contract, or is it just the price?
There's an arrow up, an arrow down. That's just risk. Yeah, that's
okay. That's just changing the price. Okay.
Try it in the.
What about
orders
positions?
tab. Might be able to change the order.
Oh yeah, or maybe in the orders.
Okay, so I've got.
No, you can just close it.
Filled.
That's just your. Nah.
I see what you're saying.
I'm honestly not sure.
One. Yeah, I know. We're just playing around. Okay. I mean, I guess. There's a way I can do it manually without having to do it on the chart. I'm just looking to see if I can do it on the chart, right? Like right click and then drag.
Yeah,
that would be awesome. There may be.
To everyone watching, I would like to remind you all that we are giving away a $25,000 challenge account on this session. So please, if you would like to enter, there's a few things you have to do in order to ensure your entry. Number one, you have to subscribe to Hola Prime TV, that's this current channel, and our main channel, Hola Prime Global, on YouTube, and also follow us on Instagram. So Hola Prime TV on Instagram and Hola Prime Global on Instagram as well. Leave a comment in the chat in this session. And third, most importantly, make sure your email address is in your YouTube bio. Okay, so if your email is not in your YouTube bio, you will not be entered. So extremely important. So right now, double check, go into your YouTube app, click on your channel, and see if your email address is in the bio, in the description. It's usually where people put their little channel description, like, "Hi guys, welcome, I build Lego for fun," or whatever it might be. In that little area, add your email address into that, okay? So, good luck, everyone. We will be announcing the winner very, very soon. Everbest, we will announce it within this session. So probably, I would say in the next 20 to 30 minutes, we will be announcing the winner, okay? Just make sure all those things are met, and you could be in for a shot at winning.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
I turned Santa on his head because I want to go south. I made him upside down. Maybe it'll give me some good mojo. Something. All right, we're starting to come down here. Let's go. Let's break through the point of control. Come on. Here we go. I like this. Starting to move a little bit. This is honestly, this action here, this is what I like. This is a fast ES. I mean, this is why we talked about the ES being kind of boring. But I mean, these rotations here, this is how I see the market. Auction market, this is great. Came up here, tested low volume once. Again, I'm back in, you know. I just want to make money. I don't care about, you know. I mean, yeah, I take a lot of trades. I do. I think yesterday I took, I was looking at my performance stats. I took a ton yesterday. But the way the software charts my trades is that every single position I go in is a trade. So, I mean, I had many trades yesterday where I had 3 lots on, right? So that would be like each lot is a trade. So I think I had something like 37 trades, but I really didn't have 37 trades at the end of the day.
It counts the number of trades based on the number of contracts, not on the number of actual trades.
Exactly. It's like they should say round turns, honestly, but it's not really a trade. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, Pluvio saw Santa spinning. Yeah, he was spinning. Yeah.
Spin, Santa, spin. What's that song? You spin me right round, baby, right
round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round. That is, I have the, God, who is that? I know it. That's, I mean, it's a British dude, obviously. Oh my God.
I can picture him. I just can't remember his name.
Oh yeah. No, it's not Adamant though.
Yeah,
it's the other guy.
Makeup.
Yes, exactly. Dude, I have it on my iTunes.
Really bad music video. Really bad.
Yeah.
What are we?
I mean, all 80s songs were, weren't they? I mean,
for the most part.
To make a music video in the
You're
80s,
gonna
you just have to take a bunch of acid and switch on the camera.
The best decade in the entire world is. You're gonna put up
Thank
with
you,
this,
Troy. Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Troy. Thank you for backing me up there, buddy. I agree.
You know,
the best.
Basically, after the '80s, rock music
after the
'70s go downhill. I mean,
you are preaching to the choir, my friend. My son, you know, I took my son to see Judas Priest last fall here in LA. And so that's one of his favorite bands. He's all in the metal like I am. Like he loves all the stuff I love. And oh yeah, man. He's telling all his buddies, yeah, I'll go see Rob Halford, and they're like, what? But he likes all music too. He's a kind of a big metalhead too. You know, it's like his first love.
Yeah, love that. I mean, I'm a big fan of the '80s. I've always said if I could repick
that's who it is, Dead or Alive.
Time to grow up in. Okay.
Yeah.
If I could repick a time to grow up in, I would want to be like a teenager in the '80s. Are you kidding me? That's
oh man,
it sounds like a blast.
I wanted to be.
We all know the 90s.
I kind of wanted to be born a little earlier. I thought the 70s were also a cool era. I thought the disco thing was cool. I wanted to be Travolta or something. But like I was right in the middle of the 80s, but if I was a little older in the 80s, I think I would have had more fun. Like I wasn't driving until 87. You know, I didn't graduate high school till 89. So like if I was, I don't know, Troy's probably what? You're probably 4 years older than me, 3 or 4 years older than me. So if I was a little older, it would have been even better to take advantage of the full 80s effect.
I can imagine Daryl with an afro, you know.
Dude, I had a mullet. I drove a Trans Am. I had a mullet. I was a typical. No, yeah, oh yeah, dude. Hey, you want to hear a really funny story? So, I went into commercial real estate out of college, and I was working for this large regional broker, and these guys, they have these young kids that work. We call them like war rooms. They'll work in a part of the office where they pull up all the comps. They put all like the broker price opinions together, all the buildings, and I was in industrial. I was selling big industrial warehouses, 200,000, 400,000 square feet out in the Inland Empire of California, which was burgeoning back then. It was just blowing up parts of like Ontario and Fontana and stuff. One of our meetings where we had all the brokers at, these guys come up and we got the projector up, and they put a cover of Saturday Night Fever with Travolta in the white suit on the lighted up dance floor, right? Playing, dancing, and they imposed my face on there. And I suppose this would have been like 1995, 96. That was pretty impressive to do it back then with the graphic work. And I ended up printing that off and keeping it. I have it somewhere. It's funny.
Pluvio Man says we need.
And I had a mustache at that time. I had a full head of hair still. I didn't lose my hair yet, and I had a mustache. It was crazy.
The porn stash.
That's
I had the porn stash. We called it. Troy. Yeah, exactly what we called it.
I know.
Hang on. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna put it in here. I'm gonna drag it onto my screen. You guys are gonna. I have it.
I'm sure there's a picture of
if you guys really want to,
on a cover of a long lost VHS tape somewhere in someone's attic.
Dude, I got some stuff, man. This may be incriminating me for future. I don't know if I should show it. Oh my god. Where is it? I'll find it. Oh my god. This is gonna get. Oh my god, this is gonna get ugly. Do I have it?
Man, I don't keep that stuff.
You know what I've done, Troy? I used to take. I haven't got fully digital on everything, but I will take like pictures. Like if it's a Polaroid or if it's just, I don't know, a print, I sometimes would take a picture with my phone or whatever I had back in, a BlackBerry or whatever I had, and I would upload it, and then I have these digital little files. But I got to find it first.
I had one of the first bag phones, if you remember the bag phones.
Oh, I do. I absolutely do.
Yeah, and I was in construction at the time, and so
how much
used
did it weigh?
Time out of my it was like, I don't know, 14, 15 pounds. And I remember the first bill I got was $2,000. And this is like in 80. No, this would have been about 92. I had this bag phone, and the bill was $2,000 for mobile, which at that time was like $5,000 today or something crazy. Yeah. I had one. I had the.
You guys don't know.
You remember the Nextel walkie-talkie?
Yes. Click. Yeah, I had them. Yeah. I had all my sales guys have them, so we were all the push to talk all day on the Nextel.
Yes. I had one too, actually.
Sure. Oh, cool. Yeah.
Of course, I had a BlackBerry.
Motorola.
Everybody had a BlackBerry.
I had so many BlackBerries. Did you ever have one of those little StarTech phones, those little Motorola StarTech? We had to pull the little antenna out and then you flip it.
Oh yeah. Actually, I still have all those phones. Some maybe not today,
I have
but
some.
another
I've
time
kept
I'll
some.
bring them. I'll bring them out. I have them. I have every cell phone I've ever owned. It's in a big old box.
Wow.
It's hilarious.
Wow.
Someday they'll be worth
guys,
money.
quickly look in the Zoom chat. Okay, all good.
All right. So are we ready to announce the winner? I believe we are.
Yes.
Drum roll, please. Drum roll. The 25K challenge account winner is Everbest Olayemi. All right.
Everbest Hola Prime. Look at you. You did it. Congrats.
Olayemi, you have won.
Yes.
Where's our pop-up?
Golf clap.
We need our little certificate to pop up though.
Yeah, it should do. It's probably just a
Paul,
little bit
Paul,
delayed.
you front ran it. You front ran it, Paul.
Yeah, I think I front ran it a little bit for sure, but hey, that's okay. That's all right.
Yes.
There you go.
We'll get a graphic here in a minute, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there'll be a nice little graphic, a little certificate trophy type thing popping up any second for you. So yeah, well done. I see you also have a question. What's one mindset? I can't even say this. What's one mindset shift you believe every trader must adopt to succeed at a prop firm long term, especially under pressure? I would say there's your certificate. Beautiful.
Woohoo!
Well done again. Congratulations. Awesome stuff. So yeah, I would say know when to stop trading is probably one of the greatest kind of, taking less trades is actually more a lot of the time. I think that's definitely one. We see a lot of great traders fail a challenge because they just over traded. When if they took their time and just day by day set themselves, 1 month or so to pass the challenge and just make a certain amount or rough amount every day, and also have a set losing amount that they're willing to lose, and then once they hit that, that's it. Walk away and come back the next day. If you have those parameters in place, you'll see passing a challenge is actually not that difficult. So yeah, definitely that.
Agree.
We have James, Coach James, in the chat as well. Good to see you, James.
James is back. Back for the attack.
Hey.
Let's. Oh boy.
We are just hanging out at this area. This is such a comfortable area for the market, it seems. Nobody wants to move. Like, nothing wants to move.
And I'm still in the trade. I'm just sitting there. I mean, I won't get out of this trade unless it takes me out. I'm just going to sit because it's got to do its thing. I mean, we're just adding more volume, but we're not adding a whole lot to the profile, right? We're just, let's see.
Probably, not really.
Not really. But the more that we trade in this area, the more that this low volume gets filled in, right? This right here, our low volume that we had. We're just sticking up in this area, which is okay because it's still an area that I am looking at still low relatively outside the point of control.
I'm hoping that for the afternoon session, when we were trading in the afternoon session, that like this kind of this consolidation kind of breaks out. We get to see some fun afternoon action here. That's what I'm hoping for sure.
We certainly did yesterday.
Absolutely.
Remember, we got off the session, and then it really started breaking crazy, like around, what it would have been like. It was like 11:15 my time, so 9:15. So right after we got off the stream, it started moving. Yeah, anything's possible.
It's always like that.
It is. Murphy's Law. It's just the way.
Pluvio Man says, James before breaking analysis. Yeah, really good stuff in the free market. Definitely make sure everyone to tune in as well. Helps you get a kind of gauge a sentiment for the coming day. Definitely well worth tuning in, listening to Coach James and Coach Paul as well. If you're into crypto, Coach Paul's your man.
Paul Pico,
else,
different Paul. Yep.
Paul Pico. Yeah, Paul Pico. Yeah. Paul P, not Paul G.
There you go. We got the OG. We got the Italian from Philly.
Yeah.
How you doing, Come on, hey. I'm
Half Italian, half Irish.
Yeah, that's okay. Everyone's half something at this point.
A mutt.
All right, I got
mutt.
taken out. I got taken out. You're a butt. You're a mutt. I'm total mutt. Okay.
I swear, like everyone in that area of America, like Philadelphia, is half Italian, half Irish.
It's true. It's a lot of Italian and a lot of Irish. Oh man, even crude oil isn't doing anything. Jeez Louise.
We had these crazy moves. We had the move in the overnight. We had the sell off in the morning, and maybe we'll melt back up. But we're not that far. In the ES, we're 11 points away from retesting the high. So
yeah,
nice. Yeah, just sitting around waiting for this market to wake up and do something. If anyone's long, I can stroke the golden ball for you guys. This helped last time. It might do something now. Personally, I want it to go up a bit so I can short it. So absolutely, come on. Let's see. It's starting to push up. It's amazing.
He's rubbing hoping the bowl genie pops out of the bowl and gives you 3 wishes.
That would be incredible.
Your wishes.
If you had 3 wishes, if that came true, what would your wishes be?
Oh, dude, I want to be able to go.
I'd start with a cool billion.
I don't know. No, I want to. If I could time travel and go ahead, even if I could go ahead 5 minutes, can you imagine trading or placing sports bets or whatever? You can print all the money you want. You'd be by far the richest person ever, because you already know what's going to happen.
You would want to see 5 minutes into the future.
Oh, no, maybe a year in advance, whatever.
I don't know, but you would then know every terrible thing that could happen to you 5 minutes or a year in advance. True. And you'd just be depressed.
You're waiting for it to occur. You see it and you're like, oh no, this is going to hurt. I don't know.
Yeah, that's too tough of a. You're asking too tough of questions, Sam. This is a difficult one. I need to spend a lot of time. You know what? Actually, no, I don't. 25K, 50K, and 100K challenge accounts from Hola Prime. 3 wishes done. Boom.
Good answer.
Very strategic.
There
Good
That
it
is a
answer.
good answer.
What a
Yes,
suck
very,
up,
very-
man.
Yeah,
HR right
yeah,
now. Big
Yes.
green tick next
Get
to
a
Paul
little
right
company
now.
line.
Give him a little star by his name.
Heck yeah.
Man.
Too good. I wonder how many people would pick something like an ability, like or like when people ask you the question, like, if you could have one superpower, what would it be? I wonder if like somebody out of their 3 wishes, they'd pick one of those for like flying. I feel like I always answer that question with flying. Like, if I had a superpower, which one would I have? Flying for sure. I am undoubtedly flying.
I think it would.
I want to
really
read people's minds.
Wings.
Yes.
Ooh, Sam, look
Yeah.
at this. Look at
There
Sam.
we go.
Way to go. Great minds think alike.
Exactly.
Look at that.
It'd be fly like Iron Man, fly like Superman.
Yeah. I think reading
sell
people's
off
minds
here.
would just be amazing. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk about getting
you could just
depressed though.
mess with
You're going to hear what they think of you.
I know, but that's brilliant. But then you can do the exact opposite of whatever. Like, you can just mess
That's
with
true.
people so easily then, and they'll be
true.
freaked out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also become
There's
super
a-
rich as well, because you can become like a magician overnight, and everyone will.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you'll be the world's most
Exactly.
greatest illusionist or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think that would be one of those powers though where it'd be a massive gift but also a curse, because you just have people's voices inside your head unless you can like focus on one person and then you read their mind, and like you're not just constantly everybody's minds are just like pouring into your mind.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Isn't that
It's
a
like that
Jim
film.
Carrey movie?
There was a movie. Yeah, there was a movie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Got,
But also
Bruce
with,
Almighty.
That's the one.
What?
But I'm thinking of the one where it's Mel Gibson.
There's another
who's,
one. I think
he's
Mel
able to
Gibson
read
did
women's
one.
minds.
Yes, I think it was Mel
one.
Gibson. That was, yeah, there was another one. Exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was able to
Back
read the
end
women's
said,
minds. And it was
Mighty
like,
Bruce.
Mighty Bruce. There you
Close.
go.
That's-
Close. Very close.
Mighty Bruce. I actually prefer that title. Mighty Bruce.
Bruce.
That's brilliant.
The extra comment. No, won't read that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
Gosh. Too good.
That's brilliant.
You know what I said, Sam, that I've said it before, that no way you'll ever catch me trading silver. And I'm not trading silver right now. I'm not trading silver, but I was looking at the silver charts.
I got excited for a minute.
No. Yeah, I'm not. But the micro silver charts are so... I mean, even micro silver is a lot of risk. Like each tick is $5. So, but like silver moves a lot. It moves up and down a lot. So and to put that into perspective, a micro on the S&P 500 is $1.25. So, on micro silver, it's literally like 3 times plus the risk for one tick. So
Yeah, it's too much for me.
because I was
Well, actually,
putting
no,
it into
it's all
perspective. I was putting it into perspective on like the quiet market session like last week or something, and like a daily move in silver. If you were to have a micro contract and you were to just go from bottom to top or top to bottom in terms of like risk, the amount it moves. It was like if you had one micro contract on, you could make or lose $1,000 based on the previous day's range or whatever. And if you did that with like the S&P 500, it's on average not even close. So
Yeah,
be like 30 points. Like let's say there's a range on the day of 30 to 40 points on the S&P 500, $5 a point. You're looking at like $200 maybe max. So different beast silver is.
crazy. Yeah, I don't touch the
absolutely.
commodities like that. They scare me.
I find the tangibles, gold, silver, oil, much harder to trade because you have to be able to understand the supply and demand, optics, geopolitical, whole nine yards. There's like more to understand about demand, supply than like the S&P. The S&P to me is much simpler. As Nasdaq, Dow. There's much less of a supply and demand component to it. It's more, I think it's more emotion based and perception of value. Whereas, gold and silver, if suddenly there's no supply, it's going to go up, right? Or they're having trouble at some mine, it makes a huge difference, right? There's a whole nother component to tangibles, wheat, corn, the metals, the energies that have supply and demand is a major function. Also, they have, different players. They have producers, they have intermediates, they have all these other different people that are involved with tangibles to hedge, that are trying to hedge, and I think that all builds into the full group of information you have to have. I think it's much harder to trade. I don't know, Paul, you said you've done some commodity based stuff. Do you feel like it's the intricacies of, the silver market? There's all kinds of stuff going on with silver. Silver is a very popular store of value for Middle East and for India. Their populations hold silver. In the U.S., we don't hold silver. Maybe you have some gold that's in a safety deposit box, but we don't hold silver. So it's kind of a totally different dynamic. Any thoughts on tangibles?
Yeah. No, I'm with you 100%. It's definitely, when you're getting into commodities, you need to have, at the minimum, you need to have your fingers, except for gold, because gold is more liquid, and obviously understanding supply and demand for gold and like some macroeconomic stuff is extremely helpful and useful. But just commodities in general, I agree. Like supply and demand is just simply, you have to have your hand on it. Like you have to understand where the or how supply and demand is shaping up, because generally speaking, what moves a lot of commodity markets, like 95% of the time, is supply related news events, or like, crop reports and stuff like that, and just kind of understanding, those dynamics and looking and what a lot of commodity traders like myself in a previous life, what we used a lot of the time was like the CFTC commitments of traders data, and you tried to glean a bit of understanding of where essentially the futures contracts like supplies were between commercials and speculators in the markets and everything. So, but and that's another thing with being in the commodity markets. If you're like working in the commodity markets, and you have like clients that you're delivering the cash product to, or taking delivery of the cash product from, you do have your fingers in those markets a little bit, and you understand, maybe there's a demand for a certain quality of that product that is just super low, like low in supply, or vice versa. So I agree, they're much tougher to trade if you've never like been a part of them like the foundational like underbelly of them with understanding the supply and demand within the market.
I had a trader that was really into coffee, and he showed me a picture of his layout of his office, and he had 25 screens, you know, as you would expect. But what was interesting was he had a whole bank of monitors, which had one thing on it. It was different weather feeds from different countries. So he'd be like looking at Brazil weather, and every time it would start raining, he would make a trade based on weather, you know, and so he was paying big money for these weather feeds from different countries to be able to monitor every little, you know, storm, every little, you know, is that wheat field in Brazil going to get rain, you know? And he would be making all these, and it was like, I was like, so my eyes were this big around when I was looking at this, and I was like, dude, man, this is so far out of my comfort zone. I'm staying away from commodities, you know? He was basically a meteorologist. I mean, you know?
Yeah. I actually did something similar, Troy. And it's funny that you mentioned Brazil, because we had like daily weather updates where we were understanding like what parts of Brazil were getting more or less rain, and where more or less of the crops were within the country. Like, because there's like sectors of the country that have different, you know, either quality of crops or, you know, just like there's just different, what's the word I'm looking for? Densities of where the crops are within the country. And, you know, if like you were to just generally look, okay, Brazil got a bunch of rain yesterday, you would think great, but it's like, oh, by the way, the majority of that rain was in the upper west sector of the crop area, which has less than 7% of the crop, and the rest of Brazil was relatively dry. So there are like weird things like that where you start to get a feel for, oh, okay, man, that's not good, and get a little bit bearish. Or so it's very true. And I actually had access to a platform that did have a little bit of like those weather patterns, like live feeds, kind of showing you like the density of clouds and everything, and whether it was likely to rain or not within the next like 3 hours or whatever. Yeah, it's a different game for sure, the commodity markets.
Agreed.
I was mostly focused on Brazil. I was mostly focused on Brazil, though. That was my focus for the crop that I was trading. So
that's so cool.
Well, my long looks to be working out a little bit here.
Okay.
Nice.
I didn't see you switch. When did you switch from short to long?
I got in long about 7 minutes ago or so. We were talking. I just, you know, I don't need to announce everything. I just got in. I was watching it. I had got taken out up here, right, somewhere, and then I thought it was going to kind of move up, and I was waiting for an entry point, but then when it came back down, it got to VWAP and was heading to point of control, was just kind of holding up. I was willing to give it a little bit if it goes to point of control, so I got in one. It came down a little further, got in another. So my theoretical average is basically 62.75 on the ES long, and so I'm playing 2 contracts up, and I got take profit basically at the high of the day, which is the initial balance high. Both my IB stats are still open; they haven't been taken out as far as my probability, and I mean, all-time high is up there. Everything's up there. So it looked like we were kind of going to come down. I was playing the initial balance low originally, but I've now switched my bias to long until it may change again. But at this point in time, I'm playing the long field, which is also why I flipped Santa's face back up. He's now facing north. He wasn't upside down anymore. This could be my Santa. You know how they have those like the Santa Claus rally and all this thing. This could be like my little indicator, wherever he is. You know, like if we're sideways, it's like, oh yeah, we're just consolidating here. Here we're flipped. And here we're just like, oh crap, we just don't know what the hell going on. We're just spinning our gears.
That just made immediately I thought of the "you spin me right round." All that just
Right
came
around,
back.
baby, right around like a record, baby. Yeah, I know, man. I know. Oh, I know. There's this great my wife's friend, actually our bridesmaid from when we got married way back. She lives down in Orange County, and there's this great 80s cover band. They're like a tribute band. They really are. And I don't know, Paul. I don't know, Troy, did you ever get K-Rock? It probably was syndicated all over the country. KROQ, which was like the alternative rock back in the day.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, it was
In
big.
the 90s,
It was
that was the thing.
obviously original. Yeah. So exactly. So there was this British DJ by the name of Richard Blade. Richard Blade, everyone, Duran Duran is coming on and all. He actually DJ'd at one of my high school dances, but he's still around, this guy, and he promotes this band. They're called the Reflex, like, you know, like the Reflex. And anyway, they're fantastic. We've gone to watch them play live at this kind of venue. It's like a club, but you can have dinner and dance. It's really fun, and they do all the '80s hits. Man, it's a good time. I mean, I'm not huge on '80s. I mean, I like '80s music, but if you really love '80s music, these people get dressed up. You think they're straight out of MTV or something, man. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
That's awesome.
I love 80s music.
But yeah, 80s is good. 80s is good.
You're unbelievable.
All right.
We've got 10 minutes left
So-
of this session.
Oh
Yeah.
man, 10 minutes.
I'll just let everyone know we've got 10 minutes left on this session, but do stick around because up next we have Lara Leon and Stanislava Puach, both our performance coaches, with their segment of Mind Over Market, where they go into the psychology and help you kind of understand the emotional side of trading better to helpfully turn you into a better trader. So definitely well worth watching and well worth sticking around. A lot of good information gets shared.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If anybody has
they're
anything in the
great to
chat
listen
they want us to look at or anything, I mean, I'm all ears. I can pull up charts of anything that you guys want us to look at. Yeah, so just let us know.
Am I the only one of the coaches in the trade? I guess I am. Huh? That's why we're sitting on my screen.
You are indeed.
I was.
This is-
I
You
was
can
this is
always,
one.
quiet
always
markets.
count on Daryl. You can always
Yeah, I
count
mean,
on
I try
Daryl
to
be
get
in
into
trade.
something. Yeah, agreed. That's a fair statement.
Very fair, very fair.
Although I've been very good today, boys. I've been really. I've kept my rapid fire finger under control.
You have.
All right, let's keep melting up here. Let's keep going. This is good.
Daryl, I hate to say this, but I'm looking for a short right now.
That's okay. That's okay. We do this a lot. That's why I'm trailing in case it reverses on me. In case Sam comes in and pushes down. Yeah. I see what you're looking at. I want to eat through that and go up to 63.70. That'd probably be a good. I'll just move my take profit there for now. Maybe we'll hit it before the stream is over so that I can update my P&L with real numbers. But yeah. So we're on the edge. We're on the outer edge of this distribution.
Where are you going to get short, Sam? At
Where we are
23
right
to
now. Yeah, around the kind of 2 227, where we are basically right now. I'm just looking at the footprint, making sure that there's some confirmation. At the moment, no confirmation of getting short. But I am seeing buyers getting aggressive, which could potentially signal a trap. So the first stage is kind of playing out. I'm just waiting for those buyers to get trapped, sellers to come in, and I will be in the market. But at this stage, the buyers seem to be very good.
Yeah. Coach Paul, remember how we were talking about trading in that what was formerly a low volume area and it's been filling in, right? This whole little area here that we've been up in this range filled in. And now our distribution on the day is very bell-shaped, very Gaussian, right? It's we haven't had, I don't recall in many sessions seeing much more of a typical bell shape, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, no, they don't appear as much.
So now this would be hard for me to get in if I was not in a trade here. I would have to wait for. Sorry. And I know, Paul, I'll come back to you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Oh God, jeez, not again. Get to my pointer.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, I would have to get in up here. I would like to get in an outer range or down here, right? Because now we've kind of filled in. I don't want to get in the middle here. I don't want to diddle in the middle. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at your trade.
That. And I'm done. But I mean, I should have kept it at the all-time high. I would have gotten tagged.
Wow. It's got to be
that,
risk.
guys. Live action right at the end of the stream. It's got to be.
Daryl.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Nice.
Yeah. Hey, you know
Perfect
what?
way to wrap
it hurt
up
me the other day.
The stream.
Yes.
I do want to know what the hell caused that. Is there did Trump
We'll
say
find it.
something? Is there
Yeah,
news? Because
there's
that
news.
seemed like news based.
I hear something in my ear. I need to switch over and look. Oh, big. Wow. Just a massive sweep. Yeah, let's
Bloody hell.
We've got I don't see anything yet. Maybe it's a delay.
Well, 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't see anything either.
Too many nuts.
Well, that was an interesting move.
Man.
So
much for that bell
So-
shape
That was awesome.
distribution.
I know. Now we're got a P. But look, all-time highs up here. My RTH range is up here. Now we're still climbing. Look at this. What in the heck?
Wow.
Something must have sparked that. That was very
My news feed is not refreshing, so I don't know. I don't see anything.
Yeah, I was having the same trouble.
Yeah, maybe everybody's on it.
something's going down. We'll find out, I guess. Well, we've got 4 minutes left of this session. I'm just going to look through some of the comments while we do that. Robert says,
Robert didn't buy in time. Yeah.
more long, wait for a bounce.
Yeah,
I didn't buy in time. Was too worried about pulling up all my stuff on my laptop. It happens. No big deal.
It does happen. No, it totally does happen. Never mind. God, this is not over. It's not over. Yeah, so much for our nice bell shape. Now we got a P. Or a B. An inverse B. We got a B. I moved my take profit down. I wish I had kept it there, but that's okay. That is quite all right.
Not the end of the
Oh, it
world.
looked like that morning prep that I had of understanding, where the market was going to go, panned out relatively speaking. I mean, geez Louise, it just didn't even.
Eventually, yeah.
It I think I get too greedy with my levels. Like, I was looking for 63.50, but then I was like saying, okay, well, 63.52 to 63.54, I'd be okay with getting in there. We went literally 2 ticks below 63.54, then popped back up, and we never revisited it. And now look, I mean, we're 30 points higher. So these opportunities that I seem to have recently are extremely fleeting, or you have to be okay with getting in, at a little bit worse of an execution price. And today could not be any
I don't
better
think
of
it's
a day
agreed. I just think I know what you're saying with it being a greedy expectation on the the range or the potential, but look at these days have been, God, I mean, we sold off in the US session, we sold off everything we did in the overnight. We came all the way back down to the top, literally to the top of yesterday's range, only to kind of slowly melt up. And then now we've gone past it again in 2.5 hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, guys,
pretty wild ride, man.
We're going to call it there.
You're off.
Very, very good session. We are back, everybody, a little later today. We are back, I'll tell you the exact time, back to trading at 1:30 p.m. Central Time or 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can join us.
Correct.
All 4 of us are back again trading. But up next, we have Lara Leon and Stanislava Puach, our performance coaches with Mind Over Markets. It's all about psychology and learning, to control your emotions during trading. So well worth sticking around. But thank you all, coaches. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you guys later.
See you, boys. Catch you later.
See ya.
See ya.
Take care.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Lara. Nice to see you all here. And welcome to another live where we take a bit of a break from trading, but get to learn ourselves and learn a little about our decision making or some traits that we don't always want to know about ourselves, so look in the eye, but actually can contribute to our growth. I'm Stanislava, psychologist, performance coach here at Hola Trade, and I'm here with my brilliant colleague Lara, who is also a psychologist but has first-hand trading experience. And we will try to give you some theoretical but also practical tools you can use at any point in the future. Today we're diving into a fascinating but sometimes sneaky psychological phenomenon, which is self-serving bias. It's something that doesn't just shape how we see our trades, but how we develop as a professional, as a person, or don't. It depends on some of the aspects we'll be talking about today. Typically, in short, this bias looks like this. When we win, we credit our skill. When we lose, we blame the market, the news, random tweet, anything external, right? It can work the opposite direction too, but this is something we will be talking about some other time maybe. Just to outline, some traders downplay their wins, chalk them up to luck or timing. That pattern is known as external attribution bias, and while it may sound humbler, it still distorts the learning process, the growth process, and our advancement as a professional. We will focus on self-serving bias today because it can directly affect feedback loops, risk-taking behavior, emotional regulation, all core components of trading performance. So let's unpack how this bias shows up and what to do about it. Lara, from your work with traders or your personal experience, where do you see this bias surface most often?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Stanislava. This one comes up a lot in coaching sessions. Here in the UK, we have an expression it's called bad workman blames his tools. And it sort of originates from this self-serving bias concept. And it's something that you hear a lot. You grow up with this expression, but it's only when you start to really study the psychology that you kind of understand that it has its roots in a real psychological concept. And yes, it does come up quite a lot in coaching, but it's quite subtle. It kind of exists quite subtly. So quite often traders might review a losing trade, and then they might say something like, oh, well, that was the news, or the market was manipulated today and took me out. Or even worse, which we see a lot, which we've touched on quite a bit, that we are using a strategy that's not working. I need to go and find a better strategy, that type of thing. But when they win, they're saying, I read the price action perfectly. I'm really skilled at doing this. I had a great trade today. And they're attributing that success to themselves. So it's not to say that external factors don't influence outcomes, but they do. But when we consistently apply that lens, then the self-serving bias is protecting our sense of competence. It's protecting our ego. So it stops us from developing. Also, we really need to be looking at our trading as based in probabilities, not based in skills or lack of skills or external events. Ideally, we're just going to be looking at that as a probability-based thing. But yeah, we see it with newer traders or those going through a loss streak or a slump. The ego is under threat, so it externalizes. It's much easier to say the market's out to get me. we've often heard people say the market's not out to get you. You know, when you look at educational videos around trading, they'll often say the market's not out to get you. It's not personal. But that's because often we attribute it to that. So it's much easier to say that than say, okay, perhaps it just didn't play out today, or perhaps I didn't actually stick to my rules properly. I didn't wait until the news had passed, or I didn't fully wait for my confirmation.
Exactly. What's happening beneath the surface is a classic case of ego preservation, right? Our brains are wired to maintain a coherent and ideally positive self-image. We do have another side of that coin in some other experiences in life, for example, depression. But at the basis of it, we might say, is a cognitive distortion called confirmation bias. We all do that in everyday life, but our brains tend to do the following. Once we form a belief, we tend to look for the proof that we are right, and somehow filter and even downright ignore anything that might say otherwise. So that's our habit, and we do that all the time. The trick is to notice it, and here, when we pair that with that self-serving bias, where we take credit for wins but blame losses on bad luck, we get a very strong cocktail of self-protection. Together, it's much harder. When we take these two things together, it's much harder to learn from mistakes, which is why we are talking about this today. Because yes, it will happen and everyone will experience it. It's completely normal, nothing to be alarmed about, but we do need to recognize it and learn from not just that phenomenon, but actually everything it kind of blocks and we don't see. So psychologically, the problem is that bias creates a distorted feedback loop. Wins get over attributed to skill, and losses are written off as external noise. We are not objective, and we are not learning from whatever is happening. Thus, we cannot progress, and we get incomplete data because our mind filters. Not to say the ugly, but the stuff we don't want to see, our weaknesses, flaws, whatever jeopardizes our self-image. And elite performance train for something we call metacognitive accuracy, the ability to evaluate your own performance with clarity, not just with confidence and with that belief in yourself, which is important, but we do need to be objective if we want to step away from mediocre performance. If we want to be top, we do really need to be blunt and honest to ourselves. So one quick reflection question I love for this is, if this trade had gone the other way, would I be telling myself the same story about why that happened? That can interrupt that bias if you coach yourself to do it. So Lara, how do you work with yourself or with traders to help them shift from that ego protection mode to actually productive accountability?
Yeah, I love that question, because I think until you ask a trader that question, they're actually unaware that this is how they attribute wins or losses or positives or negatives to themselves or to the environment. But if you say, you know, if that winning trade had happened today, or if that trade had worked out instead of not worked out, would you still be attributing that to the news? And it really just brings this phenomenon up into your conscious mind. And I think that's where we're allowed to work with things. Once we're aware of things, we can work with them, because for us, we can't evolve anybody. We can't evolve traders without them owning their own information. And as you touched on, the bias limits their ability to look at that area, and it limits their accountability. And accountability is the very basis for mastery, and it's where we need to go to begin to grow. So in performance coaching, we use the phrase feedback-rich environment. So we also talk about journaling our emotions as well as our trades in terms of the setup, because we want to have two pieces of data. But the self-serving bias can filter that feedback to protect your ego. You stay comfortable, but you stay stuck. And this is the human survival kind of system in full flow. So I try and encourage traders to move from criticism to more of a space of curiosity, because it's from that position that we can begin to develop and begin to grow. I think, there's that blaming culture of the market's unfair, or the strategy's rubbish. Instead of automatically going to that, we can ask ourselves, okay, what did I know at the time? What did I not see? Is there anything that I need to refine? And this approach helps us to bypass the ego and would help us to support growth and moving forward. But in order for that to happen, we got to have that feedback in the first place.
Completely agreed. And if we want to take that one layer deeper, self-serving bias doesn't just distort our narrative about ourselves. It actually objectively messes with your math. When you accredit wins to always our skills and losses to always the market or whatever external poison you prefer here, traders start to internalize that false sense of having edge, and this might lead to overconfidence bias, another bias we all tend to fall into, where we perceive our actual skills as much greater and better than they objectively are. This is a dangerous mix in risk-based environments such as trading. And there is also another thing we call illusion of control, a cognitive bias where people overestimate their ability to influence outcomes. So if you're telling yourself that every good outcome is due to your genius, you may unconsciously start skipping steps or taking too many risks, ignoring your own system. And over time, this can actually create a massive impact on your self-worth because it rides every trade. And the emotional cost often leads to burnout, or even worse, in some sense, revenge trading. So we can advise a tool, which is to build a pre-trade risk narrative, to ask yourself what parts of this trade are actually within my control before you enter, what parts are not, and write that down, because this will ground you in reality and temper that false confidence. As a psychologist, I'm always pro boosting one's confidence, but it needs to be realistic. It needs to be grounded in reality, because otherwise it will deflate at one moment and you will fall flat because it's not grounded in actual skills. So this is where you really need to overcome that fluffy feeling of being confident and sure in yourself if you want to succeed and not actually risk some future missteps. Lara, I know you talk about language, self-awareness. We discussed some of these in podcasts. So how do you see all this playing out in journaling and day-to-day reflection?
Yeah, absolutely. And what you're describing, that emotional roller coaster, becomes just exhausting and too difficult to maintain. And this is often how we see traders quit too early, because nothing is going to be sustainable that is putting you on an emotional roller coaster day in, day out. When you talk about self-confidence, and that's what we're aiming for a trader to have, that is something that is ideally level. That is going to be a consistent level of inner knowing based on, internal factors, based on having an edge. but not this kind of fact of I'm amazing, I'm invincible, and then when it goes wrong, it's everything else's fault. You're going to feel like quitting if that's something that you're experiencing. And obviously, as we said, the market hasn't changed. It's the lens that you're using to interpret these outcomes. So what we want to do is that we want to invite self-awareness, and in coaching we look for traders to start beginning to notice the language that they're using, both in their head and often in their reflection journal afterwards, in terms of their trading, and say, are you consistently saying I did this well, or are we consistently saying the market did this to me? So you're almost sort of victimizing yourself when it's going badly and boosting yourself, like we said, when it's going well. That's 100%. If you notice this language, this is your bias talking, and it's taking over. And simply put, you're not going to grow, and it will be very difficult to maintain your trading career if this is not something that you work with. So journaling is a brilliant way to confront this. I always say, just journal freely to start with, but then, you've got to start looking at what you've written down. I like to look at the trade. I look at the setup. I like to make sure that the rules have been hit and that followed. But then I also like for traders to write down what they're experiencing emotionally and how they feel about what's happening to a losing trade or a winning trade. And if the external column or the external section of their journal is always full after a day of losing or a losing streak, this is a huge clue. And then we've got some work to do on this cognitive bias for sure.
Yes, well, this is a very powerful tool actually, because when you see that in a table format, or you can use Excel, you can write it down with your pen, but when you see that on the paper and you see one column literally full or 80% in the external column, it does remove you from that bias, I think, because then you see something's off here. It's not plausible that this is how things work. And having that, not just that general journal, but this one really focused on self-serving bias, where you will have that format, can not just help with accountability, it can reinforce psychological safety, because then you enter that growth mindset. This is a wider concept. We won't get into too much detail now, but there are two mindsets according to some researchers: fixed mindset and growth mindset. With fixed mindset, it usually happens from your parents' good intentions, when they say, oh, you're so smart, you're so kind, you're so this or that. They don't praise your behavior, they praise your personality. And this is something we might take with us in adult life. And right here, for example, this is something similar. We do it for ourselves. We tend to believe this is set in stone, our skills are immaculate. And once we actually look at the objective side of things, we then open path to that growth mindset, because then we realize mistakes or glitches, mishaps can be fixed. It's our control. We have control. It's within our locus of control, not the external factor, because self-serving bias is really a thin ice. It feels good, but once it breaks, you don't really have what to cling to. So that being said, Lara, let's wrap with how this shift from ego to mastery shows up in your work with traders, or your professional actually development as a trader and as a psychologist.
Yeah, super interesting, isn't it? As we both say quite a lot, the psychological processes that none of us are aware of until we are. And then we start to recognize what's going on in our own minds and what's going on in our own brains. And it just brings it out into the daylight. And suddenly we've got power over it. Suddenly we've got a little bit more control over it. Like you said, the self-serving bias, it makes us feel great in the moment, but only in that moment. And actually, it means that we're very fragile. So we want our confidence to be much more grounded. We want our confidence to be much more level, not deviating too much. And when that's in place, the need to protect our fragile egos diminishes. So you get to a space where you can actually hold both truths, which is a unique human ability, is to say, I'm a capable trader, and yet today I made a poor decision. And so to hold both of those ideas at the same time in our minds, and that's when we can grow through this self-serving bias and begin to work with that being the thing that's holding us back. So this is where evolution can begin to happen. We shift from having to prove ourselves to improving ourselves, and we become students of our own minds and of the trading, of the craft that we're trying to perfect, and not victims. Because the externalization is very much a victim mindset. So it's taking responsibility, isn't it, for the decisions that we've made. But just to say, self-serving bias, as we always say, it's very natural. We all have one. It's not a character flaw, and it's just a feature of a human being. And, it's a survival thing. But in trading, where feedback is immediate and we need to use that feedback to grow and evolve, it's a bias that we need to really look at taming.
I couldn't agree more. So if we zoom out, the big picture is this. Self-serving bias is completely normal. It doesn't happen just in trades, but in trading, yes, identity can be closely coupled with performance and with success. So this is maybe where traders might be a bit under risk from being self-servingly biased. But yes, it is, as you said, a part of how human brain protects itself from feeling inadequate. Although in trading it can come with a cost, it actually hides the very feedback that can make you better. So as we wrap up, let's say that there are 3 things to reflect on this week if you want to use what we spoke about here. First, notice your inner narrative after each trade. Do you feel it's balanced, or someone else, for example, would say it's a bit biased? If you cannot, in your first steps, be completely honest with yourself, ask yourself, what would someone else, my friend, someone who means well, say right now? Am I a bit biased? In your journals, start tracking not just what you did, but why you think it worked, or why you think it didn't work. And when you're in doubt, pause and ask yourself, what would I be saying if this had gone the other way? Ideally, write that down as well, because once you revisit that after some time of self-work, my hope is you will actually notice some differences and some growth, and you might even be amazed at how blind you were, because this is what usually happens once we start tackling cognitive distortions and cognitive biases such as this one. That question alone, what would I be saying if this had gone the other way, can actually break the illusion and bring you back to reality. So as we wrap up our today's session, Lara, as always, thank you for your insights. They're invaluable because, again, you're a psychologist and someone who has firsthand experience with trading and how it actually feels, not just how it looks on the paper. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in and watching. And I really hope that this brought you some insight and some practical tools you can use ideally right now while you
Yeah.
are motivated to do it. So if you have some comments, we would love to
Absolutely.
hear them. And until next time, trade with clarity and not your
Yeah.
ego.
Absolutely.
you.
Trade safe. Put 2 columns in your journal. Internal
Mhm.
factors, external factors. Start tracking it, looking at what you see, and you'll start noticing if this is something you need to work with. But until next week, I really look forward to seeing you next week again, Stanislava, on the next episode. Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see you soon. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
In order to be successful in trading, you need to think like a robot. Like you have to have no emotions at all and just let it go. You know, if you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. It's all about probabilities and risk management.
So did you get your payout pretty quickly, or what was your experience?
Just an hour. It's very fast.
Hi, I'm Yanni for Hola Prime, and today I'm joined by J Mark, one of Hola Prime's successful traders. He just recently got his first payout. J Mark, thanks for joining. Thanks for taking the time to be here with me today.
I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Well, first of all, congratulations on your payout. Is that your very first payout with any prop firm, or have you had some payouts before?
I had some payouts bigger than that before, of course.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So, when did you start trading for the first time?
Traded in 2002.
2002.
23 years ago.
Wow.
Started with Forex.
Wow. Okay. And have you been trading consistently since then, or has it been like a on and off type of journey?
I'm actually a civil engineer, so I focus on my career. And because of the pandemic, I restarted my excitement with trading again because there's nothing to do during the pandemic. So I was looking for something to do and lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because of that.
Well, that's most traders' story, right?
Yeah, you gotta lose money to make money at the start, you know.
Yeah.
That's how you learn.
So on your journey, you just mentioned you've lost a lot of money, and yeah, you're absolutely right. You need to like lose money to make money. But on your journey, because you just mentioned you've been trading since early 2002. So was there any particular point in your journey where things started to turn around? Like what was that moment where you felt like, okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now? Was it a particular strategy? Was it just maybe discipline? Or did you feel it had something to do with your trading psychology? What was it that you feel was the turning point for you in your trading?
Actually, though, I watched a lot of YouTube videos and I've learned a lot about trading psychology and also I've learned risk management. So that really I did now I knew that it's important. So so I started losing small and gaining big, and I keep learning new strategies, and yeah, so that's how I learn.
Okay. Yeah, so YouTube, that's interesting. The risk management is very important. Do you feel like when you started to trade smaller, because you just mentioned about risk management, do you feel that at the same time when you trade smaller, that a lot of the fear and all the other emotions, the negative emotions that typically causes you to overtrade, etc., starts to really disappear when you trade smaller because you feel like you're more in control? Does that make sense? Is that what you found once you started to implement more stricter risk management?
Actually, I've learned that in order to be successful with trading, you need to think like a robot. Like you have to have no emotions at all and just let it go. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. It's all about probabilities and risk management. So I'm just sticking to my 1 to 2 R. And if I lose 1 R, good. If I win 2 R, that's good as well. So yeah, just let it let it go without any more emotions.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely the right way to do it. Like that's definitely one thing that a lot of traders struggle with is to understand that this is a game of probabilities. To try and get 100% success rate or even a very high success rate, it's not really the name of the game. It's all about understanding your strategy, making sure you have proper risk management in place, and then just wait for the setup. And as you just rightfully said, like if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You just wait patiently for the next setup. So yeah, I fully agree with you on that one. In terms of the different markets you trade, which markets do you typically focus on?
I trade gold, and I also trade euro, and I trade Japanese yen, and sometimes Australian dollars. But lately, I've been doing a lot of futures, NQ, Nasdaq futures, gold futures. Yeah, and it seems like futures data is more reliable.
Yeah.
I get less.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, the spreads are very good.
Yes. Do you trade do you trade it on a CFD platform? You like you know
I've
uh
got trade MetaTrader 5, and also trading with TradingView, Trade-O-Eight, and sometimes yeah,
yeah, that's
Ninja Trader.
Ninja Trader, yeah, that's definitely a futures platform. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's very interesting you mentioned that because I found it to be I fully agree with you. The data you get from futures is just far more accurate, and you can get in, and the price that you get in at is the price you get. It's very different to, say, for example, Forex, where the levels are not really respected, or you can wait for a level and it just kind of misses it, or
It's a lot of slippage.
yeah. So it's a very different. So it's interesting. So you don't really trade Forex then?
I trade MetaTrader 5.
Yeah.
I
But that's sorry, but you don't really trade Forex, right?
Mainly gold and euro.
Mainly gold and euro, yeah. Yeah, so the gold and the euro. Yeah, personally I only trade the pound US dollar. That's the only Forex pair I'll trade. I don't really trade anything else in Forex, but I also like the Nasdaq. I'll look at things like Bitcoin and gold. Yeah, but on the Nasdaq, I trade futures, so it's more smaller time frames. So that was going to be my next question. So when you trade on these different markets, like what time frame do you usually focus on? Which time frames do you typically focus on?
Because I'm in Australia, so I trade during the Australian daytime with gold and euro. And then at nighttime I trade my futures with Nasdaq.
Okay. So do you trade? So do you trade the because you're in a very awkward time zone in Australia? So the New York session is like, isn't that like 2 o'clock in the morning or something for you? It's like really late.
It starts at 11 p.m. here.
11 p.m. Yeah, that's quite late, isn't it? And do you trade like just the first hour and a half, or what? How do you
Yeah, I
typically
just
plan your
played the first 2 hours
just the first 2 hours?
in that until 1 a.m.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. And how about the typical time frames that you focus on? In other words, like when you look at the chart, do you like to identify opportunities on the daily or the 4 hour chart, the 1 hour chart? Like where do you go to in terms of those time frames to identify your opportunities?
Well, I started with a 4 hour just to look at the trend, and then I just go with the trend and whatever. So I'm using moving averages. So if the moving averages cross and it's according to my trend, then that's how I trade. And then I just set and forget. I use a trade management tool like Dane Trades. Shout out. And yeah.
Okay. So, okay, 4 hour, that's a very solid time frame. I also like the 4 hour time frame. So, yeah, I think we do a lot of things very similarly. But you mentioned the moving averages. So, you basically, would you say it's fair to say you're a trend follower? You basically look for a trend and then try to just trade in the same direction? Or is there something, are there other things that you look at? For example, I don't know, support resistance levels? Or anything else, or are you just purely looking at the trend?
Yeah, I'm just using a trend, and if my moving averages crossed each other, then that's how I enter.
Oh,
And
okay.
just go 1 to 2, just trade once every day with Hola and other firms, and then that's it.
That's pretty simple. You're doing it right. It is all about keeping it simple. So, if you don't mind me asking, like which moving averages do you like to look at?
Just a simple moving averages. So I use 13, 111, and 240.
Oh, okay. Those are really unique numbers. It's not the 20 and the 50 or the 50 and the 100. You've got your own unique settings. How did you come across those
Yes.
settings? Is it just backtesting or just experience?
Yeah, back testing, and I use optimization, and also if those numbers change over time, depends on the 3 month winning rate. So if it starts to lose, then I try to look for my 3 moving average combination, and then that's how I trade. I just look for another 3 number combination, and then because the moving averages, they only last a couple. Most I get is 1 year of success. And then it doesn't work anymore. Just gives me losses and losses, and then I find my 3 number moving averages again, and then when it works, then I stick to it until it fails me. So that's how I need to adapt to the market conditions. They always change.
Yeah.
2000 different moving averages in year 2000 doesn't work anymore in 2025.
Yeah, that's so true. It's really, really important to adjust to the market conditions, just like you said. Because I think the moving average crosses, as you just mentioned, you're probably having a very tough time trading that when the market is ranging, right? So it looks like, it looks like it's going to trend, and then you just bounce back into the range. And it looks like it wants to trend, and then it bounced back, and then you find, okay, I'm in a range. And the range is only identified, especially on the 4 hour time frame, after you've been in the range for some time, right? That's when you recognize you in a range. So that's probably the only drawdown about a trend following system. But what do you have like a specific? Because I know you're pretty good with your risk management and so on. But do you have like a maximum loss kind of rule, or how do you know? Okay, the market is not playing ball yet. My strategy is not working, and then you back off. Like, do you have a specific approach for that, or do you just kind of just trade smaller, or how do you approach that?
No, just just let it go. Whatever I trade in the challenges is the same thing I trade with funded. So if it failed me on the challenges, then I buy again a new challenge, and I try a different moving average combination, and then that's it. I just follow the trend, because the trend is your friend. And sometimes it's just weird. It wicks up and down and hits your stop loss. So that sucks. But you have to learn the art,
Yeah.
not giving a f anymore.
Yeah.
Don't give an f. How you earn money, more money.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, but what do you think of gold's rally since the beginning of the year? That was insane. Did you trade it? Did you trade it up? It was just going in one direction. There was just a few pullbacks, but mainly just to the upside.
Yeah, if you keep buying and buying, you could have won. So I made a lot of money during that run. I just keep buying and buying. If I sell, that's how I lose. So
Yeah, that's a very good example of trading against the trend, right? Yeah,
pullback is crazy too.
the pullback is crazy. I don't know, like what the gold at the moment. I see the last the 4 days has just been raging to the side. We've had it looks like it's topping out, and we're in a bit of a range. So this is probably the time that's a little bit more difficult to trade gold, particularly with your strategy. So yeah, very, very interesting. I was going to ask you, like, how did you come across Hola Prime? Was it just an advert or a video, or how did you come across us?
Because I've got lots of Discord communities, and we always talk about prop firms and all that. And because in the YouTube they always advertise their trading communities. Because trading is very lonely, so having a community, just to brag when you win, it's really good for my mental health. So, and then they get that this new up and coming prop firm is paying, and they're very nice customer support, and they're not they don't have enough red flags, and the only red flag is they're new. So yeah, so I tried it 25,000, and maybe I'll max it later. So I'm just sick of prop firms scamming me. I just wanted to try them out first before the spreads and everything, payouts. You'll know on the first payout if they're scamming you or not. So yes.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. So what is your experience? Because you passed your challenge really quickly. I think it was 2 days or something.
Yeah, that's because I'm using 2% risk.
Yeah, so you passed it pretty quickly.
And I was lucky.
Oh, there's
at 60 days.
Nothing wrong with a bit of luck in trading. You need some luck in trading. Definitely plays a role. All right, so 2 days, that was pretty good. And then you got your payout. Did you get your payout pretty quickly, or what was your experience like there?
An hour.
An hour?
Just an hour. It's like that, It's very fast. I'm very impressed.
And how would you compare that to other prop firms? Would you say that the payout is definitely ranking amongst right at the top compared to the others in terms of payouts?
Yeah, I think this is the fastest I've got with all the prop firms. Some prop firms will just give a little bit more time. They said they will check, and then all of a sudden they will disqualify you and then give you a bullshit excuse about copy trading or VPS or whatever. Any excuse that they can give you not to pay you out. So that's a red flag already. So that's why I tried it with 25,000 first, and then before I go to the big ones. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely not the first time I've heard that, or experience for that matter. Getting really good payouts and then they deny you for just nonsense that was not disclosed up front. So no, I completely understand what you're saying there. I just want to go back to you mentioned you've been trading since 2002, but then you stopped, and then you said you started to get back into it during the pandemic. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's when you really started to focus on your trading. So are we talking? Is it fair to say that you've really been trading for about 4 years, maybe 5 years, something along those lines?
Serious trading probably without losing a lot of money, maybe 2 years.
2 years.
And the first 3 years is losing a lot of money.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. And what made, like, why did you keep going? Because, most people quit. Most people quit. Is it that, well, I guess the reason why is because there's potential and maybe you felt like you were making some progress, or do you feel like being part of a community, like a Discord group, and when you see other traders are making it, they are getting payouts, and that kind of keeps you going? Or what was it that made you think, "No, I'm not going to give up, even though I've been struggling for some time, I'm just going to keep going"?
Uh, Probably trading makes me feel like it's a video game. It really excites me, and it's very fun and entertaining, but also it's also mentally challenging as well when you lose money. So and also I want to have money anywhere I go. I travel here, I can trade. I travel there, I can live in a remote island with Starlink. I can make money there. This skill can get me anywhere in the world. And I'm a salesman as well, and I'm just sick of people not buying stuff from me. And push up a button, there's always liquidity. There's always buyers and sellers with trading. And I spent hours and days getting a sale in the real world, but in trading world, it's much easier to buy and sell. So it's much more liquid than, yeah, I think that's why I dabble in trading. And plus I've got kids now. I've got the 3-year-old and a 1-year-old.
Oh,
This is something that I want to spend more time with them, because when I'm trading, I'm just trading 1 to 2 hours a day, and then that's it. I said and forget, and then I just don't give a f if they win or lose. So that's how I work. It's easier, and then I can spend time more with them, and I'm earning good money as well. Yeah, I just signed my accountant's tax return. I'm paying a lot of money because of trading.
because you make some money. Well, that's a good problem. That's a good.
It's like no problem, but it also
It still sucks. It still sucks to give that money away to the tax man. Oh, I know about that. Yeah. Okay. So that was actually you mentioned you trade only for like an hour or 2 hours a day. So that was actually something I wanted to ask you. Is like, how many trades do you typically place a day? And the other question was, do you trade every day?
that's my problem. I trade every day, so I shouldn't have trade every day, especially on FOMC, especially on CPI and NFP days. But that's one of my challenges. I need to overcome over trading. I could have made more money if I stayed away in the, now I'm staying away every Monday. I'm staying away every Monday.
Yeah, that's a good move. That's a good move. No, but you're right. Like, so there are 3 news events for me, and it'd be interesting to get your take on this. Is FOMC, like you mentioned. The second one is core CPI, and then NFP as well, non-farm payrolls, that first Friday of every month. Those are the 3
There's a
big ones.
new one, Trump talks. There's another one.
Yeah, those tweets, those unexpected tweets. Yes, I think we're going to have to deal with that for some time to come. But that's definitely, especially on the Nasdaq. Have you seen like that $5 trillion day? That's when the announcement came out that the tariffs were going to be paused for 90 days. Big move to the other side. Yeah,
It was just a bounce down, and then Trump tweets, it's a great day to buy, and then everything went up, out sideways.
yeah. I think we do. We're just waiting for the next tweet, right? We just need to wait for the next tweet. But that's very much, that's more like it affects I think the stock market and the indices like the Nasdaq more compared to other markets in general. But it is, you're absolutely right. You need to include that now. It's not just those news events. Yeah. All right. So it sounds like you are doing pretty well, but at the same time, you still need to do a little bit of work, perhaps staying away from those high impact news events days. Do you feel like this?
Yeah, I'm investing more in myself. Yeah, I'm investing more in myself. Trading education and trading psychology, books, YouTube videos. So every day I just watch all of them. All and JCap, that's one of my idols. 2.5 million in this year. It's crazy. I want to be like him someday.
That's incredible. That's a big return. Are you familiar with the work of Mark Douglas? Mark Douglas,
Yeah, his book's very famous.
yeah, but he's got like these webinars or seminars. Really, it was back in the day. So they're quite old, but they're on YouTube. Very, very good. It's really good in terms of when it comes to trading psychology. Okay, so what about fundamentals? Do you focus on fundamentals or not really? Like, fundamentals on the longer term, on the longer time frame. Is that something you follow, or is that not really part of your trading strategy?
I'm just a price action man.
Yeah, same, yeah, same. I believe the fundamentals, I suppose it depends on the time frame, like how long you want to keep trades open for, then fundamentals is important, but fundamentals will play out on the chart. That's my opinion on it.
Yeah, the chart will show the fundamentals anyway in the 4-hour and the 1-day chart. Sometimes I look at the 1 week and the 1 month chart as well. So the fundamentals is there.
Yeah. Okay, so if you had to start all over, J Mark, if you had to like start today, or you could go back in time, let me put it like that. If you could go back in time, what would you change? Like knowing what you know now about trading, what would you do differently if you could go back a bit, to the pandemic times?
I'll probably manage less the trades and just let the trade manager do its thing, and and also over trading, and just not, stay away from Mondays and FOMCs, and the day before FOMC, the day before NFP, the day before CPI, and trade after the CPI, because that's where all the moves are anyway, the NFPs, and it's where I make most of a lot of my money, is after the big move as well. So yeah, and yeah, that's it. Just try not to manage it manually. That's what I would say. Just try not to look at the charts after you trade.
Do you also feel like when these big news events come out that, like you just said, like the day before, it's almost kind of like the markets are waiting for the news event, so everything is a bit choppy, you know,
It's just validating.
yeah, but the day after, it finds direction. The day after,
Yeah.
yeah,
Actually, the Asian session is very good
yeah,
after the move.
yes. It was the same with the actual the tariff announcement. I'm not sure if you traded that. So the tariff announcement came out my local time pretty late, and your local time, I think it was part of the Asian session, so you'd definitely be awake for that. But it started to trend really nicely,
Yeah, true.
beautifully in one direction. So for me, it's very difficult to trade because I'm sleeping. I'm not. I don't like to stay up during the night. I used to do that many years ago. Not anymore. So if I miss a move overnight, then well, you know, we'll see what the London session and the New York session.
There's always opportunity to trade.
Yeah,
There's always opportunity. If you miss a big move, there's always the next move.
yeah.
Not as big, but there's always
There's always opportunities. That's for sure. That's how you need
there's
to view it as well. Like if this FOMO or fear of missing out, just wait for the next opportunity. One opportunity is just one opportunity in an ocean of opportunities. There will always
yeah,
be the next setup. There will always be the next setup.
yeah.
Yeah.
Every
So
week, every Thursday, there's always a big move on Thursdays, and Wednesdays, Thursdays. So just swap that
yeah.
every week. So there's always opportunity.
So going forward now, J Mark, like what would you like to see, or how? I think we already mentioned about, you know, the news events and so on. But what else do you feel you need to really improve on to go to that next level as a trader?
I need to be fearless, probably. It's just there's so much fear in me, especially when I'm trading Nasdaq. So yeah,
Good day and welcome to your financial news update for Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025. We begin today with the Forex markets. The US dollar held modest losses following President Trump's announcement of a new trade deal with Japan. The deal includes lower tariffs on Japanese cars and imported goods, boosting optimism across Asian markets. Meanwhile, the Japanese yen saw increased volatility as traders weigh shifting interest rate expectations between Japan and the US. Gold surged higher overnight, finally breaking out of its July range and inching closer to new record highs. Traders are watching the XAU/USD closely as bullish momentum builds across metals. Turning to futures, US stock futures edged higher today in early trading. S&P 500, Dow and Nasdaq futures all rose by about 0.3% as markets reacted positively to easing trade tensions. There's growing optimism ahead of today's earnings reports from Tesla and Alphabet. In the commodities space, corn futures saw active trading on the Chicago Board of Trade. Volume reached nearly 60,000 contracts by mid-morning, with a notable rise in open interest. Oil futures pulled back slightly but are expected to rebound, with traders citing reduced US inventories and signs of stronger global demand. Brent and WTI remain firmly in a bullish structure heading into August. Now for crypto, and it's a mixed picture today. Bitcoin slipped 0.5% to around $117,600 after failing to hold above the key 120,000 resistance level. Despite a broader risk-on tone in equities, crypto struggles to follow through. Altcoins were hit harder. XRP dropped over 6%, Ethereum fell 1.3%, Solana dipped 4.6%, and Dogecoin slid by more than 7%. This triggered over $200 million in liquidations across the market, pushing Bitcoin dominance back above 60%. XRP took an additional hit after the SEC announced a delay in its review of the Bitwise altcoin ETF proposal. The token now trades near $3.44, erasing most of its recent gains. On the upside, Binance Coin broke the $800 level for the first time ever. Still, the total crypto market cap fell about 3.3%, now just under $4 trillion. In a major step towards institutional adoption, Goldman Sachs and BNY Mellon launched tokenized versions of money market fund shares on the blockchain. The move reflects growing interest in real-world assets tokenization from traditional finance players. And in regulatory news, the US officially enacted the Genius Act last week, tightening oversight on stablecoins. The law requires all stablecoins to be backed one-to-one with audited reserves, setting a new standard for transparency and compliance in the space. Finally, let's take a quick look at global sentiment. Markets around the world are rallying as trade tensions ease. Japan led gains overnight with European indices following higher. US markets are poised to open in the green, boosted by the US/Japan trade deal and strong earnings anticipation. Investors are eyeing key Q2 reports for major tech names and watching upcoming US housing and jobless claims data for further market direction. That's your 5-minute financial wrap-up for now. Stay tuned for a beginner's guide to Hola Prime up next. Come, I will show you how Hola Prime is changing the future of prop trading.
Not like this.
By being on our toes so that you can experience prop trading as it should be, fair and transparent.
We are Hola Prime, the most transparent prop trading firm.
With traders from 175 plus countries and offices all across the globe.
We are the first company in the prop industry to publish daily price transparency report, so our traders can cross-verify their trades and they can trade with confidence and peace of mind.
Let me share the story. In the decentralized Forex market, traders often face pricing uncertainty, but not anymore. To ensure fair pricing every time, we introduced Price Transparency Report.
A daily tick-by-tick comparison with industry data.
We didn't stop here.
No hidden rules.
No unclear trading conditions.
Everything is stated up front,
including prohibited trading practices.
From supreme trading conditions to responsive customer support.
We operate with transparency, sharing every crucial detail with our traders.
That's why traders from 175 countries trust us.
No unfair breaches of accounts. Wherever possible, we send traders preemptive warnings because we hide nothing.
With us, you can scale your account up to $4 million.
And those profits?
We offer up to 95% of the profit splits.
That's 95%.
But what good are profits if you can't access them quickly?
That's why we process withdrawals within 1 hour. Putting your earnings straight into your hands.
We calculate your withdrawable profits at the end of each trading day, ensuring you get your withdrawals as soon as you request it.
We know what failing a challenge feels like, but we won't leave you alone. After reviewing your account's trades, we'll create personalized videos to help you prepare for your next attempt. Our expert trading coaches and Prime Academy are always ready to help you learn and succeed.
I started as a junior analyst. With clear feedback and growth paths, I've moved into a leadership role.
When I joined here, I was just a graduate. Now, I'm an MBA and a senior manager.
My career has been transformed here, from an entry-level position to a department head.
While others are catching up, we are setting new standards in prop trading every day.
Join us today and get funded with transparency.
Behind each face, there's a story. A story of courage, a story of battles fought too soon. These little fighters take on challenges every day with courage beyond their years. Today, we brought a little bit of magic into their lives, a chance to laugh, to wonder, and to feel like kids again.
So we have arrived at Access Life, which is a very, very important charity. Their main aim is to help and support children with cancer and allow their parents to live with their children. They don't have to go to work and they can, be together during such a difficult time as anyone can imagine. We're currently here. As you can see, there is a magic show happening behind us. We prepared this magician to come to help lift the spirits of these children. A puppet show, which is trying to make them, feel better and joy. And they're laughing and having a great old time. So really good to see.
Every smile is precious. Every moment of happiness, a victory. Today, they are free. Free to laugh. Free to believe in magic, if only for a little while. A few smiles, a few moments of wonder. It may seem small, but for these children, it means everything. Magic may be an illusion, but the happiness it brings is real. It's a reminder that joy is still within reach, that even in dark times, there is still light, laughter, and love.
In a world where stigma and isolation often overshadow humanity, small acts of kindness remind us of our true shared connection. The focus wasn't just on providing meals, it was also about creating moments of care, trust, and belonging.
So now we've put on some aprons and we're starting to prepare some food. As you can see here, we have some lovely vegetables being prepared by the good members of Hola Prime.
It was about sitting down, sharing stories, and being present. In the small moments that matter most, sharing a meal, exchanging a smile, listening to a story, we found the power to create change. For the people we served, it wasn't just about receiving a meal. It was about feeling recognized, appreciated, and cared for.
Now the food has been cooked. It's ready to serve. I'll just show some of the food here.
Every plate was filled with love. It might sound small, but in these moments, you realize how much it matters to someone who's often overlooked. We preferred not to show faces to honor the privacy and dignity of each individual. Nevertheless, behind every hand is a story, one of resilience, hope, and humanity.
And it's all been dished up. It's a lot of work, guys. It's a lot of work. But we got there in the end. Everyone seems happy. It's looking really good. A really successful day.
Education is the foundation of growth, opportunity, and empowerment. Yet in many rural villages, access to quality education remains a distant dream. This is school, a place where young minds come with dreams of learning and a brighter future. However, limited resources and infrastructure challenges makes their journey difficult. Despite these challenges, these children are driven, hopeful, and eager to succeed. At Hola Prime, we believe that every child deserves access to quality education, no matter where they live. Through our CSR initiative, we're committed to creating lasting change by supporting schools like these. Our efforts include renovating classrooms, providing necessary supplies, and creating a learning environment that inspires growth. We're helping make this village school a place where dreams can take root. Together, we're not just building classrooms, but building futures. When these children succeed, we all succeed, because education is not just a privilege, it's a right.
do you feel after another victory?
It's really good, so we're excited, we're happy to be here. People only see the wins.
And there it is, folks, the
trophies.
final buzzer sounds.
The moments under the lights. But they don't see this. Adversity. Everyone faces it. But those failures motivate you to try harder, to try again. Hola Prime is the platform used by pro traders. No hidden rules, just fair trading. In basketball and in life, speed is the difference between success or failure. Hola Prime has the fastest payouts in the industry with less than an hour. Adversity sometimes just means a new beginning. Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Got trading skills but can't risk your money? Enter prop trading, a smart way to monetize your trading skills without risking your own money. Start your journey with Hola Prime. Here's how it works. Buy a small fee trading challenge. Hit the profit target and keep losses under 5% daily and 8% overall. Pass the challenge and get a funded account. The risk rules stay the same, but now no profit targets. And yes, up to 95% of the profits are yours. Wondering, how's that even possible? Well, we selectively copy trades from top performing traders in live markets. That's how we generate profits. Whether we copy yours or not, you still get your share. While most firms take days to pay, Hola Prime is the industry's first to do it in under 1 hour. Yes, every payout is processed in less than 60 minutes. It's a win-win. You bring the skill, we bring the capital, speed, and support, including one-on-one coaching. Take the trading challenge. Get funded.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
In this video, I'm going to take a look at something that a lot of people don't really think about until much further in their trading careers, if at all. As traders, we tend to like patterns. So, for example, bullish flags, head and shoulders, ascending triangle, that kind of thing. And a lot of traders are drawn to this because it's simple. It's not a heavily mathematically awaited equation like professional traders at institutions use with massive amounts of computing power. That being said, there is a bit of a one-way mindset when it comes to trading these patterns. And in this video, I'm going to explore the fact that sometimes these patterns don't work out as you expect them to. So the question is, what do you do? In a sense, the way to think about a failed pattern is that it is a signal that a signal didn't work. Markets are essentially binary over the longer term. So, for example, if you have a bullish flag that is very obvious to everybody in the market that breaks lower, that is a sign that a lot of traders are probably stuck on the wrong side of the trade, and the market is likely to continue lower as those who had put bullish trades on now have to sell their positions in order to mitigate their losses. As selling continues, selling begets more selling. So as traders, a lot of times we look at a pattern like a head and shoulders and we say this happens, then this should happen. Well, what if it doesn't? I'm going to go over the charts with a few patterns here and there and just look at times when things have failed and how thinking a little bit outside of the box and recognizing that most people are caught on the wrong side could have been very beneficial. In the first example, I will have a bullish flag on the Canadian dollar currency pair on the 15-minute chart. So as the trend started to rise and we saw a lot of buying in this currency pair, it's pretty easy to see how some people may have been looking at this as a potential bullish flag. And of course, the proclivity is that we are going to see the market continue the overall uptrend that we had seen, because remember, it's a shot higher by some consolidation, a little bit of a dip, and then you continue. But notice that at the very bottom of the flag, we had broken pretty significantly to the downside. On a breakdown below the bottom of the flag on a candle close, the next candlestick dropped precipitously right into the beginning of the flagpole. Most traders who trade this pattern would be looking at the bullish flag and perhaps trying to anticipate the next move higher. That would have been a huge mistake. And this is part of the reason why they always say, wait until the pattern proves itself. A lot of traders make that mistake. And had you gotten long in the middle of this bullish flag, you are now losing money very rapidly, causing quite a bit of chaos to the downside. However, if you saw the candlestick that broke down below and stayed below the bottom of the flag, within 30 minutes, you found yourself up about 50 pips. In this example on the ASX 200 daily chart, you can see that there was a very strong trend line that ran through the entirety of the summer of 2018. That being said, we did get a pretty significant breakdown on the candlestick on September 5th, and you can see that was the beginning of something rather ugly. The typical trader would have bought each dip along the way of this trend line and left it at that. And while that certainly did work for quite some time for short-term traders, the astute trader would have recognized that something changed. And at that point in time, this pattern, or in this case, more or less this uptrend line, had been broken significantly. And we saw the ASX 200 plunge roughly 800 points over the next several months. In this example, I have a consolidation rectangle marked out on the euro-dollar daily chart. While not necessarily a failed pattern, what we did see is a shift in attitude. Now, when I zoom out to the weekly chart, you can see that the euro had been in a very strong downtrend for some time. This pattern, this rectangle, typically would follow the attitude of consolidation leads to continuation. So a lot of bearish traders would have looked at that and said, we are just simply taking a bit of a breather, and then we will continue to go lower. For example, that's all a bullish flag is. When the market rises, it takes a little bit of time to digest the gains and then breaks higher. If you remember the first example on the 15-minute chart of the dollar against Canadian dollar, we saw that fail. So this area here was a pretty significant downtrend in the euro for about 2 years. And instead of consolidating and continuing, we had a massive shot higher. You can clearly see it on the weekly chart, but it also shows up on the daily chart as well, on a somewhat neutral candlestick that looked like it was going to obey the ceiling in the market. But then the very next day we broke higher. That's a sign that something is changing, something is wrong. And that is one of the places that in my 15 years experience, if there's one thing I've seen, it's that retail traders are typically very slow to adapt to changing market conditions. And in fact, that's probably the biggest killer of trading careers. It's also worth noting that a lot of times these consolidations that should lead into continuation are at areas that could be somewhat troublesome for traders. A short-term trader is going to look at this and suggest that perhaps on this chart, the New Zealand dollar will consolidate and continue going higher because we have seen such a big move to the upside. However, when looked at through the prism of the weekly chart, you can see that we are entering an area that has been somewhat problematic for about a year and a half. So one of the first things that you should always do when you're looking at a pattern is look at the higher time frames. If you go up to the weekly chart, even if you're not trading on it, you can avoid a lot of trouble and a lot of fake outs like this may or may not end up being. We just don't know yet. But clearly, this is a market that has a certain amount of possibility of disappointing the overly bullish traders. Looking at the 30-minute gold chart, here's an example of the markets getting pretty whipsawed after we had seen a nice bullish flag. And in fact, it even broke out to the upside. So this should have been a trade that worked, but you can see it didn't. So that's another thing to discuss here as well. Patterns don't always work. If they did, everybody would make a ton of money trading. But what I would draw your attention to is the fact that we broke out and then we pulled back into the flag and then we broke down below the bottom of the flag. So the especially astute trader would look at this, perhaps have gone long and taken a small loss, but once we get below the flag, that tells you something's really wrong. And you start shorting and you make all of your losses back and much more. After all, this is an example of pay attention to what the market does, not what you think it's going to do or what people say it's going to do. Another thing to pay close attention to is the actual asset that you're trading. So, for example, typically speaking, indices rise over time, and that's because most are not equal weighted. What I mean by that is when you trade the S&P 500, it's not a basket of 500 stocks that all count for the same in the index. It is based on the actual worth of the company. So some companies are worth much more. And in fact, in the 2023-2024 trading range, we've seen a lot of emphasis put on NVIDIA. NVIDIA carries a much higher weighting than a ton of other stocks. And in fact, there have been times where it's been just 5 to 7 stocks that have lifted the entire index. So what that tells you is they're not really designed to go down. That's okay. It's the game we're playing. And as long as you understand the rules, you understand that as a general rule, it's easier to go long on an index than it is to go short. That makes this example in the Nikkei 225 quite interesting. There was a bearish pennant formed in March of 2023, and you can see that it never broke to the downside. So this is an example of just do what the market's telling you. In this case, the fact that the pennant broke the quote-unquote wrong way tells you that something has changed, and we inevitably went higher. As a general rule, the consolidation pattern of the bigger pattern that you're trading is where you set your stop loss. So for example, had you bought here when we broke out of this bearish pennant, your stop loss would have been on the other side of the consolidation. That's true with most patterns because most patterns are literally consolidation after a move. And if you think about it, that is true whether it be a triangle, a pennant, a bullish or bearish flag, even a head and shoulders. You can put your stop loss on the other side of the shoulders, etc. Rectangles, the list goes on. In fact, I would be hard pressed to think of a pattern that didn't have something to do with some form of consolidation. Perhaps the cup with handle, maybe not consolidation, but more or less hesitation. In this final example, I have a head and shoulders pattern on the hourly chart of the UK 100 or the FTSE 100. And you can see that we formed the shoulder here. The left side had the head, and then ended up forming the right shoulder. And while it looked like the index was going to start selling off, you'll notice it never did. We did break above this shoulder over here. Your stop loss on the other side of the consolidation, like I said, is how you protect yourself, because if it breaks higher, like we saw in that example in gold, and then breaks back down, that means something's changed. So it would be the same thing in this particular example. If we broke higher and then broke back down, it would show you that the buyers simply don't have the momentum. Remember, every candlestick and every pattern tells a story. It's your job to listen to the market. And if the market tells you, hey, we're going to form, in this case, a head and shoulders, but then changes its mind, as a trader, your job is to change your mind. And you can see how lucrative it can be, as a lot of the traders who had gone short the UK 100 are now losing massive amounts of money.
All right. We is back.
Come on, Daryl.
Everybody. How you doing, Coach Troy? Okay, so we are in the Ask the Experts session here. It's a half hour of Coach Troy and myself answering common and uncommon questions about trading the markets. And we also would love to see if we get some interaction in the chat. We'd like to get some questions that the viewers may have. And if you don't, that's fine. We have a bunch of questions that we've kind of scraped up over Reddit and Discord and some other socials. So we'll start with that. But if any of you would love to put in a question, we'll be going back to the chat and looking and see what we can address.
Perfect. You want me to go ahead and start?
Yeah. Why don't you take it away, Coach Troy?
Okay. This is from Discord, and it's from Inflation Watchdog. And the question is, the latest CPI print came in hotter than expected. How does this immediate economic data impact short-term futures movements? So I'll start, and then you can jump in, Daryl. CPI is the Consumer Price Index, and it is all about what a consumer is paying for. Are the prices going up relevant to last month, last year? And to be perfectly honest, CPI is an inflation-based number. So is PPI, which is the Producer's Price Index, which means producers are paying more for raw materials before they can produce it into something that will then flow into CPI when the consumer actually purchases the product. So the real question here is, how does this affect the Fed, the Federal Reserve, and interest rates? The actual, is CPI going up or CPI going down, is not nearly as important as its impact on the decision that the Federal Reserve is going to either increase interest rates or lower interest rates. So if CPI is going up, which means there is real inflation going into the economy, the Fed is afraid, deathly afraid of inflation. And so they are going to react to that by raising rates. And they will, if they see it coming into play, not only in CPI, but previously in PPI, and it's flowing through from PPI from the producers to the consumer, that's even worse. And you're pretty much guaranteed that the Fed is going to raise rates, or at least threaten to raise rates.
Yeah, very well said. I mean, aside from explaining what it all is and how it works, I mean, I'll just add this for someone like myself who is very intraday. The overall macro in the economy affects things, of course. It affects the directions of the markets, whether it's when a PPI print comes out or a CPI print, or the interest rates from the Fed, or if we have a Fed share change, or any of these things with, even with administrations. But I'm looking at it. I'm looking at participant behavior every day. When we do get a print like that, typically these come out at 5:30 a.m. my time, 8:30 Eastern, so before the U.S. market is open. And it will definitely move the markets. But usually by the time the U.S. has opened, it's kind of settled in, but it will affect maybe the trend for the day or how much, volatility we experience. So you don't necessarily have to be an economist. You don't have to be have a very strong grasp on the economy, which is honestly extremely complicated and interconnected with all of the countries around the world and how we trade. But just, I would say, be aware of when these releases come out. If you're in the market, you may want to step aside for a while and then come back in once you gauge where things are. But great explanation, Coach Troy, on that.
Thank you.
All right, so let's see. Let's go to Reddit. We've got some questions in here. This is an interesting one. 1 Minute Man. He asked, or she, I assume it's a he, what's the biggest risk when holding a position into the close for a prop firm? I'm not sure if they're asking what's the biggest position for themselves as a trader when trading prop, or if they're asking what is the risk as a prop firm itself trading its proprietary funds. But in either case, if you're not holding sufficient margin in futures, you will be taken out in a real live account. You will be taken out by the FCM, or the Futures Commission Merchant, which is connected to the exchange, because in that case, you don't have sufficient liquidity or equity in your account to carry over the overnight. And if they do take you out, you are charged. Could be $50 a contract, $100 a contract, depends on your broker. But there's a risk, because if you let it go, you're supposed to technically be out 15 minutes before the close of the futures session, not the cash session. So when when the futures session closes at 3:15 Central Chicago time, or 1:15 for me on the West Coast, I could technically keep trading until another half hour beyond that. I need to be out before the 2 o'clock for me or the 4 o'clock for Chicago. If I don't, or if something happens, or my computer shuts down, or my power runs off, and I can't exit the trade, they will exit it for me if I don't have sufficient margin. So you have a risk in the fact that you'll be taken out of a trade prematurely if that's not your intent, or if it was your intent to get out and you couldn't, they did it for you, and they're going to send you a nice little bill for doing it for you, which is, again, annoying. It's happened to me before. I can speak from experience. It's expensive. As far as prop firms go, I wouldn't be trading that close to the end. I think we, as coaches, we've been on here live streaming during power hour and things near the end of day. It gets very, very whippy. We get burned ourselves, and we're experienced. So I think if you're trying to certainly pass a challenge account, or you're new into a funded account, I wouldn't take that risk and trade that close into the end, because there's too many factors that fall into the market at the end of day. you're dealing with much different participants than you are in the open, and it's just overall too much of a risk.
Yeah, I would add, I agree 100%, by the way. Good answer. But I would say there's also a margin component to this. You have to think about it as a prop firm. You're fronting money so that the trader has capital to trade. And every single account is going to have a certain margin that's available. And if you're with a prop firm, they're going to basically say, absolutely no, you must be out prior to 10 minutes before the close. They'll have some sort of rule base. And if you don't do it, they'll shut your account down. But the key behind that is that, as an example, my personal account, I have an intraday trading margin for a ES contract. That's $500. Okay, that's a really low margin. But if I hold on to that at 5 p.m. Eastern when the futures closes, and that 1 hour that it's closed until 6 p.m., my margin goes to a maintenance margin. And a maintenance margin or a daily margin is much higher. As an example, it's about $12,000 per contract instead of $500, right, for the intraday. So unless you have, a large account, say you have a $50,000 account, you could only carry, 3 or 4 contracts over that 1 hour period, which is considered the overnight. Now, think about if you're a prop firm and you've got 6,000 accounts, and suddenly all those accounts go from 500 intraday margin to 12,000. And listen, 12,000 is not the top side. It depends on the corporate back end, whoever their prime broker is that's handling this. They might have a per contract of say 14 or even 15,000 per ES contract as an overnight margin. So there's not only safety reasons, like Daryl talked about, it's just smart to not hold it over that period of time. Can't get out because the market's closed. And additionally, it's foolish from a margin perspective because that 1 hour is costing you 12 to maybe as high as $18,000 worth of margin versus only 500 when the market's open and it's intraday. So I think there's two pieces to that. Obviously, the reasons for not holding, which are risk related, and second, because of the margin requirements.
Yeah, exactly. And if you don't have enough for the maintenance, you will be taken out. So it's just better to be proactive. And there's no messing around with that. I'm laughing with you. And every instrument has a different maintenance amount. I've had it happen a few times. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
And you're like, and they shut your account down. It takes you 3 days to get it back open again. Right?
Yes, they do. You go on it's called administrative hold, and you have to clear it through your broker again. It's a total pain in the rear.
Oh, agreed. Man, you're right about that. Don't want to go there.
No. I think. Do you have something in your Discord? I'm looking here. In the chat, I don't think we have any. No, we could keep going.
Okay. This is a good question from you, Remote Ripper. This is from Discord. With more people working remotely, has day trading become more accessible? And are there new challenges? We always laugh and we tease when we're in the main session because Daryl and I are kind of the old guys, and Sam and Paul are the younger guys. But as us old guys, we can remember when a single transaction you had to get on the phone and call a broker, and it would be $250 in commissions. And you stayed on the phone for maybe as many as 5 minutes waiting for a fill confirmation.
Yep.
And they would come
Fill
back on the phone.
confirmation,
They'd
exactly.
say, hey, we got you a confirmation. And you'd be like, okay, what is it? You know, and it was a number. And you wrote down this number because if anything got screwed up, you needed that confirmation number to backtrack to your order. And so in the old days, you had to have more capital because the cost was substantially higher. What else? Let's see. Well, back in the day, my very first computer that I bought for trading had two 5.25-inch floppy drives. And this was revolutionary because it had 2 floppy drives. The entire computer had like 24 megabytes of RAM. Okay. You know, that's nothing, right? And I paid $1,200. $1,200 like that, and that was in 1988. Okay, so and $1,200 was a substantial amount of money. It was almost half of my trading capital. At the time, I had about $3,000, and so that one computer took half my trading capital to buy the computer. You know, nowadays, comparatively, you can go down to Costco, Sam's, Walmart, for Christ's sake, and buy a laptop, a gaming laptop that's got all the speed, all the memory, and it's $700. You know, on top of that, the margins have come substantially down. It used to be, I can't remember, but I want to say in 1988 for one ES contract, it was like $25,000 for one contract.
Yeah,
it was nuts.
For the full contract. They didn't even have e-minis back then.
That's right. That is absolutely right. It was just a full contract. And now you get intraday of somewhere between, you know, $50 for a micro to maybe as low as $500 for a mini. So, you know, you can actually open an account for $1,000, and there are brokers out there that will let you open an account for $1,000. So, you know, for $2,500, you're ready to rock and roll, right? And so that has allowed a huge number of people to come in to the trading space. That being said, you know, I go back to some of those older sayings where there's a sucker born every day, and you know, just because you have a gaming laptop and an internet connection and $500 in your account, that does not mean that you are going to make money trading. And you can think that, oh, I'm going to start generating $3,000, $5,000 a month to live off of in a week after I open the account, right? So is it more accessible? Yes, way more accessible. Again, internet, good Lord. I used to spend, $300 a month for a DTN. You'll love this. I had a DTN satellite on my roof. Did you have?
Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
It was a 3-foot wide satellite dish, and it cost me like $354 a month, and that's where my quotes came from. Wow. This is back in that was in 92, 93, and so you know the cost.
You were ahead of the curve,
man. It's nuts.
You were trailblazing in a way, Coach Troy, even back then to do all that. I mean,
it didn't feel like that.
You're right. But the cost. I mean, it was a big barrier to entry if you wanted to trade.
Yes.
If you really wanted to trade and you really wanted to day trade, you needed quality data. So you needed co-location, or you needed a satellite dish like you're talking about, or something to get it. And you needed a machine, obviously, on the receiving end to process that. But things are so different today. I would caution the developing trader and the newbies here, you know, just like you said, Coach Troy, all you need is a high-speed internet and a good laptop. A gaming laptop is good because you get more RAM, you get more speed out of it. But you're dangerous. You're ready to go. But just because you have all that, you know, don't fall into the trap of what we also see on the internet and social media with all these guys, you know, sitting on the beach or sitting on the back of some yacht or whatever, and they're trading and they're sipping pina coladas or what have you. I mean, it's fantasy world. You need to take it seriously. You need to work at this. This is no different than anything else. Trading is extremely rewarding. But I think, you can say that about any high performing career, whether it's athletes or anything. You got to put all the work in it. People only see the results of the short term. They don't see all the work people have put in for years or decades prior.
I love using
answer.
the analogy when you talk about that sort of thing. When you say, okay, a doctor, how many years does he go to school? He goes to 4 years of college,
Right.
4 years of med school, and then sometimes
Another
5
4
years as a resident
Residency.
somewhere before he's before
correct.
he's even ready to go
Right.
out on his own. So you're talking at least
Right.
out after college, another 4 years, and maybe another 5, possibly 9 years before he's like earning money.
Yeah, making any money, making any real money.
Right.
Exactly.
Right, look at a
While he's
lawyer.
paying
Lawyer,
same thing.
right? Exactly. And you look at a lawyer.
crazy.
Lawyer goes to college for 4 years, and then he goes to law school for what, 3? And
3 at least.
has a debt of several $100,000 from going to law school, and but so you add all the years up, at least 3 after college. You look at, okay, let's look at even like something as granular, a nursing degree. A 2-year nursing degree takes 2 years, right? Here in Tennessee, we have a lot of trade schools, and I know that they have some 1-year programs. They have like a auto body or an auto body mechanic, and they're 1 or 2 years. So in 1 year, you've been spending money on tuition for the whole year, and now finally you're ready to get a job, and really you're hoping that an employer is going to say, hey, I'll hire you and then I'll train you, because we really don't know anything when we get out of school. We just sort of know kinda what's going on, right? And so we put but in trading, you say, I'm going to be ready to go in a week. I'm ready. Let's go. That doesn't make any sense. You've got to put your time into learning the craft before you turn the spigot on the money, because otherwise you'll pay, the market will charge its own tuition, and that's expensive.
For sure. Absolutely. Great answer. Okay, let's move on to something else here. Another question. I just had this. This was a good one. Okay. Daily Max Loss in Reddit is asking, how do I overcome the fear of hitting my daily max loss? And how do I bounce back if I do? Okay, well, I would say that daily max loss or loss limits are put in place as a guardrail to protect us from ourselves, from our emotional, human, irrational decisions that we make when things go awry, and we just tend to do stupid human things. But it's there to protect you from blowing an account, from losing a lot of equity, and to have you come back the next day and trade. When you're asking, how do you overcome the fear of it? Well, everyone at some point has to get past the fear to trade, because nothing is exactly guaranteed. So there's risk in every trade, which is why we have a risk reward, and it's why we have stops, and everything's random. But at some point you have to have enough conviction and work on developing a trade plan and some structure to where you can go in and take a trade. So you have to just do it. Otherwise, what are we here for? If we're not taking risk, you're not trading, you're not going to make money. That's just the bottom line. We're rewarded for taking risk. That's the whole point of having an opportunity to make a good amount of money in this business, because we're putting on risk capital. So I would say, working on overcoming the fear, you could do that by sim trading. You can still have max losses set and daily loss limits set, and experience what that's like. Be taken out for the day, and then come back the next session and start again. There's nothing wrong with that. It happens to everybody. And, that's how you bounce back. Take a break, walk away. We, as coaches, have put in a bunch of nice videos here in the YouTube, the Futures channel now, where you guys can go and look and see some of what we all like to do to unwind ourselves when we're not in front of trading the charts and the markets. You have to get away. You can't be in front of it all the time. And that balance is really important. So there's nothing like screen time and experience to get better and improve. But there are those days where, you get taken out or you hit your limit, or you need to say to yourself, okay, I've taken 3 or 4 trades, 5 trades. I'm not seeing it right for whatever reason. I'm on the wrong side of every single one of these. I'm going to shut down and walk away. And that's a healthy thing to do. That's what will keep you coming back. That's what all businesses do. You can't keep hitting your head against the wall if you're a business and bleeding out money in any business, whether it's a service business, a manufacturing business, a whatever. At some point, you're going to have to, if you're not making profit, you're not going to be in business very long. So we have to treat it the same way. So I would say don't be afraid of daily max losses. Don't be afraid of loss limits even, and all of the guardrails that are put in place. Embrace them and use them.
When I hit my maximum daily loss, I switch all of my screens over to a practice account. And if I'm not smart enough to walk away, which is what I should do 90% of the time, I will trade in simulated.
Yeah.
The other thing that you have to remember is that you will always want to live to trade another day. And the only way you can do that is by preserving your capital. So, this goes back to blackjack. Okay, so in blackjack, I know that my odds are basically 50-50, right? Very close to 50-50. And maybe if I'm lucky and I get 2 10s, I get to split them, and that gives me an advantage, especially if the dealer is showing like a 6, right? That'd be the perfect scenario to have an advantage. And what we have to do as traders is we have to realize that there is that stop is that daily stop. If you got a $20,000 account and you have $1,000 a day maximum, well, worst case scenario, it takes you 20 days to blow that account out, right? But the odds are much better that you're not going to have 20 losing days in a row. You might have 1 or 2, and then you'll have a winner. And maybe you'll have two winners. But the odds are not very good that you're going to lose 20 times in a row. So by having that $1,000 loss on a $20,000 account, we can prolong how long we are able to stay in the game and continue to play. We want to get over the learning curve, right? The learning curve for most traders is 6 months to a year, maybe longer. At least by 6 months or a year, you should be a break-even trader where you're winning and losing, but you're not really losing. You're sort of break-even when you look at your account in 6 months to a year. And then some people will stay at that level for a long time, but you want to be able to have capital once you get out of the learning curve. So there's no point in blowing your capital and after 6 months having to quit because you have no capital, but you're at the end of the learning curve and you finally have a real shot at doing it and being successful, and you've run out of capital. And I can't tell you how many times I have traders that they'll quit their job, they'll try to trade for 6 months, they blow their capital out, they go back to their previous career for a year or two while they build up more capital, and then they try again. So that's very common. You shouldn't be too beat up about that if it happens to you, but don't let it happen to you. Put in some capital constraints on a daily basis, at least where it takes you 20 days in a row. It's 20 days a road. It's 5 days a week, so that's a whole month. It's very unlikely you're going to blow your account up in a whole month. It should take you a lot longer, right?
It's so true, and that's a very good point about dividing out the time and put these little intervals in there. It's the same. The same could be said for trying to pass an account if you're in a challenge status. We could take all the time we want at Hola Prime with these. There's no limit. There's no max. You could take a year or two in the same account. So take your time. Even take some time off if you need to. I think the minimum is just you need to place at least one trade a month to keep it active. It's not hard to do. But you can also just say, let me spread it out, and if I make $200 a day or what have you, whatever your challenge is, and you stop and you give yourself that time off and learn, you will end up passing that account because you'll make incremental changes and you'll just keep compounding up and you'll be there. And then you can do the same thing when you go to a funded status, and then you can start withdrawing payouts, and then you can pay yourself. So you're getting in the habit of making these small consistencies work in your favor instead of the extreme highs, the extreme lows, and getting, beat up. But we are at the end of our Ask the Experts session. So it's been great. Some of the questions that we found on the socials was good. These were good questions today, Coach Troy. And Coach Troy and I will be back in a half hour. We will be back to trading. Up next, we got Trader Spotlight, and I think we're going to have an interview with a current trader of Hola Prime and Coach Sam. So stay tuned for that. And Coach Troy and I will see you guys in a short while. Thanks for everything, guys.
Thanks, Coach Daryl.
You got it, Troy.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning. But every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am. Not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard and I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a gamble. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which isn't, it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. I'm really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play league darts with my trainers. And just as in trading, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene shot where I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money, so I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, you know, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but compete in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Yeah, just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. And I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own, and about 25 years before that, even, with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight. But it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Paul, trading coach at Hola Prime, and this is a peek behind the scenes of who I am beyond the screens. I've been a trader for 6 years now, spanning from agricultural commodities to equity indices. My philosophy in life is to keep things simple, but not simplistic, and to seek clarity, not certainty. In the trading world, these concepts help me embrace a mindset of valuing action over doubt, staying disciplined, evolving with the markets, and maintaining self-awareness. The road to becoming a successful trader is a winding one, but with each twist is an opportunity to reflect and grow. There are no shortcuts in trading, And as a coach, it is my mission to help guide traders down a clearer path to sustainable trading. As a new trader, sometimes the thought of earnings potential can outweigh focus on what truly matters. Long-term success stems from a system of patience, resiliency, and consistency. 2 books I highly recommend that profoundly display these qualities are Mind Over Markets and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Outside of trading, I love going to the local beaches and golfing. They allow me to clear my head and have some fun too. Golf is a funny parallel to trade. It requires total concentration, adaptability to changing environments, and the majority of the battle is between your ears. You must have a plan to tackle each hole of the course, combined with sound mechanics to execute each shot. Comparably in trading, plans and strategies are important to build and refine, but precise execution matters equally. That's a brief bit about me. I look forward to seeing you in a live trading session soon and expanding our trading horizons together.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Daryl, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. Join me as I unwind after a long day of trading and coaching. So, like I was describing, I like to get out on the trails, take a break from trading, kind of relax my mind, get some fresh air, get some sunshine. It's not bad that I have a number of trails right in my backyard. This one's about a 3-mile trail, and just over that hill right there is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes I'll take a drive through the canyons and unwind my mind, but oftentimes grab the dog, come up here on a trail, just sit here, and it's beautiful, you know, beautiful out here. Every trader sees the market differently, and if you've been trading for a number of years and haven't had much success, instead of continuing to learn and research and add more, I would suggest maybe trying to unlearn some of the bad habits and removing some things that hold you back. Oftentimes, being simple in the markets is best, and it's only until we can remove and take away the things that we keep repeating that cause us the errors and the mistakes. Once we remove that, we can start to move forward, build some structure, and get profitable. I find that successful traders trade within themselves. They know their boundaries, they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at. Just kind of finally forged away and had the discipline to stick with it. It's not trading the markets that's the key. It's truly trading ourselves. And once we can do that, then we can find success. Anyway, it's been nice to get to share a little bit about what I do in my off time and how I unwind from the markets. I look forward to seeing you on our Hola Prime TV channels, live streaming every day. And here's to your success. Thank you.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, my name's Lara, psychologist, performance coach, and for the past few years, trader, a journey that's taught me as much about myself as it has about the markets. My philosophy in life generally is that once we know ourselves, truly know ourselves, the whole world opens up to us. And nowhere is that more true than in trading. Outside of trading, I love to travel, exercise, and spend time in nature. Nature has an incredible ability to reset our minds and bodies, and that's an edge in itself when you return to the markets.
Patience, persistence, the willingness to do the work every single day, this is the foundation of success in trading and in life.
Most traders think success is all about strategy and setups, but actually it's about mindset and discipline. Trading success is about mastering your mind.
For those new to this journey, I always recommend 2 books, One Good Trade and Trading in the Zone. They will teach you the mindset and discipline required to thrive in this business.
As Roosevelt said, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. And as we know, the markets are never smooth. Every loss, every challenge, it's an opportunity to lean in and grow stronger.
That's a little insight into me and how I approach trading and performance coaching. I really hope to see you on a session soon. And remember, once we know ourselves, the whole world opens up. So let's trade with that mindset.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi everyone, I'm Stanislava, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime, and this is a little sneak peek into how my life looks like beyond coaching. I like to start my day with kombucha and the radio. As a psychologist, I believe that how you begin your day shapes how you feel, and how you feel shapes everything else. My journey as a psychologist started 20 years ago. Over those 2 decades, I've always worked to broaden and deepen my expertise. As a performance coach, I try to help clients understand how their mindset and emotions affect how they trade. Everybody would like a quick win, but real growth comes from steady habits. It's about self-awareness, discipline, and caring for your mind and your body. It's the kind of balance I try to live by myself, and it is a big part of what I'm teaching my clients in coaching. The work I do is more than just a job. It's a part of who I am as a person. But beyond that, I wouldn't feel whole without making space for exercise, art, and some time to reflect. I spend most of my workday talking or writing. So with arts, I engage that other creative side of my brain. And the best part is I get to do that with my daughters. Now that work's done, I'm off to the most important job, being mine. So that's a bit about me, who I am, not just as a coach, but as a person. Hope to see you in a session soon, and let's grow together.
Hola Prime.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Good break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. How was yours?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Well,
had some food.
I have to maintain my girlish figure, so yeah.
So what does that mean? Did you go for a jog?
No, I ate more food. Got to maintain this belly. It took years.
Maintain the figure.
Years
I'm
to
with
get
you.
here.
I'm with you.
That's good.
Yes.
Hope everyone in the chat's doing well. Let us know if you're here.
Yeah.
And also,
anybody taking?
I need to point
trades?
out.
Yeah.
I'm in a trade right now, but I'm gonna mark this up real quick, and then I'll share. Just give me a second.
Yeah, no, I took a really small trade, but I made like $20 or something on it. So I basically kind of went in my favor, and then it started coming down again, and I was like, it's not worth it. Got out quickly, and then it went into my favor and kept going. So
yeah, the market is off to the races right now.
Yeah, we got commentary moving stuff, so yeah, it's
yeah.
Let me just put this here.
Okay, Robert said he's going to grab some lunch and he'll be right back. I haven't seen the phrase BRB in a long, long time. I thought that kind of died out of our generation. BRB. I remember back in the days, that was the thing to say, just BRB. We used to have MSN Messenger when I was a kid.
Oh, BRB.
Good days.
MSN,
good days.
That's good.
Pluvio Man says, we back. Yes, we are. Good to see you again.
We is back.
SP King
We is
FX is here as well. I think I saw earlier in the chat that Eric wasn't feeling too well or something, so he left. So I hope you get well soon, Eric. But yeah. Oh no, he says, great day all. I'm kind of having a down day, had a bad call, and I need a little time to process all the info. Okay. Yeah, hope all is well, Eric. Take your time. Man.
Yeah.
Hope nothing too bad happened. But
okay.
Oh.
We can have back end share my screen if you want. Yeah, I do.
Let's do it.
I do. So I was just kind of putting this in here for everybody. I need to move my all-time high. Oh, that's my RTH. Where's my all-time high? Come on, give it to me. Oh, can't grab it. Oh, back here. Sorry, boys. Sorry, boys. Is that my all-time high? That's my all-time high. All right. Well, it's the same as the session. I got in here. Let me get my pointer. So I was doing the Ask the Experts with Coach Troy. So I was just kind of watching this, and as soon as we got off, we were forming another double top, right? We had come all the way back to the high we made before we got off in the last session, where it just ramped up because apparently the US and the EU may settle in at a 15% tariff, which is much lower than has been discussed. So the markets got excited. We pushed up here on this leg, and obviously kind of sold off a bit, and then we were coming back up. So I was watching this double top, much like we have had in other sessions where we've just kind of come up in traditional double top and sold off. But we were eating into this liquidity. We were sticking here. It wasn't a quick move up and down like we had over here. And so I decided to get in long with a contract, and I was doing well. And then all of a sudden it just something just dropped, and it took me out, stopped me out here. So I got out and let it settle in. It came back up again, and I thought, well, maybe we're going to push through this time. So we started to make some headway. I got in with one, and then oh, there we go. I covered up. So I got in with one. We kept going higher. I've added 2 more. I'm in 3 long, and I'm at break even. So I'm just sitting, and I've got to take profit at 64 or 1/2 over the 6,400 big boy number. There's a ton of stuff up there. All the big banks have been talking about 6,400 as possibly, a target for the S&P. And who knows if we get there or not, but I'll trail. So I'm comfortable being where I was. I could have gotten out earlier, right when we were kind of getting on this session that came up here. I could have trailed tight and got out, and I would be sitting pretty, but I let it come back to me because I just want to hold. I think we're going to keep going. I think we're going to keep going up this way.
The king of holding.
So that's...
But nice, really nicely done.
I'm holding. I'm holding right now.
Yeah, and Sam, I was going to say, on the ES, there were a couple of big bids that were filled, about a little over 1,000 lots each time, right at the 63.90 and 63.92, and then it dropped, and I was like, man, that's a Sam setup if I ever saw one now. So I know you don't have your eye on the Nas, or you have your eye on the Nasdaq, not the ES recently, but shoot, brother.
Yeah, sadly, I haven't been on the charts in a few hours, so yeah, sadly,
look at this spike.
I missed it. But
look at this spike; it just spiked.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
I was going to say Daryl is the hold king. Troy is short king. Paul, what king are you?
I'm not gonna hold. I'm not gonna hold Troy shorts though. I won't hold your shorts, your real shorts.
Troy is a short king. Short king
Paul's
is the modern day slang.
He's a diversification king. I think Paul's the diversification king.
Diversification king.
Equal opportunist. He'll look at everything. Equal opportunist.
I'll take it.
We could call you the OJ, the squeeze. We can call you Juice because you're in Florida. You did trade ag. I don't know if you trade orange juice futures. Maybe you did.
Yeah,
but
I did.
We can call you. You did. See, we can call you Juice. Yeah. I like Juice. I don't want to call you OJ because I don't want you to be. We don't want the wrong impression. Do you drive a white Bronco, Paul?
Pretty sure OJ like golf.
Oh God! Don't,
hey,
don't start the white Bronco.
I had a 1990 Bronco that was a two-tone, and it was like the white with the little brown stripe. It was an Eddie Bauer deal, and it had the white. And I think I had it back during the OJ, the whole event and everything. It's so funny.
Oh boy, man.
Are we getting a head and shoulder pattern on the Nasdaq or on the ES or the Nasdaq right now?
I was thinking something very similar, Troy. I was looking at on like the smaller time frames. It kind of looks like it. I was contemplating getting short, but it's kind of hard to get short with such a dedicated upwards trend. So
true, very true. I agree.
Yeah, it's difficult. We just had 800 lots get filled. It spiked up the ES like 1.5 points, and then it came right back down. So that's what's really making me feel like I want to short. But man, I don't know. I just don't like the idea of shorting this market right now.
I don't blame you. Yeah, annoyingly, I missed 2 very good opportunities. I missed one just as we started, in hindsight, and one about 5 minutes before we started. There were 2. There was a short and a long. literally between two zones, two gaps in volume. I'm looking at the footprint on them as well. Beautiful as well. Ah, well. Oh, well. There'll be another one, hopefully.
Exactly. The 2.5 hours that we've been absent from our morning session was where all the move was, and now it's going to just be dead again.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That's literally me right now. Like this.
You're like, lost opportunity.
Homer Simpson. Dope! Dope!
Dope!
Yeah.
I could have a donut.
That's my favorite.
That is
favorite. Yeah, I was just gonna say that's my favorite cartoon character is when he goes donut. Donut.
Love it.
I'm hearing something completely different. If you break the two words down.
Going back.
We're back on the nuts.
Back to your roots.
Yeah. Literally.
Back to
it. I said no nuts. No nuts.
Well,
it sounded like you were saying
in full,
don't nut.
Don't nut? Oh God. Oh God. No, we don't want to go there. That's a whole other conversation. I did in full disclosure, I did pull a Coach Sam because right before we got on, I ran down to the kitchen and my wife has all these peanuts sitting there, like open, like already, just
man.
I didn't have to open them up, but I grabbed a whole handful. I'm like munching on them, going, oh, I'll be like Sam today. I get something to hold me over for the next session.
Exactly.
It's good. It's good energy, man. It's good fuel.
We should all get a bag of nuts. We could be like, I don't know.
Hey Troy, what's in your wallet?
We can't hear you.
You
you're
Brits are
on mute
cracking
right
me
now.
up,
It's
man.
the four the four nutsketeers is what I was thinking. I had a really loud lawnmower.
No. There's no 4 nuts here. There's 8, dude. I don't know.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. There was a really loud lawnmower on outside, and I was like, "Geez, Louise, I gotta mute this because I don't want this to come through the mic."
Oh, I did that before too.
Right.
Yeah, I got this guy, my neighbor around the corner. His son's home for summer. He's got this ridiculous bike, street bike. Revs the hell out of it, and I'm like, oh my god! I had him muted earlier for like 10 minutes. He's just idling it, and he's like, and I'm like, oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
You're all sounding like old men. God damn it, those hoodlums.
Oh, those old whippersnappers, those little kids, those young whippersnappers, eh?
That's
The
funny.
question is, do we get long or do we get short? I am looking at. Oh, why do I want to get short?
Well, I'm hold. I know you guys tease me for holding, but look, we're in this distribution at the top, right? And point of control shifted with all that volume. So I've got my stop. If you notice where my stop is, and of course I'm on break even, I'm right at that low volume right here because, if it's going to come down, it's got to get through the low volume and see if it holds. So I'm just, that's why I play this, the volume profile and the auction market, because I'm looking at how participants are and they just seem comfortable up here. They can rotate a little bit up and down. I'm okay with that as long as I'm not taken out. And I still think we've got a bigger move up as we get closer to the last hour here. So that just makes me want to sit.
Yeah.
I can sit,
Why not?
It
seems
I
like a
keep
calm
seeing
market
these
now.
I keep seeing these big buy orders come through, and it like wicks up and then comes right back down. It's like buyers are trying to constantly push up now, but it's like it goes away immediately. I don't know, maybe just some iceberg orders are getting taken out slowly, and then eventually we're going to pop up like you're thinking to 6,400. But that's the only thing that's really.
I mean, we are in no man's land again. Yeah, we are on outer space, right? So all these, I think what we're seeing with the liquidity, I think people are either just impatient. If they're waiting for the move, they're just going to say, okay, get me out with some good profit at this point, or they're getting in and they're playing both sides to build up. I see exactly what you're referencing, Paul, but it doesn't tell me, it doesn't give me any sign that we're going down, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to tell any
cumulative
viewer.
delta.
Volume delta?
Cumulative
Volume
delta.
Delta's,
I got 27,000 on the ES.
Yeah.
That's a huge number. That's out of normal.
Big.
Big number right now. It's over 20,000 what I'm seeing.
Nasdaq. And Nasdaq, I got 8,700. That for Nasdaq, that's gigantic. Both of those are huge inventory numbers. My concern, Daryl, is I'm on the opposite side. I want it to go down, obviously, but I'm not ready to take that plunge yet. But that being said, I see that giant delta as trapped buyers. I mean, we turn over. You got 27,000 contracts that are sitting here.
You got all that fuel. Yes, you got all that.
Right?
Yes. I'm with you. What goes up must come down. I also, you gotta respect all of that.
Well, you were short. You were
There's
short
all
this
this
morning. You had some good
coming down.
You were finally on the right side.
I go both. Dude, I play both sides. I play both sides. I don't even go there. I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to do it. I was going to do it. It's going to get dirty. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. But I'll
see how long.
I'm kind of a switch
Sam
hitter.
or Paul to react to that. I'm just waiting.
I did not hear it.
I like baseball too. I'm a switch hitter when I need to be. Don't take it for what it's worth.
Oh God.
I'll go long or short. I don't care.
Man,
I'm still trying to find my John
right
Travolta
now.
picture, boys. I'm trying to find
Oh
my
my
John
gosh,
Travolta picture. I really, you got to. It's classic.
Yeah, you have to show it, man. You have to.
I'm going to show it when I have it. I'm going to show it for sure. For sure.
Let us know if you're in the chat. I see we have Waka Hamid. If I pronounced your name wrong, I do apologize. He says salam to all. Salam to you, Waka. SP King FX leaves 2 emojis of what I can't quite understand what that is. It's like a face. I don't know. Pluvia Man says
like a
we
monster.
Back. We
or
already
something.
covered that.
Yeah.
If you're watching,
I don't know what it
please,
is.
do leave.
I don't know what it is.
Do leave in a chat. We love to interact with all our viewers. And we are giving away a $50,000 challenge account today in this session. If you would like to win, all you have to do is subscribe to Hola Prime TV YouTube channel and the main Hola Prime YouTube channel, which is Hola Prime Global. And also follow us on Instagram, both Hola Prime TV and the main Hola Prime Global channel. Leave a comment in the chat. And most importantly, make sure your email address is in your YouTube bio. Okay? So, yeah, hopefully you'll be entered. Well, you will be entered if all those 3 things are met. And good luck. I see Robert's back. Good to see you again, Robert. Robert, is your email in your YouTube bio yet? I tried to walk him through
yes, Robert.
On Discord.
Yes,
earlier.
Robert. Hint, hint, wink, wink. We got a giveaway coming up, Robert. Oh.
Said, yay, hold on, let me remove my email address.
Brilliant.
Too good.
Brilliant. Yes, make sure you have it all 50,000 areas. Yeah, just you know, even change your name from Robert just straight to your email address at this point. You know,
I mean,
just
I
make it
know
clear
how
as
it feels. I don't want to put my email out there either. I know I know what he's talking about, but it's, you know.
Yeah.
Profile picture should be holding up your email address.
I got taken out.
Birth certificate. Change to your email address.
Birth certificate.
Silly, dude. So silly.
All right. Well, I trailed boys, and I'm out of the trade now for a profit. So
nice.
I will look to get
done
back
well
in
though.
at some point. I will look. Yeah. I'll update it right here.
Done very well. Hey, if you close with plus 480, I can't quite see it, 84 something.
85, yeah.
485.
485.
Yeah.
4450, but who's counting? Yeah.
With this EU tariff news, this EU tariff news, I guess, is how, like, I don't know, like how definitive. This isn't definitive or anything, like the 15% versus 30%, right?
Not.
It's kind of just like rumor. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Gotcha.
Peter Navarro got on talking about it as well, hoping that they can lock it in. But then I did see something that the who was it? Let me read it. Let me go back to the source.
We got a new name in the chat. Jamie.
Jaime. That's my boy Jaime. That's my boy.
Oh, Jaime. Oh,
Jaime.
It's Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Gotcha.
I think he pronounces it like Wiowa or something. I'll butcher it, but it's a rough one. It's worse than my last name, actually.
Awesome. He says, "Hey, Daryl." Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's my boy. My boy from Sacramento. That's Jaime. He's another Californian,
Yeah,
Robert. He's in Sacramento. Yes.
When I saw your last name, Daryl, I was going to say it at one point, and I was like, I'm not going to try and attempt it because I know I'll butcher it. I have to hear you say it first, and then I'll remember.
It's phonetic. It's simple. I mean, I remember when I was younger, when I was a teenager, I worked at Costco, and I was working with this one guy who immigrated here from Poland, and one night he's yelling at me in the parking lot. He's calling my last name, and I hear it, and I'm like, "What are you saying?" I didn't know he was talking to me. He's like, "Ichikovic," and I'm like, "What?" But because I grew up, we all say Isaacowitz, but it's really a butchered name. I mean, it's really honestly, real story. My father's family's from Poland, escaped Nazis, came over here, and then you go through immigration. That's really not even, I think, the way the name was done, because I have other distant relatives with other spellings of it. And my dad actually converted to Catholicism and married my mom, so I grew up Catholic with a crazy last name, and everybody thinks I'm Jewish, and I don't really care. I just play it. Doesn't matter to me. And you want to hear something even crazier? So my wife is Korean, so she gets the worst of it all. They don't know what to expect. They see her name,
So she has,
and they're like, "Huh? Wait, what?"
Does she have a Korean first name and then a Polish last name then?
She was born in Seoul, and she came here when she was like a year and a half. So she's extremely westernized. She grew up with a Korean name, and then I think around in 7th grade or so, she was so sick of being teased. And then she has a sister that was born here and a brother that was born here. They both have American names. So she had her Korean name, and she was so sick of being teased. She asked her father to give her an American name. So he goes to work. He was a welder with, I think, McDonnell Douglas down in like Torrance or somewhere, the south. Anyway, near Long Beach, Southern California. He goes to work, and of course, he's around all these blue-collared guys. He comes home the next day. He says, I got a name for you. I'm going to name you Claudia, which is a good name, but it's a Latina name, right? So she says, I'll take it, because she wanted any name different. So it's Claudia. So people see her name. They don't know. They think, is this like a Mexican girl, like Latino girl? That she got like she married to a Jewish guy. And then when they see us, they're like totally bewildered. And we got mixed kids. They're, it throws the whole thing into a spin. But yeah,
that's pretty funny. That is very funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember there was a Polish guy I knew, because we have a lot of Polish people here in the UK as well. And there was a Polish guy I knew, and coleslaw. Like I don't know if it's called the same in America, but coleslaw, right? It's like mayo, salad and mayo mix type thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were having like food and stuff, and then he was looking at the packaging and he goes,
sauerkraut.
Polyslav.
Yeah.
And to this day, I still call it Colislav now. It's just the best name for coleslaw.
Yeah. That is so funny. That is so funny.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's so good. It's the best name.
I think I'm going to start calling it that. That sounds way better.
I know. It sounds so good. Colislav.
If I ever get on which I don't think it'll happen with the Futures stream, but if I ever get on with Igor, because Igor's, he's, what is he? I think he's Croatian.
Serbian.
Maybe he's Bosnian. I think he's Croatian.
I thought he was Serbian.
But he's former Yugoslavian Baltic in there. Yeah, Milosevic, right? His last name.
Yeah.
So I had a really good friend growing up that came over here to escape the all the civil war and stuff that was going on in Yugoslavia. His father was like in the Air Force over there, and they kind of had to escape from all the stuff. Anyway, he had a heavy accent. Still to this day has a crazy heavy accent. Let's see, what time are we at? I got two good stories for you guys on this guy, but talk about the accent. So he goes to the mall, not the giant mall that you're thinking, Sam, but just a regular like mall. And he went to Victoria's Secret because he wanted to get his girlfriend maybe a Valentine's gift or something. But he was going to get her this lotion that he liked, and it was a peach scented lotion. So he goes in. He's by himself. He almost gets kicked out of the security almost kicks him out because of what he says. He says to the girl at the front, he goes, "Yeah, I want you to get me some of that bitch lotion over there."
Oh my God.
What did you call me? He goes, "I want the bitch lotion, the bitch lotion." He's doing this whole thing. And the manager comes over and, "Don't you insult my employee," and all this going on. And he doesn't know what he said. He thinks he's saying it properly, and he's standing firm. And oh my God, he told me like they had to call security over. They literally kicked him out of the store, said he can't come back in. He did not know what he said. He tells me this thing. I go, "Dude, you can't say it like that, man. They thought you were talking about like a bitch." And he goes, "I did, a bitch. You eat a bitch." I go, "No, it's not that, dude." But I mean, he got in so much trouble for his accent. It was crazy.
Oh, that's brilliant. But guys,
I think we're going to do the LOL time. Yeah.
Yeah, we're about to start. So let's roll the sting. Let's get cracking. Okie dokie. So apparently we have some good reaction videos that the team found. Videos for us to react to that the team found. I think it's a bunch of memes, fails, stuff like that, all trading related. So by all means, back end, let's get those videos played. Let's take a look. Let's sit back and enjoy. That's Daryl's chart. Oh, here we go. you get your first prop firm payout.
Great scene from Batman.
Forex traders on weekends.
Even if you try so hard, we're never gonna get this far. We're never gonna get this far. Trust me, trust me. And even if you try so.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh no.
As soon as he says good afternoon, it rips up.
Good afternoon. It's gone.
जब तक तोड़ेंगे नहीं तब तक छोड़ेंगे.
It's a profit target and funded challenge. Yeah, that's a good feeling.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Look what I found in my pocket. Look, a year's salary right here. What I call them? Fun coupons. See that? A fun coupon. I'm on the flip, John B.
Right there.
We're never gonna get this far. We're never gonna get this far. Trust me, trust me.
It's getting deep now.
What a movie.
Oh God. That's the
Kind of
curse.
looks like you, Daryl.
Yeah, it does. It does. It does look like me.
Yes. He bought. Dump it.
Good afternoon.
That is so true. That is so true. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that realization.
Yeah.
Jaime, I agree. We need to put that up. The twins. Bump it.
I'm still not profitable.
Oh my God.
Driving the Lambo out.
Oh God, I love that. Just reset your account. It's still food for lions.
Oh no, this is not going to end well. This is the Maasai. They're. Oh no.
Oh my God.
Oh man, these guys are fearless. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You're gonna steal food
Hey,
from
you
lions.
you gotta eat what you kill. This is the harem trade for you, Sam. We keep talking about. This is your harem trade.
The money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass. Just let me see where I could be if destiny.
Find out trading is actually hard. She tells you on the first day she wants to trade. Yeah, that just doesn't happen, does it?
No.
Right.
No. Oh my God.
There's something wrong with you. Me too. And even if you try so hard, we're never gonna.
Yeah, I make like $3,000 a day.
Wait,
Really? How?
I mean, it's like pretty easy. I just like wake up before New York session open. I'll drop into some higher time frames, determine a bias, go to lower time frames, and then I just look for like an S&P divergence, inverse fair value gap. We retrace in, tap in. That's my entry. I'll target like some resting liquidity or something. It's pretty easy. Like 1 and 2, 1 and 3 are every single time, 70% win rate. That's how I have over $1 million in funding with 1 of 1.
Wait, you have $1 million?
Yeah.
I'll never give up. Never. Everybody works. Everybody.
What the?
After trading becomes difficult, plan B.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! Bubba.
Oh,
this
God.
guy's great.
That's the best one.
Yeah.
And then you write down on a piece of paper where you were going to buy and where you're going to put your stop loss. Don't buy it, but put an order in to buy it at where you're going to put your stop loss. And then just watch how many times the market goes to your order. Okay? Markets will go to the obvious stops most of the time. And one of my rules is that I want to put my entries where the masses put their stops. So I think that you can think your way through most of that, but you really need to spend some time in being brave and getting in at a good level.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
What's your biggest fear?
Biggest fear?
Look at that house! Wow. People have a lot of money. We don't.
Even if you try so hard, we're never gonna get this far. We're never gonna get this far. Trust me, trust me.
Oh my god. 20% slippage.
That's so true. That's a perfect metaphor.
There goes the cat. It is. It is. Oh no. Oh no.
The dog's gonna...
Oh, this guy's got to get. Oh.
He slapped it.
What? Oh no.
It's gonna be like
diamond.
That's
great film again.
Great friggin' movie.
I watch that movie like literally once a year. I watch this movie.
This is my quantitative. Friggin' great. Great.
Look at him.
Dude, the giraffe. Where's Iris? She should tell us about that one.
Love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah. No, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go.
Oh my lord. Michael.
Just beat it.
That's Sam on his diet. Need to eat more.
That's literally me.
Famished.
Yep.
game. So you're trying to take money from really, really smart people who are trying to take money from you. And when you start out, they're going to win. You're going to lose money. And but if you have the discipline and you're careful and you try not to be greedy and you use stops, you use profit targets, I believe it's something that you can do. I think
I'll never give up. Never. Everybody works. Everybody.
That's the way to do it. Never give up.
This kid's going to be a great actor. He was in it once.
Ding, 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 ding. Boom. Okay. Missile launch. Pshing. I did it. Mwah.
Cracker motherfucker, listen to me, okay? If I don't have that money in 24 hours, I promise to God that I will devote every second I have on this green earth to making sure you and everybody you care about suffers.
That's the truth.
Oh man.
Too good.
All of them?
My cheeks hurt.
Oh. The most expensive.
Oh my god. I know.
Oh.
That's what I'm telling you. These algos, they pick up on every freaking syllable, dude. Oh my god.
That just hurts.
What's he doing? Blowing in the phone? What
We should try that.
He's trying to. He's got to turn the phone over. It'll look different. Oh, that's funny.
That was
Snoop.
That was funny.
Snoop.
That was great.
The man.
That is fantastic.
Snoop.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well,
Well,
hope you guys enjoyed that.
right before that session started,
getting
like
long.
literally 20 seconds before it started, I was in long a gold contract, and then it was like up immediately, and I put my stop to break even, and it came right back down and hit my stop at break even. So I'm out of a trade again, and
Yeah.
at least Daryl's long, so he can put his chart up.
No, I just got in long like 5 minutes ago. I was watching it. It sold off. It came down to the bottom of low volume. You guys could put my screen up back end if you want again. Yeah. So let me try to blow it up a little bit. So we see this. It just dropped right here, right? This little. It just pulled back. Where did it pull back to? The low volume. And so I just entered. Where did I enter? I didn't get a great fill, but 90 quarter. I'm up here, but I am gunning for higher highs even. So I think I got to take profit at 64.02. But we'll see. We're starting to sell off a little, but I'm holding right here at the bottom of this. This is just again, right outside edge at the top. Just playing this little distribution here. High volume, low volume. That's why I got in. I only got in with one, and if it'll come back up to me and I start getting more in profit, I'll add. Otherwise, I'll be, if I get stopped, I get stopped. I'll just sit here and see if it stops me.
Yeah.
I might jump in for a long as well,
But
actually.
there's not much to do.
We're in a gap right now on that low volume, like you said. Just looking at the footprint, making sure. I'm still seeing sellers come in, so I'm waiting a little bit. the moment I see them start failing.
And welcome to the chat, XD Cool. I saw you come in when we were doing our little laugh out loud time and having fun with the videos. It's great to have you here. And I know my boy Jaime tried to put in the phonetic of his laugh. What is it? Uyoa. I think it's Uyoa. I don't know, man. I'm probably still going to butcher it up. Cool. XD Cool, what do you trade? You have a particular instrument you like to trade, or you're here for the tradertainment that we provide, which is fun. Trust me, it'll get good, especially into the close.
Trading should be fun, right?
Oh, I got it finally, Jaime. I got it.
Gotta enjoy it.
Uyoa. You owe. I don't know, man. I can't.
XD Cool asking for some gold analysis.
Gold.
We've gone over it
a
little bit. I was actually just in a gold trade, and I just actually got out of a gold trade about 10 minutes ago. But honestly, I don't have too much to go off of at the moment. I mean, at 12 o'clock, we had how much did it sell? How much did gold sell off? It sold off literally almost $30 per ounce to the downside on the futures, and then we just consolidated for the last 2 hours. It's been coming up, ever so slightly over the last couple hours, or 3 hours actually, but now that the futures session for gold is closed, the liquidity is very thin, and we're basically in the overnight session. We're out of the open cry session for gold, so kind of just gotta watch yourself a little bit on the futures. And it looks like it wants to go up, but you never know what's going to happen between the headlines between now and close, and then on top of that, just with the lower liquidity. So right now it's holding the 50 period EMA on the 1 minute chart that I'm looking at, and the 21 period EMA. So it's kind of holding tough for now, but I don't really have a bias to the upside or downside much on gold at this point. So
right. Still looking to potentially long it.
He also trades Forex. Sorry, Sam. He also trades Forex. So we should inform you, XD Cool, that we have a Forex stream as well, and a Forex Discord, and lots of other resources for you and anybody who's interested in trading FX.
Yeah. Yeah. So Hola Prime, we do Forex, so CFDs. We also have on-exchange crypto trading, prop on-exchange crypto trading, and of course now futures as well. So we're 3 asset classes. Okay. Getting everything. So no matter what you trade, you'll find it here.
Point of control. Sticking here. I'm just looking.
I'm still looking to get
I'm
long.
going in with another.
I haven't seen anything.
I'm entering another contract. Just adding.
You're a lot braver than me, Daryl. I haven't seen anything on the footprint that gives me enough conviction to actually enter, but you're a hell of a lot braver than me.
Well, I'm playing the retest and another all-time outer space high here. I mean, I just look at we came up to what, 93 3/4 in the ES, and it had to pull back naturally. But I mean, the 6,400 is so close. It is just right
No,
there.
you're absolutely right.
They're going to be taken out.
I just switched to the 5 minute, and it's clear as day on the 5 minute. I see 162 contracts at the bottom of the last 5 minute candle, right in that zone of low volume, and then the buyers came in. But on the 1 minute, I couldn't spot it. On the 1 minute footprint, I didn't really see it, but on the 5 minute, it looked clear as day. That's another thing. If you do trade the footprints, it's good to switch time frames every so often. Sometimes you see it clearer on a different time frame.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of earnings today, yeah, I agree. Big earnings. We talked about Tesla earlier a little bit. Google today, IBM, AT&T, T-Mobile. So, yeah, some relatively big ones. I'm excited for the Tesla, Google, earnings calls for sure.
Yeah.
Ooh. So now there's 170 buyers trapped at the top of that candle. So we've got both buyers and sellers trapped at the top and bottom of that little move.
Well, this will be a day where it may pay for me to stay after the cash close, because with Alphabet and Tesla and earnings, it can still. I mean, we could easily see a big pullback if they come in somewhat weak. But if they're close to expected, or they have pretty good, forecast despite what could happen with the continued tariff stuff. I mean, they may be like all these other companies that have just kind of, bought in heavy to kind of offset any inventory situation. But we'll see. We shall see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Interesting. What's the account fees for futures? The account fees, Jaime, you're asking costs for what? Challenge accounts or direct accounts? I know you're new over here, Jaime. Just go to holaprime.com, click on the futures, because I know he trades futures. Click on the futures tab at the top, and it'll take you to the products, and you can look at all that. It's all there. But if you have anything specific to ask, you can ask, of course. XD Cool. How does our firm support traders emotionally or mentally during drawdown periods? Do we offer coaching or feedback? We do. We offer one-on-one coaching sessions. You can select a coach that may suit your style or someone you may want to listen to, and you can do that. We also basically coach all day here while we stream. We're describing our trades, what we're looking for, how we trade. We all trade a little differently. We have different coaches that come in at different times and different days. So I think we offer a lot, especially at no cost. It's an amazing thing. We also have psychology coaches that come in a few days a week, and you can tap into their knowledge and experience. So much more. I mean, we have interviews of successful traders, funded traders that have had very significant payouts, and on, right? It's just, we aim to be the biggest and the best prop firm globally, bar frickin' none. And we will be there. And we just launched. We just launched this futures channel last week. You got it.
That's it.
Come to the Lord, amen.
And we will also.
You will have salvation.
We'll also We'll give every viewer of the live session. If you're in a long trade, I will give you the magic power of the golden bull. So I'll stroke it. You tell me which instrument, and the market will go up. Everyone gets one. So whenever you're in that trade and you're about to get stopped out and you're, hitting your risk limits, just tell me. I will make it go up.
Oh, that sounded so bad. That's not. Tell Coach Sam you need a stroke. He'll make it go up. Oh my! Whoa! What the heck? What the heck?
That's all you, Daryl. That's all in your head, Daryl.
Of course, my mind is in the gutter. But I mean, geez.
I hate to tell you this.
God.
I heard the same thing. It was awful. Awful.
Jaime and XD Cool. I think we need to mention that we are giving a giveaway still in this session. We've got what do we have? An hour left, right, boys? An hour at least, a little over an hour. Mm-hmm. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sam. We're giving away what, a $50,000 challenge account?
That is the one. $50,000 challenge.
So
account.
in order to qualify, Jaime and XD Cool, you guys are obviously subscribed to this channel because you're in the chat. But we have another channel called Hola Prime Global. It's our OG original streaming channel on YouTube. Please subscribe to that one. Make sure you subscribe to this one, and you must have an email address in your YouTube bio or somewhere in your description that our back-end team can find you so that they can reach out and award you if you win. But you can't be entered in the random drawing unless you have those three things done. Subscribe to both channels and put your email address or an email address that you use in the bio of your YouTube profile.
Absolutely. You see what Robert replied to the question about what do we do to help our traders or support our traders emotionally? He goes, I've had to lay on that couch while Sam asks me if the market touched me in the no-no spot.
Look what else he wrote about the email address. This is even better. I mean, that's good. That's friggin' good. Make sure your email is in every single spot you can find that'll allow you to type in.
It's true. I'm not
Spoken like a torn veteran.
There's something wrong with you. Not right.
That's brilliant.
Oh.
So good.
My cheeks hurt. My cheeks hurt.
Yeah, I got to write that down. What was that? The no-no what?
The no-no spots.
The
no-no spots, yeah.
Your safe zone, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, okay.
It's a whole new meaning.
Clone? Oh, there we go. Clone. Clone it, baby. Clone it.
It's a whole new definition to the market liquidating you.
Yeah, I don't want this to happen. I'm just putting it in here because it's funny. I don't want this to happen to me right now. I don't want the goat to poop on me. I want the market to go up.
Gold's
you know what's cool?
Turnaround.
I did this on my flying pig yesterday, guys. I did. Oh, you know what's cool? Goats like to eat grass, but he can eat a 4-leaf clover. Give me some luck.
Okay.
He can munch on that.
Yeah.
But
looks like he's smoking something.
I wish we had a nice stogie. All I could find is a cigarette, and I wish I could flip it. I want to flip this sucker. I can't flip.
Yeah, you can.
You flip.
You use.
You can flip.
Can you?
You use the dots. The bottom and top dots. You can click on it and then drag it, and it adjusts the.
No, you could rotate.
Yeah, there you go.
But you're saying you could flip it? No, I want to flip it. Like, I want it to go
just kidding.
The other direction.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
Never mind.
No, that's cool.
Well, you can smoke it from a different hole. If
I could put it at the back. Yes, I could.
Yeah, it's the only way it would work now.
Troy, you should have been here yesterday. Look at what you missed out on, man. It was even worse yesterday, I think. Oh,
Sheriff
not
Troy.
right. Not right.
Troy,
no,
you need to police this live stream and make sure we're
we're delusional at this
stepping out
hour.
bounds here.
We're losing it. We're losing
Meanwhile,
it.
back at the ranch.
Yes, exactly. I thought I saw something else I want to use.
Robert says the market didn't
I know what
ask
we
me
can
for my
do.
safe word.
Yeah.
Hey, here's our little bazooka. Here's our little bazooka celebration, guys. When we award the giveaway, we can do these little things, little poppers, right? That we talk about. We can do those,
Mm-hmm.
and then what am I looking for? Where was it? I think I'll use this.
Yeah. Fitting. Oh, God.
All right, enough fun.
Yeah, XD Cool says
It's kind of doing it to me.
For the small account, what do you look for to know I'm ready for scaling with a prop firm? Consistency. That's number one. I would say if before you take, if you're depending on how you said you got good risk management, that's good. Try do a few weeks of just consistent results, and if you treat it like a challenge, you can use a demo, doesn't matter. And then if you feel you're confident now and okay, I've kind of got this, then yeah, go take a challenge. Absolutely, but consistency is ultimately the thing you're looking for. You're not looking for massive profits. You're not looking for anything like that. Consistency.
No.
Yeah.
Jaime, my risk reward. I don't know. I'm kind of like a 1-to-1. I mean, I think he knows how I trade, but right now I've got two lots on long, and I have like a 3-point stop, and my take profit is not really anything based on a ATR or an extension. I'm literally putting it above the 6,400, where the stops and all the liquidity is sitting up there like an island. So I'm gunning for, if we make a rip up near the end here, that it doesn't have to close at the all-time high up there, but if we get there, that'll be nice. So, but I move things around.
Yeah.
What is WR, guys? WR? What? Risk reward, RR, and WR. Oh, win rate. I don't know. My win rate's like probably 53%, maybe something like that. I really don't care about the win rate. I can have a 40% win rate and still make money. It just depends on each day. Oh, you're going against me. He's doing what you did, Sam. Every time I go long, you go short. Are you trading, Jaime, are you trading ES? Are you trading NQ? He's probably trading MES. Same thing.
Coach Troy, I'd assume that these markets aren't interesting you in anything very much at the moment, right?
I snuck in a little scalpy short when we broke that little shelf there on the Nasdaq when it broke 285, and I held it for, I think I made 10 ticks, $50. I am so cautious right now. I just don't see any major opportunity.
Yeah.
And what I did was I used a stop in, so it had to break that level first before it stopped me in. And it's a kind of a risky trade because we've seen these false breakdowns constantly, you know, where it goes down, does a little tail candle, and then rips back up. So, which is one of the reasons I can do a really tight stop. And, you know, I'm scalping for 50s and 60s and $75 trades. I wish we would get some sort of, you know, believable rip to the downside, but I just don't believe it right now. That's just my personal opinion.
Right. Right.
I mean, when Daryl's got the boat loaded long, I'm certainly not going to be very aggressive on the short side. You know, I mean,
I'm not loading
not
the
only is
boat,
that bad-
brother. I've only got two
No,
in.
guys.
I only got two.
I'm very, like, my bias is flipped to short now after looking at the order flow. I mean, we only got an hour left, so it's probably not going to do much now. But I think it will definitely, at least by tomorrow, it will go back down to that point of control we had. I think I've got a short-term short bias, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it too. I could see it coming off here in the next 10 minutes, only to rip up and close the last 10 or so. Kind of typical behavior here. I mean, I'm hoping that 6401 or so gets taken, but you know, that liquidity is not going anywhere. It'll be there in the overnight. It'll be back tomorrow. It's definitely something where there's a lot sitting up there, and it'll probably continue to grow as we get closer to it. Jaime's trading NQ. Cool. Yeah, we got a lot of Nasdaq guys on here, Jaime. Sam's kind of converted. Sam used to be an ES boy like me, but I think he does both still. But he's been loving the NQ lately.
Yeah. I'm having an affair. That's what it is.
Exactly. Yeah. And James, we did talk about earnings, James, about Tesla and Alphabet and other. Today could be after the cash and settlement, it could still rip. And I may be sitting through all this until 15 minutes or so. Well, our session ends at 1:30 my time, 4:30 for Paul and Troy. So
Tesla is up
sitting in it till
81
4
cents
o'clock.
a share as we speak, which is not very much.
Yeah, they're buying the rumor.
Buying the rumor, sell the news.
Mm-hmm. And just getting back to Jaime. Jaime, yeah, we have fun with these emojis. God, I can't even talk. But the platform here doesn't let us do a whole lot. I agree with you. There's other things we can come in with, and we're just trying to have fun with what we have. This is Project X, Jaime. If you're unaware, it's like TradingView. It's just designed for us and for some other firms, and we're all exclusively using it.
Damn right.
The Dow is keeping the. It's funny because the Dow is keeping the ES up while the Nasdaq comes down. So because the Nasdaq is coming down a bit and the Dow is burgeoning up slightly, it seems like the ES is just kind of in a stuck place of consolidation. And then, so maybe if the NQ can get a little bit of a bid here, we could see the ES start to get some momentum back to the upside.
Oh, remember we got 10 minutes before the MOC.
Yeah. And the algo, the crazy algo that'll take your lunch potentially. Could also give you a steak dinner.
XD Cool. XD Cool says, if you could go back to your first 6 months as a trader, what would you do differently knowing what you know now? I'd say order flow. That would be it. Study order flow, man. If I could go back in time, I would stop wasting my time. And this isn't like, saying that other technical analysis doesn't work or you can't be profitable. Not at all. But for me personally, like, order flow is the one. I've never had such precision in the market until I started looking at order flow. So,
correct.
100% that.
My first 6 months trading, I still had hair, so I think I'd go get a haircut.
I would say limit yourself to a certain number of bullets. Whether it's just 6 shot or whatever. So what I mean by that is limit yourself to 5 trades a day, period. When you do that, it forces you to say, I really want to take the best setups and only the best setups, because I don't want to waste a bullet on a crappy setup or an impulsive setup. So if I had to go back, I would say you only get five shots a day. That's it. After your 5th one, if that's at 9:25 in the morning before the market opens, that's the way it is. You only get 5 bullets to sort of force you to be more selective in your trades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you only get 1 shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, yo.
Oh my God! Way to go, Eminem.
I had to do that. I'm sorry.
That's perfect. That was right on cue. Right on, man.
Yeah. And I guess for what I would do if I went back to my first 6 months of trading, what I would tell myself is I'd probably tell myself to get into auction theory sooner. I would say to start reading up on it sooner for sure, because I didn't come into the auction theory world until like a little over like a year or so after having been trading. And then also like just in a demo like account, I would become an absolute expert with like executing trades, like not even just like with getting used to clicking the button, like making sure that I'm literally I'm putting in the OCO orders without fail, like it's never an issue, making sure that the technical part of execution of trades is just spot on. Because in the beginning there were a couple times where I would like mark it in, I'd realize that the spread was like a little bit more than I thought, it's not a good entry price, I'd want to get out, I'd sell at market, I'd not even break even, I'd lose like $10 or whatever. And I think understanding that kind of stuff before you get into it with real money is important. So getting used to clicking the button. But yeah,
absolutely. Well, guys, I'm going to quickly pop to the toilet. My bladder's full again. I'm drinking so much water, but it's good. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Oh.
No problem.
No worries.
And then we should announce the winners after that as well. We should announce the winners, hopefully.
Yeah.
And Daryl, you can announce them this time.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Nice.
Lovely.
All right, is the ES starting to falter a little bit?
Yeah, I moved my stop down a full 5 points.
Okay.
Just because I want to get below volume node here, and in case we get a little bit of a rip. I mean, if it's going to go all the way, it could easily come back down to where's VWAP at around 73.5 or so. It could. So if it does that, it's going to come way down here. It's going to come way down here. I want to be out before then, but it could come down and it could easily come right back in reverse course. So I'm just, because I'm in this trade, I'm not out yet. I'm just kind of, I think, hedging myself for the algo rip that I know is definitely coming for sure. It's absolutely coming without fail. And the market on close. But
yeah, 4 minutes.
See, here we go. We're moving now. So, just got to get above. Got to get above this. Get above the 90. We got to get above the point of control here, and then we'll be to the upside of this distribution, and we can make a move.
Yeah,
and if we get enough, if we get up 2 or 3 points, I'll move my stop to. Sorry, I know you were saying something. If we just get above this, I will probably move my stop and get something because I think the algo is going to swing both ways here.
Yeah,
and yes, I intentionally said that. Mm-hmm. Gonna do me dirty. Gonna get me in the back. Gonna get me both holes. Screw me up.
You're actually getting some decent.
Sam, I'll be back. Pluvio,
okay.
Hold tight. Sam's here. Sam is here. Pluvio. Let's see. Robert says traded with small money instead of paper trading for the emotional. Yeah, this is. I think going back to the question of what would you do differently your first 6 months of trading. You know, I was joking about. Well, I wasn't joking. I did have hair when I started back in late 90s, but we didn't have any of these tools or high speed internet. And Coach Troy and I've talked a lot about this stuff, but you know, I don't know what I would do differently because I back then I didn't know what I didn't know. I had to try a lot of different things and experience it. I had to read a lot. I had to try a lot of different securities trading, equities, penny stocks. Dabbled a little bit in Forex, dabbled a hair in options. I figured out options weren't for me. You know, I just was bouncing around like crazy to find something that kind of worked for me, you know, psychologically, that I could sit with, I can want to try to master my craft in. But today, like you were saying, Coach Paul, I mean, you could do so much on a demo account. You could do so much with Sim. You could do so much. We got live data. It's not delayed anymore. You know, it was a time when Sim data was, you know, wasn't exactly. It was real, but it wasn't live. Let's just put it that way. And so, you know, there's no excuses today. You can get in, and you can really, in 6 months, you can make great strides. And if you journal a lot, and I know Jaime's a big journal proponent, and others here. We talked about journaling. I think was it yesterday or the day before on Ask the Experts? We talked about journaling. Yeah. So just, I guess my bottom line is XD cool. We're glad you're here, and stick around because you're going to learn a heck of a lot from us. You'll learn a lot of maybe what to do, and you'll certainly learn a lot of what not to do, and that's probably more valuable than anything.
Yeah.
All right. And, 1 minute to Algo City.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 1 minute. Yep. Let's go.
You know what's bad is I can't even flatten. Won't even help me because I can't react quick enough with the button with where it would potentially move to, and you know what I mean. Like, so here we are. We're in it, and I don't know what I want to do yet. I'm prepared to get taken out. I think that's what you have to do. You have to just be prepared to let it take your stop. That's the whole point of a stop. It's there. This looks good, boys. This is encouraging.
It's what you feel comfortable. The stop is what you feel comfortable with losing, and that it prove. If you get proven wrong, then you get proven wrong. Yeah, let's go. All right, push up to the upside.
I added another lot. I got 3 on.
Nice.
And I'm going to move my stop, though. Come on, big boy. There we go. I like that. Let's go. Bring in the buyers.
All right.
Coolio. Cool,
There we
cool,
go.
Let's go. Let's go. At least retest the high. I'm going break even. All right.
No, I'm looking
Now watch.
to
It'll
short.
take it'll take me out and then rip up. Never fails.
I may actually
Is
technically be looking to short.
you want to go short?
Potentially, yeah.
Did I hear you?
We've
Really?
gone into an area that's really interesting for me to short. But it's just a time of day. I don't actually want to get in the market, but
yeah,
took me out.
Yeah.
All right. I basically scratched.
Dang.
No, it may sit until the earnings come out and I'm back in with 2. Okay. Let me see where this is going. Let's go up here. 6402, baby. I'm back in. Now,
that was quick.
Okay, so like XD Cool is asking, like, what? Maybe he may be confused, like, why would I get right back in when I just got taken out? Well, I didn't get taken out for a loss. I basically got a scratch. I think I made $50 on the trade. So my bias is to the long side. I still have conviction up here. We're at upper range. You see, here we go. So I'm just easy, jump right in. You know, it's just another trade. I'm trading my plan. This was my plan today. If we get up here, I'm going to keep going. So I haven't deviated from anything. I've just looked for places to get long. I would have loved to have gotten long down here, but we're with 6 minutes left, and the cash close and all this heavy volume coming in. I'll jump in and take a momentum trade, basically. Did anyone check market on closing balance? Negative 465 million. That doesn't mean anything too much. So, okay.
Yeah.
Nasdaq plus 64 million. Dow negative 158. Magnificent Seven's way lower than yesterday. So that's where we're at. Okay. Cool. Coolio.
Sam, you sounded like that guy in that video that we watched the other day. The guy that like does the hiccup when he loses like 45 grand immediately.
Oh,
he's like
the gasp.
I feel so bad for that guy. But what was he thinking?
Honestly,
man? Putting it all before.
How do you know if it's real? I think it's made up.
I don't know.
I think that guy. I think that one is very. I think that one is one of the few like really real ones. I remember something about him, like him trying to do something called like a box trade, like a box spread trade, and it's just him thinking it basically had like a 0% fault, like it couldn't lose, when in reality margin calls are a thing, and basically he lost everything because of it, and just thought he was smarter than the markets essentially, when he probably had like not even a year of trading experience. And yeah, so I think that there's like people that go into detail on that specific guy so on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah, I mean that's.
I just added a contract on the pullback. I added right here. I just added in at 63.91. So I've got 3 on with an average of 92.25 roughly. Still gunning for 64.02. And let's go, baby. Thanks, Sam.
Were you up 521.90, right?
You could cover my screen for this too, Sam. Do it again if you want.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I am. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't update. I'm up. Yeah.
No,
well, I'm in
I've
an
just
open
done it.
position, so.
But yeah, to everyone watching, we will be announcing the winner of the competition for the $50,000 challenge account that we're giving away on this session live. We will be announcing the winner in 15 to 20 minutes. You still have a chance to win. What you need to do, though, is make sure you're subscribed to Hola Prime TV YouTube channel and our main Hola Prime channel as well. Also on Instagram, make sure you're following Hola Prime TV and the main Hola Prime Global Instagram account. Leave a comment in the chat. And lastly, make sure your email address is in your YouTube bio. Okay. Can't stress that last point enough. Okay. A lot of people are wanting to enter but they don't have the email in their bio. Make sure your email is in your YouTube bio / description, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, you will then be entered. So good luck to everyone. 15 to 20 minutes, we will be announcing the winner for the $50,000 challenge account. Good luck.
Sweet.
50K account. Nice.
I think Jaime knows the video we're talking about with that guy that lost 45 grand. He says he was trying to do an iron condor trade and went out spread. Oh man, it's like, yeah, it's like these guys at Martingale in too. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah. I think the box spread trade is something similar. That I would just say look up what a box spread is, and then just go into. There are like a lot of scenarios. Like, yeah, let's just put it this way: margin. Just because there's like a theoretical framework doesn't mean that that's how it plays out in real life or how trades will play out in real life. So.
Right.
Everybody should study how margin is calculated, how margin can come into effect with certain types of derivative positions, and yeah, honestly, that's a stream for a whole other lesson of explaining how a lot of that works. So,
let's go buyers, let's go baby.
Yeah,
let's go. Push, push, push. Eat through that. There we go. Get up there.
Gotta say, the ES and NQ look very different right now. Well, not very different.
I'm only focused on this one, but yeah. Let's go, baby. There we go. New all-time high.
Like the ES is back at. Wait a minute, you're back at all-time highs on the ES?
Yeah.
Or you mean high of the day? Sorry.
No, all-time highs and high of the day.
Near that.
Both.
No, on the NQ, we're far away from all-time highs.
I'm out, and I may say, there we go. Look, geez, my lord, it took me out. Watch it go to 402, guys. Watch this. Watch this go 40. Yeah. 6,400 on the nose. 6,400 on the frickin' nose. Get the pullback here. I'm going back in long right here. I'm in 2 contracts going long.
Daryl,
get my stop
anywhere,
and I'm going up. No. Listen, dude, this is you got to strike when the iron's hot. I'm telling you.
Lock in your profit, man.
I got my profit locked in. I'm okay. Even if it stops me here,
what
I'll
are you
be
up
okay.
now? 652.40. All right, cool.
652. Man, there's stops though up here. Where's the blow? Let me get the blow of the volume. I got in at 95. Okay.
I think something like 4,000 to 5,000 contracts traded in that last 10 seconds there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Up to
Yeah, it was heavy.
3,400.
Yeah, my last 2-minute bar on the
so-
ES shows 60,000 contracts.
Yeah, it's
Waiting on
insane.
Google to
This is
report.
everyone.
Waiting on Google and T-Mobile. And then Tesla in 5 minutes. But if they may be delayed. A lot of these earnings get delayed a bit. IBM's coming out.
T-Mobile's still a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. They're killing.
Here in the U.S.
too.
it is big time.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's closed down in the
For
UK.
sure.
We don't have them anymore. We used to. We don't have
Really?
T-Mobile anymore in the UK. I thought, yeah. Interesting.
I have them. T-Mobile.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, my parents have it. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Thank you very much for
look at
playing.
this.
Have another.
Oh,
D-Man to the rescue. That's okay.
You're a maniac, man. You are a maniac.
You are
I
nuts.
I know you're sweating in your shorts, Troy. I know you're sweating in it. They got to rip this. Let's go. 602.
Oh, I'm on the
telling you.
sidelines, dude. I'm
02.
feeling good.
02. Just pop. Just there we go.
There we go. Boom. What a trade.
Nice.
Smashed it.
Nice.
There we
1287.
There we go, boys. I think I'm done now.
Man,
1287. I'll update. I am done.
Well done. That was incredible. Really good trading.
This is what I wanted yesterday to be like. If you recall, I just moved on Google. Smashing. Wow. Earnings per share. Wow. 12 cents higher than estimated. T-Mobile crushed it. Holy crap.
Wow.
T-Mobile over $100 million in revenue in the quarter. Wow.
Damn.
Dang.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, Google.
Thank you,
is
Robert.
flip-flopping
I just
right
want. This
now.
is what I wanted yesterday to be. This is what I thought it was going to close yesterday at the all-time high. We got both on here. I'll just move this back. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And I have to be. I have to take off the poop. Poop's got to go now. No poop anymore. No. My little 4-leaf clover worked, baby. My little 4-leaf clover. No more farts. Get rid of the fart. Fart's gone. All right. Cool.
Hamey said
my account's
Daryl
doing
is a
better
boss
now.
at this.
He's seen me do this so many times, guys. He's seen me trade live a bunch. He knows I'm demented in a lot of ways. This is not. You should not do this. This is not. Don't emulate me, guys. This is just. I'm just weird and twisted. I'm twisted.
The
Man.
goat poopy strategy is a beast.
It's funny, Pluvio. I put the poop in there because I was thinking if it sells off, then I'd have a perfect little, emoticons to show. Yeah, it crapped on me. It rolled over, but it was holding. I'm like, I think I'm going to leave it. I'm just superstitious. Maybe I won't touch it. Yeah. Anyway, cool.
Google is selling off a little bit.
Cool.
It's down to 180,
Yeah.
185 now. It spiked up to 196.
Now that it's reported, right? So this is the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have who's doing the Prime recap? Am I doing that today? I think I am. But we could talk about more of this.
I'm in it. Let's have a look on the schedule. I'm
You
in
and
it
I are
every
doing it.
day.
Yeah, it's you. It's you, and you're doing it every day. I know.
Yeah.
You and I are doing it
Trimming.
today. Okay, so we can go over more of the earnings and stuff too if anything else comes out.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Whew, man, what a crazy 3 days to the week, boys. I mean, we've had new all-time highs in the overnight, the regular session, the overnight, the regular session, pullbacks to previous distributions, to value area high, value area low. I mean, my God, unreal. And we're in the middle of July. This is supposed to be quiet time. That's the crazy thing. You know, think about it. This is just anyway. Sorry for getting you dizzy. I'm trying to
Relearn the Chartist asks, anyone funded by them? I'm assuming by them you mean us.
Hola Prime?
Yeah, a few people in the chat. I think Robert, you're funded with us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Robert
we have
is.
A few people in the chat.
Eric is
funded traders with us.
Eric's funded.
Eric, yep. He's not here at the
trying to
moment. I
think.
think he left earlier.
No, but he's funded. I forget.
I mean, we have a ton of funded traders. They're not all in the chat here, but you know, out of the people in the chat, I think definitely Robert, Eric. I'm not sure. Pluvio might be funded. I really don't actually know, to be honest.
I'm not sure. It's hard to keep track. We got a lot of new people too, but this is a new relearn the Charters. This is a new TV channel we just launched last week. So
That's right.
We got a whole bunch of new people coming in from the old streaming channel that still exists.
Right, we've only been live for 5 days.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sweet.
Still haven't seen Tesla. Tesla was supposed to come out at 16:05. We've got about a minute and a half.
Usually late to
IBM.
the party.
All of
IBM
Google's
will be the
reported stuff is great. Like, so I don't even know why it's sold off essentially $6 a share from its close.
It could be the AI stuff. I mean, you know, they look at it and they're comparing NVIDIA and they're saying is Google or Meta. You know how it's almost like you could come out with an awesome, report, and then it's kind of like what the investor wants to see. They're like, it's almost like you can't win everybody, right? I know.
No, of course.
But who knows? Like, didn't you mention like AMD last week was ripping, like it was up 8% on one day, intraday on, I don't remember. It was just, I think that just the sector that pushed it up. It goes back to what Coach Troy was talking about. The tide raises all ships, right?
Yeah. Semiconductors just go into a frenzy at times. What's going on with IBM, Troy? Did you see?
It's up. Well, I mean, the earnings are good.
Okay.
Earnings
They
are
beat
good.
revenue.
Earnings are
They
good on
beat
everybody right now.
Earnings per share.
I know.
And it's down $20 in the
See, that's what I'm saying.
Starting to feel like
IBM's earnings are really good. IBM's really good. Wow.
Yeah. When you start seeing good earnings and sell-offs, the contradicting kind of nature of that move, like, it's a little worrisome, a little bit.
Yeah.
Does make
it could be profit taking
overall.
It could be.
But if it starts happening throughout like a lot of the tech sector, so it's like, let's say most of the big guys in the Nasdaq report great earnings, really good like revenue, whatever, bunch of growth, but they're still all selling off, then that could be like overexposure or something, and people just kind of realizing I need to get out before everybody else gets out or something, and then you just see kind of a little bit of a smaller correction at the minimum, but
I think you're right
who
about
knows?
that. I think you called it right there, because I mean, look, we don't know where we're going to end up on the tariff front. These companies are so heavily dependent upon everything internationally and on all the raw materials, especially semiconductors and all this stuff. So it could just be, you know, they have a great print, they have a great earning report, and some people are just pulling chips off the table right now. We don't really know. None of us know. We're not.
When I was doing stocks, we'd watch the earnings and watch the movement, and then we'd watch what happened on the open the next morning. And like in this situation where IBM's down $20, I'd watch it really carefully on the open tomorrow. If it goes down farther, I'd be a buyer because it's being overdone. Whatever is going on, it's being overdone, and you'll get. That was an easy trade for your professional guys. They will see that overselling and pick it up, cheap, even if it's only a day or two.
It's
trade.
A blue chip stock. It's in everyone's portfolio. It's in so many hedge funds. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm with you on that completely.
Coach James mentioning that NVIDIA was video ripped off the Google News, which is very, very good to point out. I mean, it's great.
Well, Tesla's out.
Tesla's out now?
Not good.
Not good.
They
I didn't think it would
earnings
be.
per share.
But the Tesla play is not just cars to me. It's everything else, right? But
it's speculative.
Tesla, people. Yeah, it's Elon and his whole
it's not
fan
terrible,
base.
though, Troy.
It's way overvalued. Let's be honest.
Not ugly.
33 cents versus 42.
I see 40 cents versus 42. It's adjusted. They adjusted it. They just adjusted it upward. Adjusted. Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's a mis typo or what. It did come out 33 versus 42, but I just see an adjusted earnings per share of 40 cents versus 42.
Yeah, that's like just a different it takes into consideration or takes out of consideration certain factors to then make a new number.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like the net is like 33 versus 42 then. That's the real one.
Right.
I gotcha. This market's going back up. MES anyway.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Google's climbing
And
back.
Tesla's up
clawing back to the close.
$3.
All right, NQ finally approaching all-time highs. These earning reports really, really pushed up the NQ finally.
Yeah.
We're not far from all-time highs now. Oh, Daryl, check the Zoom chat real quick. It's time.
I got it.
Your time has come.
Hold. Yes, it is. My time has come. All right. Back end, we ready for me? Let's do it. I got to get my little confetti popper here. My little doo-doo-doo. We'll spin and we'll blast it out. So.
Oh, they said to stop, so they got to do something real quick.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I saw it. Thank you for the heads up.
You got it.
You notice if you look on my chart though, guys, I got my little 4-leaf clover hasn't moved, so we got a little straddle play here. It's coming around it. A little cup and handle maybe.
All planned.
Oh dear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was all by design.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Pluvio Man says Coolio. Because he's been spending most of his life living in the gangster's paradise.
Dude, thank you.
Because I was about to just start right now. Look at this. You're on a roll.
I was about to say, I was literally going to make that. I was going to say, because we've been spending most of our lives living in a gangster's paradise.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
You guys are on fire today.
Dude. I'm not kidding. Yeah. That might be one of the biggest hype songs for me of all time. Like I just love that. I love Coolio. So
that's your generation right there. That was that when you were in high school. Was Coolio? Was that big when you were in high school? Or
no,
was that after?
It was before. It was before.
Before that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was not in high school yet, but it was still popular. Like it's just such a classic. But yeah.
For sure. All right.
So good.
All right.
All right.
Let's see here. I want to make sure I've got the name right. Can the back end just pop the name in so we're on the same page? I think I know where we're headed, but I want to make sure you guys
says it. A few messages above.
Up, I see it. Okay, good. All right, so with no further ado, after numerous painful days and attempts, this particular person, who has always been here with us from the beginning, going back months, is the winner, Mr. Robert Mashiro, Cali Boy, winner, chicken dinner.
Robert, well done.
Robert,
you have won.
Well earned, well deserved. $50,000 challenge account for Robert, the man, the myth. Good job. And he may have. I don't even know if he's here. He's probably like. He should be working.
He's probably fixing a printer or something. I think he does something with computers.
He's got it. There he goes. All right. Right on, Robert. Congrats, brother. You earned it for sure.
Congrats.
For sure.
Awesome.
Yeah, I forgot to do I forgot to do this. I was going to go, wee, wee, pop. There's my popper. See it? Like a little confetti popper. That's the extent. That's the extent of my graphic ability. So yeah, we could do that. We could do this kind of thing, guys. We could just.
That's a good alternative. Good alternative.
Yeah, there's no mess to clean up, no sound. If I let one of those off in my house, my dog would probably go berserk. Think it's a firework or something.
I'm so happy, Robert.
If you try to bang out the door behind me, he'd be clawing down the door like, "What's going on?" Oh man.
Oh, he's a system admin. Just told him to hold on when I heard my name.
Cool.
But we don't want to get you fired, Robert. So pretend to be working.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. That's funny.
Just do a few things. I don't know. Unplug a USB cable, plug it back in. I don't know what system admins do, but just stare at cables. Be like, yeah, this looks right.
These are indeed cables.
Oh man, that's awesome. So let's see. XD Cool, you want to share with the chat where you're from? We always like to know where our users and our viewers are from around the world. Jaime, I already informed everybody you're from SAC. You're from Sacramento, California. But and then who else is new? Relearn the Chartist. Oh, look at God, Sam, man, keep it up. Oh boy, he's ready. He is. Oh, he's ready.
Everybody
He's
to
so
the
ready.
wild, wild west. A state that's untouchable.
Elliot Ness, come on, Biggie.
Too good.
Oh man,
California.
Edmonton. Oh no, we got an enemy in the house, boys. For me. Oh no, that's okay. You can keep McJesus. I won't hold it against you, my friend. And for those that don't know, he knows. Trust me.
What a guy, dude.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Oh, by the way, Paul, how do you feel about the Panthers? I mean, I know you're not big on the Southern Florida teams. Maybe you are. I don't know.
No, not really. To be quite honest, when I grew up watching the Flyers here down in South Florida, I'd always go to the Panthers games to be able to see the Flyers when they would play the Flyers. And the Panthers were always terrible, but for whatever reason, they would always beat the Flyers when I would go to see them. So I despise the Panthers, to be quite honest. But between
what about the Lightning?
My wife is actually
Lightning?
from Tampa. Yeah, my wife is from Tampa, so I became like a honorary Tampa Lightning fan. So yeah,
cool.
She'll wear Flyer stuff. I'll wear Lightning stuff.
Flyers are going to have a decent team this year, I think.
I mean, I hope so. It's
team.
taken them a long time to do so. So it's been 15 years.
They got a ball buster for a coach now. They got a ball buster. They got Tocchet, man. Oh my God. I hope he doesn't burn them up.
I don't know. To be quite honest, my expectations are super low. So I'm not going to be affected too much either way because my expectations are so low.
I know.
It's been 15 years since we've been in any sort of relevancy in the NHL, to be quite honest.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. TC BO1 2.0. Well, that's the craziest name. I don't know what that even means. But the best team won. I agree. God, Marchand was a beast. He was incredible in the finals. Actually, the whole playoffs. I couldn't believe it.
Pretty clutch.
I used to hate that guy when he was at Boston. I kind of like him now a lot. Freaking.
Yeah.
We all hate him, right?
As a person,
I want him on my team.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. If he's on your team, you like him, but if he's not, like nobody else likes him. Like no one likes him. He's the worst.
Right. And now I got Corey Perry, who I hated forever when he was with Anaheim and everywhere else, and now he's back on the Kings, and I'm like, I remember when he was traded, my dad or my sister, someone texted me like, "Oh my God, are you going to cheer for Corey Perry this year?" And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, because the guy is a fighter. He's got grit. I mean, yeah, we need people like that come playoffs. So that's okay.
Yeah,
he's on my team now.
Yeah, I get it.
Cool.
The Kings have also been in a bit of a rut. Awesome. So
we keep going into Edmonton first round 4 years straight. It was ridiculous. And we should have had them this year, but it's okay. It's okay. Everything happens for a reason. I get so worked up as a sports fan, and I have to say to myself at times, why am I so invested in this? They don't pay me. They don't pay me to, I don't get paid like these players. I don't get paid millions of dollars to get all worked up. What am I worried about? Just go to sleep. Another game. Big deal.
So
how about
in the back end?
Sorry,
really
Sam.
quickly switch to my screen. I've been working on a piece of art.
Oh.
The back end.
Oh no. Oh no. It's coming.
Yeah.
I know it's coming.
It's nothing terrible. just figured out what you can do.
5 minutes to go. Really?
Oh, 1 second. I gotta actually.
Troy thought he was out of the woods. Troy thought he was in the clear.
All right. Back in. I'm sharing now. If you want to. I realized
me with hair.
They have individual parts, so you can make a face. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. That's awesome. I saw that. I was trying to find wings to put on my pig last night or yesterday to fly the pig. I was looking for wings.
Pig nose instead.
Oh, that's hilarious, dude. It's like Mr. Potato Head. We could put ears and a hat, a little bow tie. Hey, get the cigarette. This is perfect. You got the cigarette now for that. That works.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Just get a cigarette now. Where's the cigarette?
Yeah. I wish they had a cigar, but they don't have a cigar.
It's too healthy.
Yeah, somewhere in there. It's right in there. No, you went too far. You went too far. Stop.
Up or further down?
No, stop right there. It's somewhere in there. It's like
I have
around. Well, no, well,
maybe.
Oh, there.
There. Stop right there. Right there. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That's a cigarette. There we go.
Oh yeah, Mom. Don't worry, be happy, Mom.
Little doobie.
Yes, exactly.
TC logos. WTF is that? That's the Mona Lisa of trading.
Oh god.
TC Bo.
You know, Coach Sam does reside in London, so Banksy has been found today, folks. Banksy has appeared for once and for all.
It's not an auction.
He's back.
You can own this
Yes.
piece. This once in a lifetime, 1 in a billion piece. We'll start the bid.
Dude, you got to convert it to an NFT.
Yeah, NFT.
Exactly.
That's right.
$10,000. Anyone got $11,000? Show me in the chat. 11,000. 11,000. Got 11. Who's got 11? Give me 11. No.
This is one of those auction
10-5.
processes where
going
you need to go down.
Give it to him in
Give me
yen
10-5.
or in Argentinian pesos.
Yeah.
11,000 Argentina pesos. Sure, sold. Like 12 cents.
So true.
Someone please buy it off me. Anything. I'll accept anything at this point.
All right, I just did the calculation. 10,000 Argentinian peso. That'll be $7.95. Congrats.
Woo! Woo!
I'll take it.
$7.95 US, so about 10 quid for Sam. There you go, Sam.
Yeah, that's a
You'll be
Chipotle.
Yeah. I like how you said quid, Daryl. Very, very well versed.
I'm a man of culture. I'm a man of culture. Yes. Thank you.
You were talking about hockey.
English
That's a man of
playing.
culture. There you go.
Yeah, well, that's my mother's Canadian upbringing. I was like, if they had youth hockey here, I probably would have been on skates early and maybe playing. But until Gretzky came to LA, then things really blew up and it was like everywhere. But I mean, I was going to hockey games like at 4 or 5 years old, and I had a poster of Rogie Vachon over my bed as a kid. And my parents were such big, hockey fans. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Guys, I hate to.
We're done.
but we have to.
We done.
Daryl, I will see you in about 5 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break, guys, and then we're back for the prime wrap up.
Yeah.
But Paul and Troy, Paul, I'll see you tomorrow. Troy, I think probably next week. So have a great weekend,
Next
Troy.
Monday.
Yeah.
Paul, have a great
We'll see Troy next
rest of
Monday.
your day.
Yeah.
Take
Catch
care,
you guys
boys.
later.
Awesome.
Have a good
Thanks
one,
for
everybody.
everything.
Have a good one, guys.
All right.
All
right.
We are back.
We are.
Yes. Awesome.
The Prime Day wrap-up. You know, I was just looking, Coach Sam, at, I know we didn't do the news, but I think we can kind of go over, I can read something that kind of does a nice little U.S. market wrap-up for the day for the viewers that are still here. If you want me to do it, I could do it.
Yeah, let's absolutely do that.
We can touch on that. So, all right. So it says a record-breaking stock rally gained traction as the United States reached a trade agreement with Japan, while speculation grew about a similar deal with the European Union. Treasuries halted a 5-day rally, and the dollar fell as demand for the safe haven assets declined. The S&P 500 reached all-time highs on news that the EU and the U.S. are working towards an agreement that would impose a 15% tariff on most products. Alphabet reported higher than expected revenue late Wednesday, but said capital expenditures would be higher than previously forecast. Tesla's earnings fell short of expectations. Treasury 10-year yields increased 4 basis points to 4.39%. Bonds fell despite a strong $13 billion sale of 20-year securities, which tested the appetite for long-term debt. Japan's 40-year government bond auction saw the lowest demand since 2011. Wow. The EU and the U.S. have accelerated talks in recent weeks to avoid a full-fledged trade war. According to reports, European officials are optimistic about reaching an agreement, but negotiations are still ongoing. Trump's top trade negotiators touted their approach to resolving grievances with Japan as a potential incentive for the EU. And Commerce Secretary Lutnick stated that Japan's pledge of billions in U.S. investments could be a model for the EU. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stopped short of saying that the bloc can get the same deal. So that's just kind of a recap for what happened in a pretty big moving session overall in the indices.
Yeah, especially you at the end there. You you called it perfectly, to the T, I would say, as they say.
I was waiting for this. The other days. It just gave me stronger conviction because I kind of saw how that 10-minute till, that little algo didn't do what it normally wanted to do, and it was holding and building, and I'm like, I got to go long. It's gonna probably go. So sometimes you get lucky. You got to be lucky in trading. Really, can't control it.
There is always an element of luck as well involved.
Yep.
Sometimes you get really unlucky. You can be right, but have bad luck on your side, and
exactly.
it's one of those things. But yeah, no, really, I think overall good trading day.
Yeah, you did well early on. You had the right calls.
Yeah, early on. I wish I held a few of them a bit longer, but I say that pretty much about every trade I do. And yeah, I missed a few very good opportunities during the period where we weren't on the session.
Right.
There was some it really did move nicely there. So a lot of the big moves happened there, which I missed sadly. But hey, it is what it is. End of day plus 500 on my cash account.
Yeah.
I'm up 400, so I'm happy. I'm happy.
Awesome. Can't complain. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's a good day. It's a very good day. Anytime you can end the day positive and come back the next day is a good day.
Absolutely.
That's how I see it.
That's what it's all about.
That's good. We got a lot more. We're getting more traction in the chat. This is it's getting good. I like the viewership participation too. Like you said, they're all talking. Everyone's having fun. It's great.
And I'm very happy that Robert finally won something. Robert has been, I would say, the OG when it comes to viewership.
Yeah.
This man has been watching us trade before we were even live. This guy.
I know. He was always there. I'm like and dedicated too, all day, the whole day.
Honestly, even when we go live, somehow watches us. Don't know how he hacks into.
But I think he was
to our network and watches.
I think he was snake bitten in a way because I think he thought he had everything sorted out, and then, a couple of days he didn't get it, and he's like, I'm in there, and then we're like, no, you're not in there, and it's just one of those things. But, hey, $50,000 account's great. It's better than a 10 or a 25 even. So
yeah,
makes up for it.
50K account's very nice. Think about it. You pass that, you make. Even if you just do, I don't know, let's say 2% a month on it.
Right.
That's still decent.
Right.
It's still an extra grand in your pocket.
Oh, absolutely.
And, to do 2% a month, you can really sit back and relax. You can skip trading days. A day that, you don't have to be trading every day. You can kind of, just a couple of decent trades a week. Is all you need to make that kind of
you don't have to force it. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to force it. And if you have a number of accounts and you want to copy trade them and multiply your efforts, it's always good. You really don't have to push it then either, because if you're copying, you're basically just multiplying everything out. So
that's it.
Wow,
that's what it's all about.
Still going higher.
We are.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the ES, and it still wants to go and make a new high with 15 minutes left.
I think now that the earning reports are out,
I'm not doing anything.
The market's pretty happy.
I'm not doing anything. Yeah.
Good.
They are. So this is going to be this level where we're at. This is interesting because I've only been hearing like Jamie Dimon with JP Morgan Chase and some of these other bankers and, large institutions. They've been calling for like this 6,400 level in the S&P, right? They've been saying, we think it could get to 6,400 by the end of the year, by the end of this year. Well, we already made it halfway through the year, a little over half. So, and all the trade stuff's not finalized. We got another week or so till August 1st. Yeah, one more week next week. So I don't know if we see some relief here in a pullback, or we just keep chugging along. I mean, I guess we'll know more in the morning. But boy, I'm pretty surprised. Really, at how this is going.
I think tomorrow should be an interesting day. If we keep doing all-time highs, tomorrow will be one of those annoying days for me. But
yeah, I agree.
I mean,
I'm with you.
But it could be an absolutely fantastic day for you with the way you trade.
Well, I mean, I don't mind if it sells off. I've been getting to, like I was saying yesterday with you, I've just been getting a little too aggressive and putting on too much. But today was good because what I did differently than I did yesterday. Yesterday, I got in early with you, and then I think I just was over trading too much. And then I got in the hole, and I was trying to settle myself. Today, I took my time. I waited for the proper. I traded the way I normally should trade. If I can trade like this is when I did. I mean, this is when I do well. So
yeah, absolutely.
I expect days like this. At this point for me, and I don't have to get everything. I just need to get a good move, get some money. This is, yeah.
100%.
I know Troy watching me near the end. He must have been going like, "What the hell?" he kept wanting to fade.
I was thinking,
were you? Nah.
I was. Like,
well, I mean, Visa got ripped. It could have ripped on me for sure. It could have just slammed me, but I wouldn't have been hurt. I mean, I still would have ended
out.
the day. I think. It worked out. This is just one experience.
But,
like just when I see it, I just kind of knew. I got that feeling today. I saw it. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is behaving the way I normally expect it.
I could not read the footprint towards around the time you started trading again. You made that really good trade where you made like $600 on one trade or something.
Yeah.
Like the last one you took.
I did.
I was looking at the footprint and I couldn't make
You
out
won't
what
be
the
able
hell
to.
was going on.
You won't be able to
So for me, it was
because when
like
I look at the heat map. Sorry,
Yeah.
keep going because I'm gonna add to what you're saying. It's so true.
I was going to say, so for me, it's almost like I'm trading blind because I can't understand what I'm seeing on the footprint right now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do because like when I look at the heat map and other things in that moment, it's always frenetic. It could eventually make a move one way or the other, but there's so many hundreds of contracts coming in and it's just like ripping around. Like you can't make sense out of which way it's going to go. It's just a flurry. So I look at the same thing you're looking at. I can't tell either. It's like a crapshoot. The only thing I can do is hold on for the ride and have a stop a little bit outside the noise. And I happened to get lucky today. It broke high and I had a stop set where it took me out. Cause even if I was to try to flatten or trail it, I bet you I wouldn't have captured most of that move. I bet you it would have gotten up and would have came back down. I would have maybe I would have made $200 instead of 600 or whatever. Right. I would have been okay, but I wouldn't have got what I got. So that's just, but I don't really trade this. Like I wouldn't be trading my cash account at this point. I was just doing it because we're in a session and I could do it, but I would not do it with my real money at stake. I wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, the cash account, I'm so selective with the trades I take. Here on live, I'm more willing to jump in because I always need 3 confidences to jump in, right? I need price to be in a gap in volume on the volume profile, and then for a buy, I would want sellers trapped, see a large amount of sellers trapped, and then buyers come in aggressively above those trapped sellers.
Yeah.
If all those 3 match up, then I'm in. On the lives, a lot of the time I jump in before the buyers aggressively come in. So, you can kind of be caught out because the sellers might not actually be trapped. Until the buyers come in, there's no guarantee that anything's actually going to happen. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's the risk of front running. I mean, we all do it. No, I totally agree. This is just kept ticking up for more all-time high in the ES. It's crazy.
It's crazy, isn't it?
There's a lot of big players in the market. That's just
To think earlier this year we were down 20-something%.
I know. In April. I know.
You couldn't make it up, could you?
So this is the thing. This is where, how we were watching like the LOL time, the videos with all the guys, and biggest some of those little clips were like the worst fear or the worst thing to happen for a newbie trader, and it's just like all positive. I kind of feel like a lot of these guys, if you just started trading the last year and a half, like even early 2024. So like the last year and a half, the whole thing has been anything that crashes, buy the dip and you're good. Whether it's Tesla stock, whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's an index, whether it's NVIDIA, buy the dip. All these people, they're just buy the dip. And so at some point though, it's not gonna be the same old story. It's gonna hurt some people because This is all they've seen.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like that one thing where that guy, where that one kid's like in the, I don't know, he's in the club or whatever, and he's talking to the girl. It's like, all I got to do is just, I got $1 million account. And she's like, you have $1 million? Like, yeah, I just get in the morning when the U.S. opens, I enter here, I wait for my thing. And he makes it sound so easy. It's like, come on, dude.
I love that.
So, I mean, at some point, the music's going to stop on this musical chair thing. It just has to. It has to.
That's the thing. And that's the thing with a lot of strategies that are based on like breakout, continuation, whatever it might be, right? Buy the dip.
Right.
When the market changes character or changes behavior, you can be caught out. And that's why I think it's so important to know and to understand the market dynamics of like order flow, because order flow is adaptable regardless of the strategy.
That's right.
Then it really only comes down to the person. Like on the really trending day, order flow will tell you to jump in. I personally don't, because I'm too scared to jump in on when we're already so high, for example. But order flow, there's no reason why you shouldn't, because order flow is literally showing you buyers are coming in and they're very effective. Jump in.
Right.
Regardless of what conditions the market's in, order flow will give you a hint or give you kind of a much more clearer picture of how to trade it in that moment. And that's the beauty of order flow.
It's I mean, it's the actual market activity that you're witnessing with order flow. And like you said, it went like at the outer edges, like now we're back to no man's land or outer space because we're at the top. So you could wait and have it pull back to get in or pull back to get short. I mean, you could trade, but when you're on the very, very outside edge or a breakout, like all-time high breakout, I mean, it's really hard because you don't know how far. Now, it could do anything. It could continue to go up 200-300 points before it has a pullback. It could do anything. We all say it's got to do this, it's got to do that, but it doesn't have to do anything. It's laughing at us going, you guys are idiots. Well, I'll do whatever the hell I want to do, right? I mean, it just that's what's frustrating about it, because you're sitting there like guys that trade, Fibonacci or average true ranges or any sort of variance from a level, right? They look and they're like, okay, we're out 2, 3, 4, whatever percentage relation. Okay, now it's gone too extreme. It's almost like it's bound to pull back. It can't keep going. Well, it technically can. I mean, it's like flipping a coin, right? Oh, I've had 6 heads in a row. It's bad. Next one's got to be tails. It just has to be. No, it doesn't have to be. It's every flip is still 50-50. It's still 50-50.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. The coin flip analogy is perfect for that. Yeah, because people naturally assume if you have 5 heads in a row, people say, "Oh, it's got to be tails next." But you're right. It's 50-50.
Right.
It's the same with lottery numbers. There's just the same amount of chance that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah,
will be the winning
exactly.
Numbers.
That's exactly
right. A random set of numbers that you picked. All have the same amount of chance. That's just statistics.
It's when the human in us that makes us. Yeah, I know, because we're reasoning logical animals, so we try to make logic out of something that's illogical. Really, there's just too many moving parts. You don't have all. How can you make a decision or take a I mean, this is where the randomness comes in, but you can't be 100% certain of anything because we don't have 100% of the information, and you don't know what all the participants are doing. The thing, this is what's also interesting. You hear people describe trading like gambling or games that you play in a casino. And I use that analogy a lot too when I talk about it amongst other people that trade. Troy was talking about blackjack, or you could talk about roulette. Okay, with blackjack, you've got 52 cards in a deck. Most people are playing a single deck table. Yeah, there's multiple decks, but there's not you pretty much know everything. When you're playing poker, you have so many people. It's the rule. It's all the same all the time. You're playing with a deck. You've got 4 kings, you got 4 queens, you got 4 jacks. You got, you're not adding new people. It's not like, oh, we're going to throw in 2 more aces and we're going to take out some of the, we'll take out a 10 of clubs and a 8 of hearts. So let's get rid of that. You're not mixing it up. But in the market, at any given time, the participants are coming and going. They're not the same people on every single trade. Completely different, which adds more variation and randomness, which is why it's so freaking difficult. Everything's being changed all the time. So you have to, I think you have to form some kind of structure.
Oh, absolutely. If you think about it, the market is almost like a living, breathing entity, because it's just a collective of so many people's decisions and sentiment, and it's almost like a living. It's almost a simulation of like, if you were to. It's actually quite insane how complex it is, but it ultimately it follows the same set of rules that it has to follow the same set of rules, and it ultimately comes down to supply and demand, and that's pretty much it. I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah.
No. I know, but these are all very valid. Like, you think about all the big money that's in the market. Okay, like all the pensions. I mean, not talking around the world, all the teachers' pensions, the government pensions, the firefighters, the police, and then you got all the investments, all the IRAs, the 401ks, all the retirement accounts from all these people. There's always money coming in every month that has to be invested into something, whether it's an ETF, whether it's an index, whether it's a stock, right? So there's all this money coming in, but so you got a group like, you got Goldman Sachs, you got Schwab, you've got JP Morgan, you got Bank of America, you got Santander Bank, you got Royal Bank of Canada, you got all these big banks. They have to place the money in the market, but they're given orders. Like, a lot of these people will either have the money withdrawn from a paycheck, but they're not telling their custodian, whoever's handling it, reinvesting their money in whatever they've selected in their portfolio, when to put it in. It's just money's coming out like every 2 weeks and it's going to get reinvested. So then you've got someone like Schwab or whoever, not Lloyd's of London, but like a Barclays or someone. They're sitting on all this money, and they go, okay, we got to place X amount into this mutual fund today, or this ETF, or this S&P, or this, in the gold, or whatever the asset is. But they don't have to all do it like right at the open or right in the middle, right? They could take their time when they see it, and it's usually where it's advantageous for them. And we do not know that. That's when we don't know. At any moment, there could be this huge spike in volume from people that want to get in or want to get out. Cannot control any of that as retail traders anyway. We just can't. So it's very, very hard. And
it's hard, but it's fun. It's strangely addictive, and that's the scary part of it. You have to.
It is addictive.
Try not to get addicted for sure. To trading.
No, I know. Yeah.
Treat it as a business. That's the only way. Treat it as a business, as you would treat any other business. Don't know what else to do for the next 30 minutes of this Prime Day wrap up.
We've talked about so much. The thing is, we cover all these topics just all day in streams. We've covered so much ground, so we end up kind of going back and rehashing it again. But that's okay. There's only so much you could talk about.
I might make a suggestion.
Right?
Prime Day wrap up should be 30 minutes. I think an hour is a little long to kind of talk about what happened in the day.
Especially when the market's closed,
isn't
right?
Not much to talk about most of the time.
I know. Yeah, when the market's not moving, it's hard. Yeah. Yeah, we
I'll make that
closed
suggestion at
at
some
the top. We closed at the very top in the ES. I mean, oh no, we didn't. We pulled up. We didn't close there. We closed 64.05.75, but we went as high as 64.07.50. Wow. That is crazy.
So on NQ, we never actually took out the all-time high.
You didn't. It sounded like it was going there, but it didn't take it out. It will. How close are? How far away are you?
Literally like
20 points.
13 points.
Oh yeah,
13.
That's a
13,
sneeze.
points.
And then that's
Yeah.
easy.
One little push away.
I mean, it may happen as soon as
if-
Asia opens up. It may just do it. Yep.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Did the Dow Jones had a bit of a sell-off. I mean, it broke all-time highs as well, but towards the end,
I know.
the last hour or so, it had a nice little sell-off. That's interesting. Didn't expect that. And yeah, the S&P.
Well, we had
wow,
IBM earnings. See, there's components in that had earnings today, which may be some profit taking. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Absolutely. Yeah, the S&P really blew through all-time highs.
Totally did.
Maybe actually tomorrow might be a good Dow Jones day for me to trade, considering it's the only one that's basically the only one kind of going down a bit. I don't know. I'll see when I wake up and start trading. Essentially, I do not want to be at all-time highs or in no man's land. I don't want to wake up and just see price going into no man's land and just keep going up. I'm just going to be annoyed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. If it is, it is. I'll just wait. I'll just wait for an opportunity. But I mean, yeah, I know. When I went to bed last night, I was looking at the overnight, and it was creeping up, and I'm sitting there going, "My God, is it going to be opening at the all-time high?" But it did pull back a little, but a lot of volume, man, a lot of volume. I mean, it actually did. I think right before the U.S. opened, it did tick up. So essentially made an all-time high in the overnight, and then we pulled back, and then we just went rocket ship for most of the day.
Yeah. Oh, Eric's in the chat. He's back. Eric, I hope everything.
Back.
Yeah, I hope everything's fine. We saw your message about a bad phone call or something like that. You had bad news. I hope everything is okay. You're all well. He says, great day, coaches. I finish up over 2,700 today. Eric, I've got to give you a round of applause. You absolutely nailed it.
Amazing.
What a result. Nailed a US 500 Forex play at the end. Great wins, coaches.
Yep.
Have a great day, guys. Yep, Robert did win. Have a great day.
Robert finally got his email straightened out. Yeah, man.
Oh, that was nice for him to check in there. That's awesome.
Yeah, at least he's alive and well. Yeah,
that is it.
Oh, Robert's still watching or listening.
You think?
What do you guys think? If Eric's still here and Robert, do you guys think we should wrap it up at 30 minutes for the Prime Day wrap-up session? Because now we're just grasping at straws of what to talk about, I think.
I think 30 minutes is good. I can't imagine there'll be...
I think so.
Yeah. Plus I get very tired towards the end.
Yeah,
an extra half an hour sleep. That's what good to me.
This morning I'm so tired right now. My alarm, either I didn't hear it or it never went off this morning. That's why I was like late. I was like, I asked my wife, I said, "Did you hear my alarm go off?" She says, "No." I'm like, "God dang it." And I thought I said it, but I mean, I was so dead last night. I zonked out, and I maybe I didn't set my alarm, but
oh man,
yeah, that won't happen again. I'm gonna have another backup in place. No, I the only time that happens here is if like power goes out, you know, and then but then my phone should be fine unless everything's out. But I have a little battery operated clock, right? Like it's an annoying one of those bell deals. I'll put that in my bathroom, and I'll use that every day as I have to go find it and pull it because I need to not rely on if I did it right. Because I'm the last one. I'm the last in line. I'm the last in the day. Most of you guys are already up, but I was dragging. I was so tired. It's only Wednesday. I don't know why I'm so tired right now.
What time is the futures kickoff for you then? When we go live, what time is it there for you?
6:20.
Oh, yeah.
When we get on at 8:20 or whatever, right? It's 6:20 for me, and I'm up at 5. I set my alarm for 5. I'm usually up 5:30. Like if I'm trading on my own before this, I'm usually up at 5:30. I usually want an hour to kind of just get my bearings, get coffee, turn on everything, load up all my stuff, and then normally I won't trade right away. So I'll let the market. I'll watch until 15 minutes, a half hour in. So I'm not like in a rush, right? I'm just gonna take my time.
Yeah.
Get everything on, but no, I'm doing all the other stuff we're working on. So I'm late at night. I've been dragging. I'm trying to set all this other stuff up. So I think I just I don't even. Yeah. I don't know if my alarm went off, but if it did, I never heard it. I was so out of it.
I've had days like that as well. Where I would set my alarm.
I was freaking out. I was like I was upset.
I don't know. I would never hear the alarm go off sometimes, and then I'd wake up.
Yeah,
I would see that like the alarm is going off, but there's no audio coming out of my phone anymore. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's happened before. Very, very strange. I just had a wicked idea though. I want to try something.
I have mine to go off and vibrate and everything, but I don't. And if it vibrates, I definitely hear it. But I don't think it went off. But
yeah, I want to try something.
Robert. Hey, so Robert, I'm just kind of curious. What city do you work in? Like, are you working close to home? Are you driving down to Santa Maria? Are you going up to SLO, or where's your company? What are you showing me? I don't see that. What is it? Oh, it's translucent. What is that?
This is the new iPhone 18.
We don't have that here. We don't have the 18. I don't think.
Yeah, this is brand new. Can you see how it's see through?
Yeah, I do.
Like you can see through it, right? So you can see through the background on it.
At certain angles when you turn it, like right there, it's white now. There I do. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, look at that.
What's the benefit of it?
It's just.
What do you think the benefit of it is
for?
For?
You can really see it.
Yeah, I know. I see it. I
don't know.
It's like your hand got chopped off. It's crazy.
I just put a green.
You know what, my son?
I'm using a green screen.
My son.
On the phone.
We just got my son I think it's a 16 Pro for graduation to take to college. So he got a screen. He got a glass screen cover, but he got this privacy one where you can't see anything on his phone unless you're almost dead on it, like any kind of angle. And I'm like, what are you worried about anyone looking on your phone? He goes, no, some of my buddies at school had it. And so he's on his phone sometimes in the house, and I'm looking, and I'm like, what are you looking at? He's like, you can't see it. I'm like, I can't see anything. It looks pitch black. And you almost have to get within maybe 5 or 10 degrees of dead on to see it.
Yeah.
But it's a kind of cool little thing. It's almost like a one-way glass, but that comes built into the phone. Like that
No. That was no. That was just I just put a bit of green on the phone, so I'm using a green.
No, but how does
right?
Is it?
So anything?
Oh, I see what you did.
It's just canceling out the back. The screen right now is
you're
green.
using the rear camera. Yeah. You're using the rear camera to. Okay, that's cool.
No, not even that. But that's actually a great idea. I could do that. So wait a minute.
Well, then how is it? Oh, I see what you're saying. It picks up like the green.
So that's
I got you. Yeah.
It's too bright, so it's not gonna. No, it's not gonna work because it's too bright. But you can kind of see where
I see right there in the dark
on
spots.
Phone, and it's making it now invisible because.
Oh yeah.
There is green
I'm
there.
I'm with you. That is crazy, dude.
We were playing around that before.
You were totally messing with. You had me.
Like this remote.
I could see through
you can
it
see
on
on
the
this
green
remote
spots.
a few of the buttons.
Yes.
Yeah, on the green spots.
Yes.
So, like, transparent
What the
now.
heck? So if you wear like a green shirt or a green hat or something. Oh yeah, that's funny. That is crazy. It's any green shade, I guess.
Yeah, anything green, it will cancel out. It's amazing.
Robert drives up to San Luis Obispo. Cool, nice. That's where he works. Yeah, I gotta tell you, Sam, where Robert lives is beautiful. God's country, man. I mean, the most beautiful part of the California Central Coast. It's gorgeous. If I could live there, I would live there. It is gorgeous. Beautiful.
Where is it again?
Away from all.
Yeah.
It's basically halfway between San Francisco and LA on the coast. He's right in the middle. And
I tell you where I've been.
If you go up,
I was in San Francisco.
If you go up to Big Sur, yeah.
And I went down to.
You probably went down to Monterey.
Yeah.
You probably
went down to like Monterey. Yep. Down to Monterey and Carmel or something. I think it was called. I can't find
Carmel. Carmel's right there near Monterey. If you wouldn't really go further south unless you needed to. So yeah.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. There's not much between where Monterey Carmel is and going south to him. It's a nice, beautiful Highway 1. There's famous pictures of like that Bixby Bridge near Big Sur and things, and it's all. I mean, it's very serene. It's very undeveloped. It's really a nice part of California, and you're away from it all. You're away from the big cities, and you got all these nice, cute, really nice towns, and it's cool. I could live there.
Yeah.
Everyone that goes to school there, everyone that goes to college. They all want to get a job and stay up there, but then there's not enough people for a job. Like the town is only 50,000 people. That's like the biggest town.
Oh, wow.
In the area. So it's mostly a college town. So when college is in, it's like 20,000 kids, and then they go home for the summer and it kind of swells up again. But there's a lot of activity around it. There's a lot of stuff. It's been growing. I mean, there's a lot of people. Now that everyone's remote, there's a lot more people moving up there. And places like it, they don't have to be in a big city unless they own a business and they need to operate there. They need to be there for some reason.
Yeah, I have to say, some of the most beautiful scenery was in California. I've been to many places. California probably had some of the most beautiful scenery. You guys are just like, how lucky you are to have.
I know. We take it for
great
granted.
Weather. It's so
the
nice.
The weather's the best because we don't have the humidity and we don't have the bugs. Like where Paul's at, he's got good weather, but it's humid in Florida, and he's got all the bugs and the mosquitoes and it's just like that's what's nice about here. We can sit outside by a fire at night, open a bottle of wine, relax, hang out. You don't have to worry about anything. You're not going to get bit by anything. So yeah, we're lucky.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really nice place. I'd love to go back at some point.
Robert said when he was in his paintball team, I guess the jerseys were green or whatever. So She was just a head. That is really funny, dude. A floating head. I guess the green is real. I guess it's any green.
Yeah.
How funny is that?
Green screen. That's the beauty of green screen.
Green screen.
But of course, this is real. I mean, this is my actual mansion right now. You're seeing, obviously. It's still sunny outside.
Badass setup, dude. That's a badass setup. Look at that. I love it.
I live right
floor to
by
ceiling glass.
I live right by like Antarctica, where the sun never sets, so it's just daylight all day round. That's why it hasn't got dark here yet.
No, but then when you turn into winter, in the winter it's dark all the time. It's gonna be a curse. You're gonna be in darkness.
True.
Like I remember, I went to when I was in Alaska. And it was in like maybe I want to say August time, and it barely got dark. I mean, maybe a half hour of darkness. Like it would be like 3 a.m, and it's like it might as well be 1 p.m. It was crazy. I don't know how the animals adjust. Like the moose and everything. Like I don't know how they know. They must go to sleep because they're tired. But it's full sun all the time for like 3 months.
That's gonna
really
be
wild.
That's gonna mess you up somehow, isn't it?
It has to. I think they say that like people that live in Norway and Sweden and stuff, they experience all the same thing. And then winters is just you're indoors all the time. You're not getting any vitamin D. You're not getting any rays of sun.
Yeah.
They actually say that depression is pretty big among some of those like Eskimo communities and things. That's why
vitamin
a lot of alcoholism and things. They just get because they're so bored. There's just nothing to do. They just
I mean, even here in the UK, I literally have on my desk that's for vitamin D right there. Just little capsules.
Yeah.
Take one a day.
Yeah.
That's 20,000 international units. Take one a day of those. You feel good. You never get sick. It's great. Best.
Do you notice if you don't take it? Do you?
No, not really. But I mean, probably if I haven't taken it in a long time, then I'll notice. I've noticed the difference from taking it. Yeah, because we don't get much sun. Okay. I mean, England's known to be.
Yeah, I know you don't.
Cloudy.
I know you don't. I know.
So there's something about the sun. I don't know. You need it. You need to feel it. I mean, all right, fine. Taking the tablets is technically you're getting the vitamin, but you can't replace just the sun.
Yeah, it's not the same. I know. Agreed. Yeah. What are we looking at?
Well,
12 minutes.
Robert says, I don't have to try and figure out the weather for golfing because it's almost always the same. You guys are so lucky, man. So lucky.
Yeah. But it's not all. It's not all grass is green.
Well, yeah, of course. Every place has its problems, but
everything's got pros and cons.
Exactly. If you have good weather, generally you're less annoyed about other things. When the weather's nice, people are just generally more, you can't really have a bad day if the weather's nice. It's hard to describe. But when it's raining and it's dark and windy and cold, everything's going to piss you off. You know what I mean? You're always going to be angry and just irritable at any point.
There are people down here in Southern California, like when it rains, they are so happy because they moved here from places where they used to experience a lot of rain. But even for me, I like it when it rains because it doesn't rain a whole heck of a lot. It gives me an excuse to take out an umbrella or a jacket. We have all this stuff in our closet we barely use unless I go up, skiing or go up to the snow. I don't get to use much of it. And I also love when it rains because it washes everything clean, washes all the off the roof and the yard and the streets, gets all the stuff. Because if it doesn't rain for 6 months, there's so much. If we get fires, there's all this ashes that's built up and dirt and stuff. So I like it when it washes it. But there are people, I mean, in LA, it's funny. It could be, it could be like 60 degrees is a high, and people are like busting out fur jackets and boots and coats, and because it's like, oh, so cold, because we're not used to cold. And I'm like, it's not that cold, guys. It's like, but it's almost it's almost an excuse for like the ladies to put on a nice, whatever, leather coat or something that they don't wear very often. It's like, well, I want to wear it.
Nah, fair play. Let them wear it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Are you a native to the UK? Were you born there? You grew up there?
No, I was born in Germany. I'm actually my mother's German, my father's Arabic. I was born in Germany. Moved to the UK when I was about 3 or 4 years old. So, yeah. So grew up in the UK. I've pretty much been here all my life. But
yeah.
Nice.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Robert, are you saying anything? He just says, "Lol." LOL.
He's laughing. He's laughing at us. He's laughing at us, saying, "Yeah."
So, have we got any news coming out tomorrow? That's a good thing. Let's have a look. Anything scheduled?
Yes, we should. We do.
Thursday.
For sure, we do.
Oh wow. Okay, there's a lot of red folder stuff, but it's all for the euro and the pound. US, yeah, we do have unemployment claims coming out, and flash manufacturing, flash services, PMI.
Yep.
So okay, we actually have something tomorrow, and then Friday is another dead day, no news. So interesting. Okay, right. I think we could see some interesting stuff in the markets because there's a lot of European stuff.
There's a lot of Europe stuff. The stuff in the US is not. Yeah, the stuff in the US is not earth-shattering stuff. It's somewhat minor, but still I mean, I'm going to be doing the quiet markets tonight with Tiger, so I'll be watching. It'll be interesting to see what the ES does. I may be trading it if it's falling off, or who knows what it's doing. But
yeah,
I'll be able to see that.
Well, if you're trading currencies tomorrow, especially the euro, be on high alert.
Currencies for sure. Yeah,
it's like a landmine. So. Every 10 minutes, you got something popping off. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing with currencies. There's so many things are interconnected with that, because everything's affecting the governments, the sovereign wealth, the trade, the private companies, the public companies, everything. Carry trades, exchange rates, on and on and on. It's that's why Forex is never dull, I think, and it trades so much.
Yeah. I might actually look at the euro tomorrow just for the hell of it. I'm going to be interested. I've never seen so much red folder news for the euro in one day, so
yeah,
it's going to be fun. But yeah, I mean, equities wise, I don't think we're going to have that much. Unemployment claims don't really do much. And then this flash manufacturing PMI thing, I've never really seen it move the market either much. Might have a little bit of a like that, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, there's the reaction to everything, but it's not. I don't think it's going to move it much. But I mean, I say that now, and who knows? No. God, we could be in for a surprise. But what is Friday? Let's see. What does Friday hold? Friday. Because sometimes Thursdays, if it's quiet tomorrow, people could be waiting for what would come out. But you said Friday is nothing, right? We have durable goods in the U.S., and that's really it. I mean, typical oil rig count, but that doesn't do much unless you're trading oil. That's not doing anything. Yeah, it's kind of, I think, but earnings. Let me see earnings, because we are back to earnings session. Let's see, tomorrow, Thursday. Before the open, there's nothing big. I mean, there's a lot of companies reporting. After the close, not much. Friday again, not much. So I think all our big earnings are in for the week.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna sit and wait for tweets to drive us bonkers. Because I mean, I think that's God.
But next week, I mean, Wednesday and Friday. So Wednesday we have FOMC. Friday we have non-farm. So that's going to be a bit more interesting next week, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to be gone those days.
Very thin news.
I'm taking off Wednesday through Friday, so I won't trade that at all. And but yeah, I agree. It could be wild. It's also end of the month, you know. You got all that going for you. So
that's it. Absolutely, yeah.
And that's another thing I think a lot of these guys need to worry about. Sorry. I was just gonna say real quick, you know, with futures, carry on. with futures, you know, we have expiration dates that you got to worry about, but there's things that affect all this. There's end of the month. There's options that expire that also affect futures that are hedged. So you got to really know your product. You got to really know what you're trading, what has the potential to do what to it. And you got just like anything else, you just got to be well aware of all the things that can move this thing around when you're in a trade. It's not just the chart pattern or even the volume or anything. There's all these other, I mean, the news today, the way we just went over the news, 15 years ago, we didn't really track the news. The news wasn't as important. Now with social media, with everybody on their phone, with everybody wanting news feeds and so much crap being available, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's almost like a curse. It's just like almost like an indicator, a new thing to watch for. Before we'd see something and we would find out later in the day, like, oh, that's what caused this, or you see it on the news at night. You wouldn't really even know. It would be such a delay. It was not reported unless you had a Bloomberg terminal and you worked like in a bank, or like Paul said, like you had a Bloomberg terminal, then you know right away. But that was for the bigger players, and that not everyone had. That was expensive to have, so no one had that. No retail guy had that. I bet you Troy never had that. He may have had it at the prop firm he was at, but he wouldn't have had it for himself.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that was even a thing. A Bloomberg terminal. It's not.
That's how Michael Bloomberg made his billions, man. He sold. He made an absolute fortune selling those damn things, because everyone that worked on every trading desk. You couldn't share it. Everyone had to have one. So there was a subscription for everybody. And it was like $25,000 a month, maybe even more. And you just multiply that out. So you got guys on one floor in one building in New York City for Goldman Sachs. There could be like 100 Bloomberg terminals on one floor. And let's say they own like 20 floors of that building. And almost everyone's on a Bloomberg. And then that's just one bank, one trade desk or whatever. Just multiply that crap out. And it's a subscription-based business. That's how, and then he went public, you know, and that's wow. But it was an ingenious idea, because he was trading and he wanted access to what no one really had access at that time. Without, you had to call your buddy like in Hong Kong and what's going on over there, call someone in Singapore. What are you seeing? You know what I mean? It was all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was interesting. And they're still around.
Yeah, it's a genius idea. Well, we have hit time, Daryl. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching.
Thank you too.
We're going to take a break. And yeah, Daryl, I'll see you tomorrow, right? Yeah, absolutely.
I'll see you tomorrow. All the best. Have a great night.
Have a great rest of your day. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Take care, everyone. See you guys tomorrow.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.